Tonight's the night. And it's going to happen again and again.
There is a great disturbance in the Force.
Let's go, baby.
I have felt it.
I have felt it too! In my pants! Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. It is MAGGCAST time. It's time to get live. It's time to get crazy. Let's go! Yeah! Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We are live. It is MAGGCAST time, ladies and gentlemen. How's everybody doing out there? I'm sunburnt to hell, but it's all good. We're here, and we're going to talk about all this. And listen, I'll show you guys the sunburn in just a minute, all right? Listen, man, I go from two shades, okay? Well, three shades, technically. I go white, red, brown. Those are the three shades I go, okay? There's no in between. There's no nothing else. There's no whatever. I just go from that. So I burn right away, and then what happens is by tomorrow, I just turn brown. It's the I would have to imagine it's the Italian blood, folks. That's the only thing I could think of. Kung Fu Hot Dog, where the hell have you been? It's nice to see you in the chat, buddy. How you doing, everybody? I see everybody out there. I see all your names. I see all your beautiful faces out there. We got some things to talk about tonight, but before we do any of that, we're going to do a little bit of business, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got Cyber Gunter as a member for 11 months coming right in. Thank you so much, Cyber Gunter. I saw you message me a bunch of times. I just haven't got to it yet. I will get to it after the show. And he says, let's go, maggots, play 007 First Light. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. That's right, and right on hot off the heels of that, we've got Creed. Come on, Creed. Come on, paper champion. We got Creed Blaster coming in, dropping 6 British pounds, ladies and gentlemen. Nope, that's euros. That's euros. My apologies. 6 euros in the chat as well. Thank you so much. Creed Blaster dropping 6 euros and saying, playing 007 First Light with beer in my other hand. Oh, that's later. And listening to Mag. Thank you so much, Creed Blaster. Appreciate you, brother. And everybody else in the chat out there tonight. You guys are all awesome. And we've got... ladies and gentlemen, I couldn't even stop. It keeps on coming. We got Adam Pennell comes in, and he's a magnificent maggot. Thank you so much for joining the channel, my friend. I appreciate you. And as is customary here on the MAGGCAST,
welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, baby. How you doing? Thank you so much, Adam Pennell, for joining the channel. And listen, man, now that you're a maggot, you're in for life, and there's no way out. No way out. There's no way out. Forget it. There's no way out. You're here for life. So that's what's going to happen, all right, brother? So, yeah, thank you so much. And welcome him to the chat, folks. So, how's everybody doing? I hear a lot of people playing... Listen, man, this is what happened today, okay? So, I thought that the early access for 007 was yesterday, and then the game's official release was today. So, my plan was, which I was talking about, yapping about all last week, I'm like, okay, this is what we're doing, folks. Monday, I'll do a double stream, or not a double stream, I'll do a stream before I have to do XNC. In the morning, we'll play 007, have some fun, this and that, beep it up, Adam Pennell, longtime listener, thank you so much, buddy. There you go. He unlocks a rare achievement. There you go. Adam Pennell, that's just for you, buddy. Thank you so much for joining the channel. And listen, when we do Forza Days, Forza Nights, whatever the hell you want to call it, channel members get first access to the convoy, so get your ass in there, all right, brother? So anyhow, I thought it was going to be today. There you go. Aero Nation has dropped the members-only Discord. Now you guys can access it. Anybody who's either renewed a membership or now is a new member, go over there, and Aero Nation has dropped the link in the chat for the members-only Discord. It is awesome. The administrators, of course, Aero Nation being one of them, absolutely amazing. So it's really great. Go check it out. It's a 24-hour party, folks. It's always something going on. So anyhow, I thought that it was the early access was Monday, and of course I was home, and then I thought the official release of the game was on Tuesday. So I figured I'd get the jump on everybody, right? Well, this is what happened. I find out that the official release is tomorrow, and the early access was today. However, if anybody who knows Ontario well, or even most of Canada actually at this point, Canada's Wonderland is the largest amusement park in all of Canada, and that's where I was a chaperone for my son's concert band or whatever. They had a trip to Wonderland today, to Canada's Wonderland, and they had to go perform for, it was only like 15 minutes or whatever, but the rest of the day we were just running around the park, right? And just doing all the rides and doing everything else, and man, oh, there's some killer rides over there, man. They also have it was at one point the largest roller coaster on the planet, the tallest roller coaster on the planet. I think someplace in Dubai, go figure, they always have to try and make everything bigger over there, now has taken the world record, but we had the world record for the highest hill roller coaster on the planet. It is a drop coaster called the Leviathan, and it is holy. it is basically almost a 90-degree drop. It's not fun. I don't care what anybody says. It ain't fun, okay? It is terrifying. But anyways, the point is this. I'm at the amusement park all day, and I'm just getting inundated with messages going, Mag, how come you're not streaming? Mag, what's going on? Mag, how come you're not playing 007? Mag, why isn't it live on the channel? And I'm like, I'm away for the day. So I barely made it home in time to be able to shower, put some aloe gel on me for the burns and shit, and then just basically come, grab my water and then just come down here and do the show. So it was, Make sure you drink lots of water and then later beer. Anyways, so that was the point, right? So it got to a situation where I'm just like, listen, man, I just got to get my ass over there. But I was busy all day. I left at like 8:30 this morning and I got home at around 8 p.m. at night. So I was gone for like almost 12 hours today, right? However, that being said, we will be doing, of course, the inaugural stream of 007 tomorrow on the channel. So if anybody hasn't picked it up yet, which I see a lot of people in the chat have, and a lot of people are very curious about, we will be doing that tomorrow right here on the channel. As for what time, I have yet to decide all that. I will figure that all out. It might actually be earlier in the day. Not really quite sure yet. And then we'll see how that all goes. But either way, tomorrow at some point, I will be streaming 007 if anybody's interested. Yeah, the geese. Hey, Grumpy old fart, that geese. That goose was chasing me around. So listen, this is what happens. So I'm at Canada's Wonderland there, doing my thing, whatever else, right? And the kids are off doing some of the rides or whatever. Then I'm just going to sit down for a couple of minutes. And I'm in like this like outdoor food court area, right? And this goose is just staring at me. And I'm like staring at him. He's staring at me. And he comes up like 6 inches from me. He looks me square in the face and goes, "Meow, meow." And I'm like, what do you want? And he just goes, "Meow, meow." And I'm like, dude, like, I don't have any food for you. And there's literally a sign on the wall that says, do not feed the wildlife, right? Now, the thing is,
welcome to hell.
Not only is there this goose, like, and a monster. I mean, even Americans, you guys know how big those Canadian geese are. They're ridiculous, right? It's a big, huge ass goose sitting there. And then a groundhog walks right next to him. I wish I had filmed that. And he walks right next to him, and they're both staring at me. And I'm like, you got to see how crazy I must have looked. Okay, I'm by myself in this food court area, and I'm talking to the goose and the groundhog. And I'm going, what do you got? I'm like yelling at him like an old Italian. I'm going, what do you want? I'm like, get out of here. And I'm like, I don't have any food. It says on the sign over there, if you guys can't read, it says, do not feed the wildlife. And I'm like, I'm not feeding you. I said, I don't have anything to give you anyway. They just kept staring at me. Anyway, so I get up to walk around. Doesn't this goose just start following me everywhere I'm going? Like, I swear to God, this goose is just following me. I'm looking behind me, and he's 2 steps behind me. This goose just going, "Wah, wah." And I'm like, dude, get out of here. I mean, I know you're my friend and all, but like, Anyways, sorry. That explains the goose story, of course, that Grumpy Old Fart was talking about in the chat. I know, Ricardo. Don't remind me about Marner, okay? The Leafs are garbage. They never deserved them. Goose is delicious, Cyber Gunter. Let me tell you. Of course, do not kill a Canadian goose. It is a federal offense, by the way. you actually get prison time for killing one of them. So it's do not kill a Canadian goose. They are protected worldwide, and it literally is a felony if you kill one. Sinless. Family's doing good, buddy. Thank you so much, and how are you? However, we're not here to talk about geese following me around and groundhogs staring at me. You know what I mean? We're here to talk about video games because we got some things to talk about. But before we do any of that, right away, we got Ambidextrous comes in and rejoins the cast. Thank you so much. He renews his membership. Thank you, Ambidextrous. And listen, Ambidextrous, don't be shy. Go to the members-only Discord, man. It's a lot of fun. And as always...
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
There you go. Welcome to hell, Ambidextrous. Love you, buddy. And we got Kung Fu Hot Dog coming in, dropping 55 pounds. That's British proper money. Let's go. Unbelievable. Kung Fu Hot Dog comes in huge to start the show as well. Everybody is coming in real strong right now, ladies and gentlemen. Unbelievable. Thank you. Kung Fu Hot Dog. Let's go for Gondor. For Gondor. Thank you so much, buddy. I really appreciate that. Kung Fu Hot Dog, by the way, I'd just like to point out, it's right here. Kung Fu Hot Dog, this is courtesy of you, buddy. Right here. There they are. There's the Rode Go 3s, the wireless mic system, right here in this cute little pouch, which I'm going to wear around my waist like a fanny pack so I look like a complete nerd. And that was courtesy of Kung Fu Hot Dog, ladies and gentlemen, who donated this kindly to the channel so that I can vlog the entire trip to LA. And speaking of LA, Kung Fu Hot Dog says for 55 proper British pounds, he says, Megalicious. This is lunch for you and Colt. No, just for me. Colton's not getting nothing. He can eat the scraps off the end of my table. This is lunch for you and Colt when you finally meet up in LA. He goes, grab Colt's regions when his wife films you both. I can't wait. And yes, someone's going to film that. And by the way, did you catch me on Critical Drinkers Open Bar last Thursday? I did not. Vlog like crazy, and I will DM you later. 1010 XNCP Podcast. Let's go, baby. Thank you so much, Kung Fu Hot Dog. And no, I did not know that you were on Critical Drinkers Open Bar. Were you actually on the panel? I didn't catch Open Bar last week. Just write in the regular chat, bro. Write in the regular chat, because that is incredible. Because Critical Drinker's monstrous. I mean, he is now the number one film critic on the planet. It is it is not even close. It's amazing. So yes. Oh, Knights of the Realm of Xbox is here. Here he is. Here he is. He's starting it already. Here, I got a song for you, Knights. There you go. There you go, Knights of the Realm. Does that make you feel better? Does that give you a boner? I'm sure it does. And he says in the chat, he goes, look at these ponies. Can't wait for the downfall of PlayStation. Good luck. And he says, don't run back to Xbox. I wouldn't worry about that. We're closing the door on you guys. Oh my God, listen to this guy. I love you, Knights of the Realm. You gotta stay here, man. You can't go anywhere. I would never ban you from this channel ever, no matter what you say. You have to stay here forever. You have to stay here forever. Actually, I want him. Someone gift him a channel membership because I love it. I love him. He busts balls, but I don't take it personally. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm not the kind of guy. And Creed Blaster comes in. Look at this guy.
Donation.
He converts a rare achievement. Creed Blaster gifts 5 gifted members. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Danny Passion. Even got one. We got Street Ender, Rising Dova, and King Webb. Listen, make sure you thank Creed Blaster for all of that. Thank you so much, Creed Blaster. And of course, to all the new channel members out there, you know where the channel members Discord is. And if you want to join us on Forza, you know how to do that too. We're going to do that this week.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
Welcome to hell, baby. Let's go! Yeah, right on, man. That's amazing. Thank you so much, Creed Blaster. Coming in twice with the 1-2 punch today. Thank you, everybody, for all the support and, of course, all the donations to the channel. That all goes into here to improve the channel. As you can well see, my beautiful face is now even more beautiful with all the new equipment and everything else. And, of course, when all those donations, when I go away, like I said, even like Kung Fu Hot Dog right over here, ladies and gentlemen, you get all the fancy equipment so I could do some proper vlogging when I'm on the road. And we're going to be doing all that jazz. And I'm going to do, you know what I'm going to do? I said it last night on XNC. I'm going to do all that vlogging, like the social media influencers that like literally film everything they do. I'm going to do it as a joke. I'm going to do it as a joke. Okay, I'm going to do it as a joke. I'm going to be like in the bathroom taking a piss, and I'm just going to be filming myself. It'll be like, hi, everybody, just peeing right now. I'm just going to do all that. I'm going to buy something from Starbucks and be really loud and obnoxious in the airport. And it'll be like, what's up, strawberry, whatever, frappuccino, this and that. And I'm just going to be like total asshole about it. It's going to be so funny. Dova, a vlog is like, it's like it's like a blog, but it's a video blog, right? So I'm just like kind of like filming like the whole experience, getting to the airport, getting on the airplane, talking to the camera, getting to my hotel room and, talking to everybody. And then, of course, filming us all getting together. Like, it's going to be wild, man. Like that first night, for example, like when we go out, we're going to go out like pretty much straight away. I'm going to go into the hotel room and just like pass out for a few hours. And then we're going to go out for dinner, all of us. It's going to be myself, Colt, Boomstick XL. All of the Iron Lords are going to be there. I can't even get through all the names, man. It's ridiculous amount of names. Apparently, from what I heard, it's up to 30 people are coming to the show. Oh, Dobie, you're just being a smartass. Okay. There you go. Okay, Doe was just being a smartass. So anyways, the entire trip is going to be vlogged. Now, the only time I will not be allowed to film is what I've already been signed under NDA, because no cell phones, no cameras, no microphones will be allowed into the private rooms that Colt and I are going to be going into to go see specific games and stuff like that, and get sneak previews of stuff that are coming out in 2027 and beyond. And we are obviously not at liberty to talk about that stuff, nor are we allowed to film it or anything else. However, what they did say is that at some point they will let us know when we can actually openly talk about that stuff. So when we do that, when they give me the go-ahead on some of those games, then I could be like, okay, guys, we got to see this game, or we got to play this game. I got to see this demo. I was in a private viewing room to see this demo, or I got the controller in my hand. I got to play this and whatever, right? So it's all that stuff. Actually, Sinless, it's going to be 29 old dudes, and of course, that blue number, better known as Holly. That's right, Holly's going to be there too, man. It's going to be 29 old dudes and Holly, and that blue number. Go sub to her channel, okay, right away, because she's a wonderful woman. Absolutely love streaming with her. I've done like 2 or 3 streams with her, and she's so much fun to do streams with. Yeah. Creed, thank you. He goes, yesterday's podcast was great. Yeah, it was a good podcast yesterday. We had a good time, and we're having a good time now. But anyways, we got to talk about videos. Let's talk about video games, folks. Kung Fu Hot Dog, when they give me the go-ahead to say things like that, then I'll tell you all about it. But until then, a lot of legal stuff. Sign on the dotted line, or otherwise, Phil Spencer will come to your house and with a bunch of goons, because he no longer works for Microsoft, so technically he can do that now. And then he could beat the crap out of me, and then we got Asha in the wings doing her thing. That's right, Asha's in the wings, folks. I will be meeting her on Sunday, as a matter of fact. Yeah, we do, Ben Angelo. We get searched. We get everything. Like you have to leave all your electronics behind, and they search you and everything. It's very, 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 very strict. Because I mean, when you think about it, like this is not just like a piddly little situation. When it comes to like these games that they're showing, these are billions of dollars we're talking about, right? Hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. They can't just have like some guy with a wire strapped to his chest, like recording the new Tomb Raider or whatever, you know what I mean? Or whatever's happening. Hello from Argentina, let's go! Good evening from Canada, Dr. Leon, and thank you so much for being here, brother. Appreciate you, man. So yes. However, let's get into some talk here, folks. Let's talk about, what's up, Boeing? How you doing, buddy? Let's talk about 007. 007, as we expected, because you guys remember when the previews dropped, what was that, 3 weeks ago or so, somewhere around there, and people were saying in those previews, they were saying what? They're saying this is a Game of the Year contender, right? And a lot of people were like, no way that they got to be blowing it out their ass. There's no way this is a Game of the Year contender, blah, 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 right? Well, lo and behold, look at us now, folks. It is now the day, review day. I mean, technically it's the early release day and all that jazz. And the game is sitting at an 88 Metacritic with an open critic of 90. This is definitely what they said it was, a Game of the Year contender. And I can't wait. It's been downloaded and ready. And obviously I was with my son today, and I was a chaperone for 6 other kids. By the way, any parents out there, if you got to chaperone kids on a school trip, trying to wrangle in 6 kids is trying to get a bunch of cats to go inside of a potato sack. You know what I mean? I'm constantly counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Come on, let's go. So anyways, I was busy doing that. Couldn't play 007. Okay. However, we will remedy that tomorrow. And I'm super excited to play it. Now, the thing is, what I'm hearing about it is that it's not Hitman, which some people are like, oh, it's just going to be Hitman skin or something like that. It's clearly not any of that. It seems to be, from what I've read, I've listened to reviews, even when I was driving back from the amusement park and stuff. I was listening to reviews in the car and all that jazz. And what I'm gathering from everybody, Skill Up and a bunch of other people or whatever, they're all saying like it's a tip to the hat and like an homage to many different genres out there. Your Uncharted, a little bit of Splinter Cell, a little bit of the 007 games back in the day, a little bit of Hitman. You know what I mean? Like, it's just a whole bunch of just like I said, an amalgamation of all these different games. And I'm just like, I'm here for all of that. And the thing is, as I was saying last night to Colt on XNC, imitation is the finest form of flattery, right? Because obviously they're going after some of the biggest games and biggest genres that have ever graced our screens or whatever else, like throughout the years. And as a result of all that, what are we getting? We're going to get a love letter to all those games, but put together in a cohesive package. And that is what I understand is going on with 007. Is that it is an homage of all those different games, but it's put together in a cohesive package. Apparently the story is really good. I'm really excited. Ion Storm is saying it's his game of the year. There you go, folks. I didn't see the show today because I was on the road. You know how it is. Yeah, it's his game of the year. Now, can we talk about that for just a second? Now, I put up a tweet this morning, and and I was saying in that tweet, I was like, guys, listen, man. I knew, we all know that 2026 was going to be a hot year. We knew it was going to be a big year, a bunch of big bangers, but it doesn't necessarily mean, and this is the key to all this, okay, folks? It doesn't necessarily mean that they're all going to stick the landing. Just because you have a bunch of big names coming out doesn't mean you're going to stick the landing. It could be mediocre, right? We've seen that before. We've seen that before. But so far this year, all of them have followed through. Honest to God, I've been gaming for 40... you guys ready to hear this? Okay, some people are going to barf in their mouth when they hear this. I have been gaming for 47 years. Okay? Never have I seen a year of such consistency, and we're approaching the 6th month, so barely even the halfway point of this year, and never have I seen such a stretch of consistency of quality, and that is unbelievable and unprecedented. This may go down as some people, people maybe think I'm a little bit exaggerating, whatever. That's fine, but the thing is, this may go down as one of the greatest video game years of all time. And now I know somebody's going to say, yeah, but Mag, what about 2006 when this came out? What about 2008? We had this, that, and the other. And I'm like, okay, I get all that jazz, man. I get all that jazz. But the levels of quality that we're getting right now, I like 6 games in a row, and they're all smoking around 90 Metacritic, all floating and flirting around there. What the hell are we talking about, guys? This is unbelievable. You know what I'm saying? Unbelievable. So now the thing is, it's not Keeley. Keeley doesn't pick the games. But he's going to have to put a cap on how many games can be up for Game of the Year, right? What is it normally? Like 6?
Welcome to hell.
You know what I mean? 8 games, whatever it is. Armalite goes, so, you're new to gaming. Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am, yep. So, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, where am I going? Where am I going with this? The point is that Keeley doesn't, they already have the categories or whatever. He doesn't pick the games. The Academy does. Like, the Academy. It's just like the Academy Awards. It's like the board, the board and all the people that are on there. They're the ones who vote for the games, and then they get put in the nominations and all that kind of stuff. And they pick, obviously the most votes out of all that jazz. So that being the case, the thing is, where do you draw the line? Because already I can think of, like, right off the top of my head, Resident Evil Requiem should have been a 91 Metacritic, but those assholes over at whatever, I can't remember what site it was, gave it a 3 out of 5 stars, and then Metacritic translated that to a 60. So they're sitting at what, like an 89 or whatever the hell? Always 6. Okay, thank you, Bobby. Appreciate that. What's up, CDB? How you doing? Italian gangsters in the house. Let's go. So anyway, the point is that where do you draw the line? Resident Evil Requiem, Pragmata. You could even throw Crimson Desert in there. I think Crimson Desert might get snubbed. I'm just telling you right now. Just because of the way it started, like the first 48 hours, regardless of what it turned into, and regardless of the Cinderella story turnaround and the huge sales and all that kind of jazz, I think that it might be I'm just telling you right now. Put it in the chat, folks. What do you think? What do you think gets snubbed this year? I think Crimson Desert might be the snub. So now you've got you got those 3 games. But let's just put it in the category anyway, okay? And then you've got 007. Everybody's talking about 007. Okay? Everybody's talking about it. Father Alex, whenever he joins us, don't worry, I got his music all queued up for him and everything. And this is what's happening. So you got that. So then on top of all that, there's Lego Batman. Lego Batman, by the way, is a stunningly good game. Please don't pass up on that game either. I cannot believe how good that game is. And now you guys saw the stream I did. I will be doing another stream at some point this week for Lego Batman and continuing the story. When you're like, it's literally Lego Arkham. Full-size open world city, like Arkham City, multiple islands, draw distance that has no business being that good, but somehow it's that good. You could do everything you could do in an Arkham game. You can zip line to the top of a skyscraper, jump off. You can open your your cape, and then you can glide over to another area. Immediately jump down into a fight. Riddler trophies, random crimes in the alley, plus the missions, plus everything else. Collectibles, Wayne Tech collectibles, all that kind of stuff. Skill trees, everything. It is literally Lego Arkham, and the thing is, and not only that, even the combat is exactly like Arkham. I mean, it plays exactly, even when you get those combos going, bing, 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 and he's jumping around from villain to villain, doing this, whatever, parrying that, flipping dudes, jumping over a guy with a shield's shoulders, punching him in the back. It is unfriggin' believable. It is unfriggin' believable. So there's that. Now, add into there Forza Horizon 6. Forza Horizon 6 currently stands as the top-rated Metacritic game of 2026. There you go, right? So now you've got that out there in the wild. You've already filled up all the categories with stunning games, and we're not even 6 months in. We still got Gear Z-Day. We still got
Welcome to hell.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, even though they generally don't win games. But hey, you know what? Game of the year. But you know what the thing is? Apparently, I'm hearing this one is really, really special. Now, not only that, what year was it where Overwatch won Game of the Year? Get the fuck out of here with that. But it's still won, right? It's still won. You still got Fable out there. You still got Wolverine out there. You still got GTA 6. What's going to get Titanfall? Never mind the Titanfall 2 situation where I'm talking about financially. Where do you fit? How do you narrow that down to 6 games, man? How do you narrow that down to 6 games? It's impossible. It's utterly ridiculous. I don't know how the hell we can. I don't know. I'm not doing any of that stuff. I mean, we can vote. I think we get 3% of the vote or something, just the general public. But even then, how do you narrow it down to what games? It's ridiculous. However, to be fair, even though the first half of this year, all those games stuck the landing. Every last one of those games stuck the landing. The only one that had a shaky start was Crimson Desert. The rest of them did not. Pokemon Porcupine, whatever the frig is called, okay? Pokemon Porcupine is also, everybody's talking about that. There's a Monster Hunter Stories, a lot of people talking about that. Onimusha's still coming out. How the hell can you narrow this down to 6 games? I can already have 6 Game of the Year contenders before we even hit the month of June. How the hell are we going to do that in the second half of the year when even more games are coming, and presumably they're all going to do incredibly well? It's utterly ridiculous, and I have never been so happy to be so pissed off that I can't finish all these games in 1 year. These are first world problems, and we should be happy about that. But either way, 007, all in. Can't wait to turn that on tomorrow. And it's crazy because now I have 4 games on the go and 2 games that I've started and I just can't get back to. For example, Friday Night Live, when I do here on the channel, when I do the live streaming and we have a little chit chat and all that kind of stuff, I don't know what to play, so I'm going to leave it up to you guys because I have so many games on the go. This is going to carry us all the way until Halo drops in the summer or late, midsummer. And of course, Assassin's Creed Black Flag, right? So this is going to carry us all the way through. So what I'm going to do at this point, until I finish those games, I'm going to have to put up a poll and say, hey guys, here's the list of games. Which one do you want me to play? Because there's so many, I can't just be well, this is the new hotness. We'll just go with this. The new hotness is dropping every 6 days, man. This is insane. And you know what? It's fantastic. Like I said, I'm here for it. I'm here for all of it. And anybody who says that AAA gaming is dying, it's dead, or the industry is going down. My favorite is this. The industry is shrinking. Oh, my God in heaven. Who are you? Shrinking. Look at what they're dropping on us. We can't keep up. The only problem is this. Now, there is a problem with all of that. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Hey, maybe how you doing, buddy? The problem is we can't afford everything. Not everybody, right? Star Wars Galactic Racer. Jesus Christ, I forgot that game too. Phantom Blade Zero. That's also coming out for PlayStation and PC. I'm excited for that. I'm actually really excited for that. Now, I'm going to wait for reviews on that one. But, everything else, these are must-buys. But the thing is, how can people afford all this? They can't. So something's going to get Titanfall 2'd. And that sucks because these games are all hot. But not everything is going to be able to get purchased. It's just not going to happen. Right? We can't do it. We can't buy everything. And forget about the casual consumer. These guys purchase an average of 2.7 games a year. You think they're going to buy the 9 AAA games that are coming up between, July and November? Like, what are you talking about? It's impossible. Fuzzy Tomato, how you doing, buddy? I don't know, man. It's going to be wild. But either way, I don't want to keep rehashing the same old story all over again. I just wanted to touch on that 007 is apparently the legit hotness right now, and I'm so happy that is the case. And again, like I said, we will debut it on the channel tomorrow, and I can't wait to dig my nails into that one. And like I said, there's so many bloody games out there right now that I'm going to have to put up polls as to what you guys want me to play, because I can't keep up. So you guys are going to choose. I'm going to leave it up to the maggots for you guys to choose what you want to see on the channel and when. And of course, on top of all that, let's also not forget that the Forza Horizon community has really come together. And my goodness, in the 2 streams that I did, I know that's not like a lot for some big streamers or whatever, but it's pretty big for me, man. But like, I did the Forza Horizon community streams with the maggots and everything else. We had 2,000 people come out. We had people fighting for positions, fighting to get into convoys, people on waiting lists. It was insane. I've never seen such fantastic support from the community, and everybody out there having a good time racing and just having a good time, just out there, just whatever, man. And even if Aero Nation, who purposely knocked me off the road, by the way, you know what I mean? Like, there's no bad blood. No one was angry with each other. No one was like, oh, man, this and that, you're racing dirty, this and that. Everybody was pretty chill, and we had such a good time. So now we got Forza Horizon. I'm going to have to add that to the mix, because Friday Night Live might have to be a Forza night, but I'm leaving it up to you guys to decide. But tomorrow is all about James Bond, so I'm all excited for that. Now, before we carry on into the next thing, I want to talk about Sony for just a few minutes here. We got Seth Monsters coming in, dropping a $10 super chat. Let's go, Seth Monsters. And, oh my God. And he says, a love letter, game of the year. Holy shit, maggots, get it. What's up? Did you drop a code? What did you drop a code for? Tell me it's 007. Ladies and gentlemen, Seth Monsters has dropped the code for 007. First light in the chat. And scanning down, oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, it has been picked up by none other than one of the most generous people I have ever seen in the YouTube community. Grumpy Old Fart has won the copy of 007 First Light. Let's go! Couldn't have happened to a better human being and such a nice guy. Congratulations, Grumpy Old Fart, on getting your copy of 007 First Light. Unbelievable, man. That's awesome. Let's do it for Gondor. For Gondor! For Gondor. That's it. That's how we do it. Thank you, Seth Monsters. Your generosity continues to stun me every single stream. This man gives away codes like it's Halloween candy. It's unbelievable. The man is out of his mind, and it's absolutely amazing. Thank you, Seth Monsters. Couldn't do this channel without you, man. I couldn't do this channel without any of you. Amazing. And Kung Fu Hot Dog, a member for 3 months, comes in and says, thank you so much, Kung Fu Hot Dog, another legendary supporter of the channel. And he says, did you hear the Coalition may opt out of Game Pass? What? I did not hear that. However, that is our main topic tonight, folks. So Kung Fu Hot Dog, I'm going to circle back to that. I did not hear about that. I will tell you what I did hear, but it wasn't that. Oh, there's Grumpy Old Fart. Look at the big caps. He goes, are you fucking kidding me? Me, are you joking right now? No, I got it. Fucking got it. 007 Mag. There you go. Sorry, Grumpy Old Fart. I didn't see it. I didn't catch it until just now. There you go. Grumpy Old Fart has won that copy. Yes, and thank you guys all for those for all those donations. Really appreciate it. And we got a member chat coming in from Seth Monsters, again a member for 8 months. And he says, as a top tier maggot, by the way, and he says, Grumpy for the win. Let's go, Grumpy. There you go. You got a little bit of Judas Priest just for you. LFL, I'll be in Cali for 5 days. What's up, Hebs? Q-Max is in the house as well. How you doing, man? Dead time. And we got Topher in here. AAA Poutine. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Topher's won some AAA Poutine. We got Bobby in the house, too, man. How you guys doing out there? So let's talk about some other stuff. So we talked about 007. We talked about the state of this year when it comes to this AAA madness that's coming from every angle. How the hell are they going to pick a game of the year? I have no idea. It's going to be insane. Now let's talk about something that's going to be not so popular. I'm hearing about this. I know. Like we talked about it. We talked about it last night, very, very briefly, Colt and I on XNC. However, it was brought up, and it was something that we should talk about. Thank you, Italia Gangster. I appreciate that, man. He says you deserve everything coming your way. You're awesome and have a dope-ass personality, my man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And I appreciate you. Let's go. Thank you so much. Okay, so Colt kind of brought it up, and then within a sentence or two, we kind of brushed aside. But I wanted to kind of get into it a little bit. Because it doesn't just apply to Naughty Dog. Okay, so I'm sure you guys saw some of the stories out there, and you know what's going on at Sony right now. I mean, Sony's fine. Like, before everybody thinks like, oh, they're dying, they're not dying. They're doing totally fine. They're dominating the industry, and even when they lost that billion, whatever, or $750 million, whatever, from Bungie's epic, disaster over there, they still came out 12% ahead in profit, more than they did the year. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, they're unstoppable. However, that being said, they're starting to realize that it's not trending in a good way. That's fair. And what they're doing is that they're trying to rectify that. Okay? So what do? They take their games off of PC. They're trying to focus on the console and, of course, the hardware sales and all that kind of shit, right? So they're doing all that. Then, they close a studio here, shut down a game over here. The Destruction All-Stars, I heard, got shut down today or whatever. Not surprising. I didn't even know the game was still going. But either way, they're trying to cut off loose ends, and they're trying to stem some bleeding from areas, right? And why not? Because what you're trying to do as a company is not just because you're on top doesn't mean that you want to be hemorrhaging money in different departments. Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't want to be hemorrhaging money in different departments. That's ridiculous. So what do they start doing? They start analyzing it. However, the people who are very anti-PlayStation, whatever, they're going to look at it and go, oh, it's all adding up. It's all adding up. They're dead. It's like, no, they're just doing what everybody else does. They find the loose ends and go, cut that off, cut that off, cut that off, cut that off, tighten it up. Let's move forward and make, hundreds of billions of dollars, which is what all of them do. Everybody does it, whether it's layoffs, cutbacks, even smaller studio closures and stuff like that. Like, it's all part of the game. We all know that this is what's going to happen. However, one of the biggest mistakes they ever made was buy Bungie. I mean, it seemed like everybody else knew it was a mistake except for Sony, which blows my mind. Like, how do you not know, especially for the price you paid for them, that this was going to be a problem? But when you think about it, it actually, in retrospect, if you actually were to go back in time and think about what they were doing, they were making a move for more games as a service games or whatever else, right? And why not get the company that has one of the most successful games as a service on the planet over the last 10 years, and that would be Bungie with Destiny. So its prudency is there, It's just I would not have paid 3 point whatever billion dollars. No, F that. Especially considered how much they paid for like what Insomniac, what, like $400 million for Insomniac, and they paid $3 billion for these clowns. Like, no. You know what I mean? They got duped. I never would have. I never would have signed that piece of paper. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. But anyways, whatever. That we're not here to talk about that. But now, apparently, sights are being set on Naughty Dog. Because Naughty Dog, the last game they released was 5 years ago. That's not unusual. It's not unusual to release a game every 5 years. It's not that unusual. Okay? The last one that was released was in 2020. So now we're actually coming up, to be fair, we're coming up on 6 years, actually, because Last of Us came out in the summer, I'd like to say the summer of 2020, before the PS5 dropped. Somewhere around May, June, July, somewhere around there. I think it was June. But either way, so yeah, we're actually coming up on 6 years, okay, since the game. So yeah, they're due. Now, what I would think is that at that point, especially a game like a company like Naughty Dog and the size and scope of the games and all that kind of jazz, I would expect around 6 or 7 years for some of their games. And when they come out, regardless of how you feel about story or politics or any of that bullshit, whatever, that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But the quality of the actual games are unmatched. Like you play Last of Us 2 right now, like on a high-end PC or the PS5 Pro, and they have all the bells and whistles. I mean, there's still nothing like it. Close. People have gotten close, but not the level of detail that they have in those games. It's unbelievable. You watch some of those like those compilation videos on YouTube of like the little details in Last of Us 2 or whatever, and they show you something like, what the hell? I never even saw like things you wouldn't even see. Splinters of bone coming out of somebody when a bomb blew off near them or whatever. A skin flap come off because they scraped up against a brick wall. Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that. Like, it is just unbelievable. However, what's happening with this intergalactic game is that, from what they're saying, is costing way too much money. And the reason why it's costing way too much money is because they're putting it in comparison to some of their other studios. For example, Sucker Punch. I was actually completely... What's up, Bernie? How you doing? Arch Wars in the house. And we got the cook in the house. Lego Batman is amazing. 007 Game of the Year. I will crush Halo in one weekend. Yeah, dude. Everything you're saying in that chat right now is unbelievable. And they're all and it's all 100% true. I agree with it. So here's the thing. You got Sucker Punch, which, by the way, was a sucker punch to me when I found out that they only paid like 70 to 75 million was the budget for Ghost of Yotai. Have you guys played that? I'm sure you. I know there's a lot of PlayStation guys in the chat too. You guys have seen what that game looks like, right? And how it plays. Its performance, its gameplay, its graphics, like everything. How the fuzz did they get that under $75 million? Only to find out as well that Ghost of Tsushima cost them $60 million. That was the budget for the two games. I'm like, are you kidding me? How? They are stunningly good in so many ways. Like, I don't have to go through all the ways, but like I said, gameplay, swordplay, graphics, performance, lighting, story, voice acting, all the stuff. 10 out of 10. Damn near 10 out of 10. Not 10 out of 10, but like damn near close, okay? So how do they keep those budgets like that? But now we're hearing things that like Naughty Dog is out here right now at the 6-year mark. And the word is, I'm not saying this is a fact. The word is that they're not even close to being releasing this game. The main actress apparently said she's not done doing her bits for the game. I'm like, what have you guys been doing? Now, to be fair, there was a push toward Factions 2 for a while there, so there is that. But, Sony is going to get to a point where they're going to be like, listen, man, okay? They're going to do this. They're going to go, oh, what's going on over there? There are rumors that the budget for Intergalactic is over $250 to $300 million. And they're not finished. If it was finished, you could say, all right, that's a little high, but at least the game is out. Recoup the money. This could be another $100 million in the hole after they're all said and done. right? Because they said apparently they're saying it's not ready. My assumption, and that was stupid of me to do that, my assumption is that it was a guaranteed lock for 2027. From what I'm hearing, it ain't close to 2027. It could be a year or two into the next generation. Now, that's not confirmed. It's just, you know, people talking or whatever else. But prominent people talking. So Sony's looking at this and going, guys, we're already dealing with this Bungie bullshit. We already had this Concord disaster, which cost us a fortune. You know, what is going on over here? What are you guys doing? Like, I mean, I know we love you guys. I mean, you know, you've always come through for us, but, you know, Neil, hello, you got to rope this in, dude. And I think at that point, what they need to start doing, this is my personal opinion. This is what I think they need to start doing. They need to start roping in these budgets. And maybe, hear me out, I know some people are going to get pissed off with this. Maybe start scaling back the size and scope of some of these games. Some of them, not all of them. But like, for example, if you look at Uncharted 1, 2, and 3, okay, for example, they all came out in one generation. We can't even get one game a generation anymore. Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 were, as most women say about me, the perfect length. I was trying to say that with a straight face. You know what I mean? They were great. They're perfect length games. You got collectibles. You go back and play it again on the harder difficulty, this and that. You're still getting your 20, 30, 35 hours per game. How much do you want? Not everything has to be a Crimson Desert. Not everything has to be whatever. And on top of it, you've got the overblown, by the way, I would like to add. And the salaries of some of these devs are way too friggin' high. Have you guys seen what the average the average developer salary is right now? $136,000 US.
Yeah!
I know engineers, and I mean mining engineers, train engineers, and whatever people doing all this kind of structural engineers. They're not making $136,000, and these guys are like, and that's the average. So you realize that a lot of these budgets is the overblown staff, and of course, you got to add in that, and this is where it's going to get unpopular, folks. All this union stuff and everything. Oh, we only work 40 hours, and then we all piss off or whatever. Of course, these games are taking for fucking ever. And then you hear about people crying about crunch. What are you talking about crying about crunch? Every business on the planet has crunch. This is where people are going to get pissed off. I'm looking forward to your comments in the chat. Every business on the world in the world has crunch. Have anybody worked a blue-collar job? Every day is a crunch. Every deadline, whether you're working for an advertising agency, you're a lawyer. Does anybody cry for lawyers? Oh, the lawyers got to take their work home and work till 4 o'clock in the morning because they got, they have to work on their cases and this and that or whatever. That's crunch to get the job done. Everybody does it. And if you don't, then you're lucky. But I'm just saying, for the most part, when it comes to deadlines and projects and all these things that have to get done within certain periods of time, there's always some form of it. Why is there always this focus on these guys crying in this industry? Nobody cries for chefs. Nobody cries for chefs. When I used to be an executive chef for several decades, 3 decades to be exact, from November 1st until January 1st, we worked 7 days a week, day and night, 14, 16 hours a day, because we had something to do. It was the Christmas season, all the corporate holiday, all the corporate, parties, caterings, dinners, banquets, New Year's, whatever, right? It was just known that from November 1st to January 1st, don't bother asking me to go do nothing because it ain't happening. Those 3 months, you put your head down, and if you're lucky, you were financially compensated. Only if you're lucky, you got financially compensated beyond what you got paid. Right? These guys are getting overtime, time and a half, this and that, and benefits and all this shit, and they're still crying. So, what do you got? Then get the fuck out of the business, man, and make way. And you know why make way? Because South Korea And I'm not condoning all their behavior because that's a whole other, that's swing the pendulum the whole other way. South Korea, Japan, and China are embarrassing you right now because they can crank out a quality game in 3 years that you can't crank out in 7 or 8. There's a reason for that. Too much union interference. And people just being entitled and just not wanting to have to, work. Well, we want a work-life balance. Absolutely. Everybody deserves a work-life balance. But sometimes you might have to buckle down, pull up your socks and say, listen, man, we're in the stretch goal here. We're just going to put our heads down. No one's asking you to crunch for 8 years. But when it comes to like deadlines, guys, we got E3 coming up. We got to stay to play. We got to buckle down for a couple of weeks here and get this vertical slice out the door so that it can, be shown at the showcase or whatever. It's just part of it. And if you're not willing to do it, then just go on welfare and go sit at home. Because you just like, you know what I mean? Like, come on, man, grow up. Am I the only asshole who feels this way? And it's not like they're not getting paid. They're getting paid. Every second of overtime, they're getting time and a half. Imagine time and a half on $136,000 salary, which is, by the way, almost $175,000 Canadian, almost $180,000 Canadian. That is what a general practitioner doctor makes who went to school for 14 fucking years. Sorry. The reason why I went on that tangent. Sorry, guys, I had to go off on that tangent because it pisses me off. No one cries for mechanics. No one cries for electricians. No one cries for lawyers. No one cries for plumbers, chefs, hairdressers, waitresses, bartenders. No one bricklayers, general laborers who have to come in on Saturday because they need to get the site done because people are going to start moving in. You know what I'm saying? The point is that they're too lax in some of these companies. I'll tell you two that piss me off more than anybody. 343. I don't give a shit what you call them now. They're 343 because it's literally 343 with a wig. Okay, that's what Halo Studios is. It's the same company run by the same inept management. I'm not talking about the staff. I'm talking about the management. 343 Studios. Naughty Dog is another one, and they're just having a good old time. We'll get to it. Oh, is that 40 hours? Better go home. Oh, is it lunch? I've been here for an hour and a half. Better go get that Niçoise salad in San Francisco for $25. Meanwhile, Shift Up over in South Korea is already ready to crank out the next Stellar Blade 2, by the way, which should be coming out in the next year or so. And it was the 2024 Game of the Year, my opinion. You see them crying? You see the Crimson Desert team? When they shit the bed on the release? What happened in the first 48 hours? Those guys were probably working 24 hours a day to get that thing fixed. And what did it do? They got 6 million sales in the first couple of weeks, and the staff all got bonuses. Capcom crushes our new Resident Evil every 5 years like clockwork. And what do they do in between that? They release once every 2 years. You get another quality, and I'm not talking like good. I'm talking top quality remakes from the grounds up of Resident Evil and some other stuff they're working on. Plus they got Monster Hunter and doing all that. What are we doing over here? 6 years now. You got nothing to show except for an obnoxious trailer, which I hated that trailer. And it wasn't for the reasons you think. It was just an obnoxious trailer for Intergalactic. You got nothing to show. They'll probably show something in the state of play. We're going to talk about that in just a minute. They're probably going to show more over there. But the thing is, if they don't launch this game by 27, that's going to be a problem because you got this ballooning budget, hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, Sony's not going to do anything to them, but there is going to get a point where they're going to intervene and be like, listen, Druckmann, you had your chance, buddy. We made you the head of the studio, and you're not producing the results we're looking for. Fine, you can get away with saying, the Last of Us factions really screwed with us or whatever. That was a real big problem. And that's fine and all that. But, there is a point where you have to produce because we're giving you hundreds of millions of dollars. We need a return on that investment. And Naughty Dog is a flagship developer for Sony. 343/Halo Studios is the same shit, different smell. Look at those clowns. You know what I mean? I don't care. I don't care I'm going to go meet them. I don't care that I'm saying that. Maybe they don't want to meet me. I don't really care. But they ain't pulling their weight either. And at some point, Asha's going to put her laser-focused eyeballs right on that studio and go, hello, what's going on over there? Okay? Asha, one more time. You know what I'm saying? She's going to look at that and be like, what's going on over here, guys? We can't just be hemorrhaging money while you guys are producing. Okay, fine. The remake is coming. The campaign evolved. Okay, that's coming. Now, I know they have multiple projects in the works, but the thing is, at this point, come on, guys. You know, look at what happened with Halo Infinite. I liked Halo Infinite. I thought it was a fun. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it very much. A lot of people did not. Game died in the first month. I loved it. I thought the multiplayer was fantastic. And then, of course, by the time they got the multiplayer like really flourishing and really had it like, you know, a lot of meaty material in it and a lot of, you know, content and everything else, everybody forgot about it. They're like, oh, yeah, that came out. Oh, yeah, I don't know, some other year. It was a year too late. On top of the fact that they delayed it a year. You know how embarrassing that was for as an Xbox fan to walk in the gas station and see all the Doritos chips and all the Monster Energy drinks with Master Chief on it, only to find out that it was it was delayed a whole other year, and you're staring at this? Embarrassing. So the point is, this whole Sony thing with the Naughty Dog, I had to bring it up because I think it's important that we look at that and say, guys, not us, the studio head, not the studio heads, the company heads, the directors and everything else are going to start looking at this and saying, we need to tighten this up. And a reckoning will come. I assure you, a reckoning will come. And if that means, as I was saying earlier, that you got to make smaller experiences, then tighten up the experiences. Make them smaller. Last of Us 2, as much as I loved the game, and I loved that game, the game of the generation for me, last generation. Loved it. I know it's going to be very divisive for a lot of people. That's fine. It was, you know, but either way, it didn't have to be a 40-hour campaign or a 30-hour campaign. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't have to go on and on. They could have tightened it up. Last of Us 1 was not even a quarter. Well, it was about a third, let's say, give or take. About a third as long as Last of Us 2. Too long. Shave it down. Alan Wake 2, loved that game. I got the Platinum Trophy on it about a month ago. Great game, right? They could have shaved off 6 hours of that story. That's millions and millions of dollars. They easily could have shaved. They need people in there to hyper-focus some of their material and say, guys, cut this down. People will pay for it. Pragmata is not a huge, long game. You know, but that's kind of how Capcom shtick works when it comes to some of those games like Resident Evil, Pragmata. The point is you can get through the game in 10 to 12 hours or maybe even 15 hours in the first run through. And then what you do is, like I said, part of the shtick is you're going back and doing multiple runs, right? With different variables and stuff like that. That's kind of their thing. But if Sucker Punch can pull off a Ghost of Yotei for $75 million, what is the excuse of some of these other studios that are taking this long to get these games out? They got Ghost of Yotei out in 5 years, and they did it for under $100 million. You got other studios that are taking 7 years or 6 years, and it's costing hundreds of millions. You know what I mean? This is a problem, and that's why they're going to start cracking down. And it's not just Sony. Microsoft's going to do the same thing, because I can tell you this. As nice as she seems to be, and all the smiles and everything else, I can tell you this. She ain't no Phil Spencer. Okay? She is going to rain down vengeance and furious anger those who attempt to oppose. Right? The whole speech from Samuel L. Jackson from Pulp Fiction. Okay? She will do that. So don't be fooled by what you're seeing with the smiles and this and that. She's going to make some hard decisions when it comes to hemorrhaging money, because that's part of the business, okay? She ain't going to be nice about it. I'll tell you that right now. She's a hard businesswoman. I dug into her past, looking at all the way she moves, the way she navigates the room of vipers. I've seen all of it. I've studied it. Right? And there's a reason why, because that's where you learn, or at least you can sort of predict how they're going to move in the future as oh, this happened. What do you think she's going to do? Well, I have a pretty good answer to that because I can see from her past how she's reacted to different challenges in the corporate world and the financial world and whatever else. So now I have a pretty good idea of how she's going to react, right? So I'm just saying. It's something to look out for, and I think there's a little bit too much. And like I said, I know some people believe me, or some people are with me, and some people are not with me. But I'll tell you this: there's way too much coddling in the development world of video games. You're producing a product that people either want to buy or don't want to buy. That's all there is to it. You got a job, no different than anybody else. You're not special. You're just a person who has a talent for doing something, and you're doing something that I love. That's great. I have a talent too. Nobody gives a shit. They just want the final product that they paid for. Nobody cares about me. When I was doing all those years as a chef, nobody cared. Oh, we would love to meet the chef. No, that never happens. That happens in movies and TV. I had people sitting at a table spend $5,000 on dinner. You think they ever wanted to thank me? They didn't give a fuck. They paid their $5,000 and they left. They don't care. It's a thankless job. Teaching is a thankless job for the most part, right? All those other jobs, nobody cares. You think people want to go to the mechanic to get their car fixed? They hate you. They hate mechanics. They just like, here, take the money and fix my car. They don't care. But those guys are talented. They have skill, right? Just like a developer does. So what's this coddling? What is this, this evangelistic behavior with these people? They're making a product that you either buy or you don't buy. That's it. We all have skills. We all have talents in this chat. Should we all get recognized for it? Absolutely. We should. But that's not the reality of the world. Godzilla -1. You guys know the movie? It was made for like $15 million, and it blew everything that Hollywood or Marvel or Disney or any of these other clowns could ever crank out. They did it for like $15 million. They can't even make Doomsday for under $1 billion fucking dollars. What are they doing over there? Robert Downey Jr. had an entire block just reserved for him and his private chefs and his caterers and all this other horse shit. $1 billion budget. They need $2 billion to break even. Godzilla -1 was made for $15 million. I think it was $50 million, somewhere around there. And that movie was superior to anything I've seen in the last 5 years that they could shit out over at Disney. That's all I got to say. Anyways, before we move on to the next thing, sorry, like I said, this is going to be a very unpopular topic, but I had to get off my chest because I'm fucking sick of it, man. I am so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. The coddling, the constant, the crying, and the bit. Just do it or don't. Because there's people standing behind you who will gladly take your position and bust their ass. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I come from a more old school thing. Now the thing is, I still have modern sensibilities because everybody deserves work-life balance and your vacations and your family time, because at the end of the day, your family and your friends, mostly your family, that's all you got at the end of the day. You don't got nothing else. When you leave that job of 30 years or whatever, they don't give a fuck about you 3 days after you walk out the door. You're gone. You're just a memory now. And then you're a memory that's just going to fade away. They don't care about you. They're not going to think about you after that. It's done. Right? I understand all that. So you always take care of yourself first. I get all that. However, when you are doing a job, do the damn job or don't. But when you are doing the job, give it all you got. That pays off in dividends as you progress through life. You think winners just, winners of this life, people that, the people on top of it, you think they just waltzed in there and did nothing? Worked 39.5 hours and then pissed off on a Friday night and just walked away? No. That's not how it works. But anyways, enough of that. I just wanted to get that off my chest, man, because it was pissing me off because that Naughty Dog story came up, and I'm like, man, I'm telling you right now, a reckoning is coming for some of these people. Now, not everybody, and certainly not the studios. This Naughty Dog ain't going nowhere. But I'm saying, you know, there's going to be a reckoning, and I'm telling you, the Western gaming industry, as good as the games are coming out right now, expect those belts to get tightened real quick. Real quick. But anyways, let's get to some super chats, ladies and gentlemen. We got a whole bunch coming flying in here right now. We got Grandpa Barbecue Keep Cat dropping 5 Australian didgeridoos. Let's go. Grumpy old fuck. Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat. I always get the names all messed up. Thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat. Appreciate you, and shout out to my friends in Aussie land. And he says, congrats to IO, Capcom, etc. for surviving privately. Would hate to be purchased by a corporation, e.g. Sony, Microsoft, Embracer, etc., etc. Absolutely. And they thrive. Thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat. Appreciate that, my friend. And hot off the heels of that, we got G-Mania coming in with 5 Canadian dollary dues. And he says, thank you so much, G-Mania. Appreciate you, brother. And he says, Sony lost that COD marketing money that they use for funding their first-party games. They certainly did. However, the sales from COD, they still use that for their for funding their first party as well. So, you know, don't forget, the last number we got, for example, G-Mania, was Black Ops 6. 84% of all the Black Ops 6 sales were on the PlayStation 5. So therefore, a lot of that 30% that they collect from that goes straight into funding their first-party studios. Fuzzy Tomato, I see what you're saying in the chat. He goes, no one's cried about crunch like 10 years. Dude, the story's up again. Schreier's at it again. Have you not been paying attention? It's right there, dude. Springfield Chaser, FedEx crunching at Christmas. Exactly. Sorry, Jimmy. Let's get back to your super chat. Sorry, brother. He goes, Sony lost that COD marketing money that they used for funding their first-party games. That's why they were so desperate to stop it. Yes, they did not want to lose that 30% that they were collecting for G-Mania from that, because that would be monumental disaster for them. Now, as we can clearly see, that is exactly what would have been the case. Like I said, Black Ops 6, 84% of those sales went to the PlayStation. That is 84% of those sales. They take a 30% cut of that. That is a huge thing. So the last thing that they wanted to see was Call of Duty going exclusive to Xbox, right? And Game Pass or whatever else, which is no longer in Game Pass, but, you know, it was for a short period of time. So, but it was still, let's just say they did do that, but it's important. Yeah, it was important for them. So, yeah, it's a whole thing. So, yeah, it's wild how that all how that all worked out in the end. But either way, let's continue on with more madness. We've got McLovin, a member for 7 months. That's right, McLovin.
But the cream will rise to the top.
That's right, McLovin. Thank you so much. And he goes, Western developers are... He's taking it a little bit further, folks, but it's still funny. He goes, Western developers are lazy as shit and feel entitled. Just got home from work. What's your thoughts on the Destiny 2 Bungie BS? Thank you so much, McLovin. They're tied into it too, man. Bungie, they're a disaster. Listen, this is the thing. McLovin, we kind of already talked about it, but I'll bring it back again. By the way, he is a top tier maggot, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're talking about.
Motherfucker!
That's right. Welcome to hell. Thank you so much, McLovin. Unlock that rare achievement, folks. Well, the game had to get, dwindling numbers. The community was not where it was anymore. They knew they had to shut down Destiny 2. But at that point, you kind of got Marathon up against the ropes. You know what I mean? Just kind of hanging on by a thread, even if you can even call it a thread. And it is what it is over there with Marathon. And they're like, oh, we might move ahead with Destiny 3 at some point. At some point, when? By 2035? You know what I mean? It's crazy, McLovin. It's crazy. Like, when are they going to... That should have already been in the works while they were working on Marathon. Because Sony at that point, that's Sony's fault. Sony should have been like, all right, what's the deal here? We're going to buy you for $3 billion or whatever that... And I'm like, first of all, ludicrous. Never would have agreed to any of that horse shit. However, that being said, I'd be like, okay, fine. What do we got going on here? Well, we still have teams working on expansions for Destiny 2. It's still doing all right. Our concurrent numbers are still okay, and so we're still making money. Okay, great. What else you got? Well, we're working on this new game called Marathon. Okay, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, all right, cool. So Marathon's a whole new IP, that kind of thing or whatever. We get it, an extraction shooter. All right, whatever. What about Destiny 3? That would have been my first question. If I were to purchase somebody for $3 billion plus, my first question is, when are we getting Destiny 3? And if they're like, well, we need banana, I'd be like this, staring from across the desk without saying a word. After I said what the Destiny 3 thing, I'd be like this. I'd just be staring at it. Maybe I might even pull my glasses down like this. And wait for the answer I'm looking for. Because the guy across the desk is going to be like, well, he's going to be looking and go, shit, this guy won't stop staring at me. He won't stop staring at me. And then eventually I'd be like, say it. They'd be like, and we're going to start working on Destiny 3. I'm like, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you so much. Get the fuck out of my office. Right? That's what I would have said. Obviously not such harsh words. I'm just trying to be funny. But I'd be like, that's what I wanted to hear. Thank you very much. Work on your little marathon. Continue making Destiny 2 content. But I want you working on Destiny 3 day 1 when I purchase you. Not day 500. Day 1. I want you working on Destiny 3 day 1. It is a marketable brand. I want something fresh, new, whatever. And even if it's not even close to being ready, it's something you can market. You could put a teaser trailer out there, get the community excited. That could actually reinvigorate the Destiny 2 crowd, right? Because they get back into it. Like, oh man. Like, for example, GTA Online. I don't know if you guys know this, but GTA Online started taking off again. In the anticipation of GTA 6 and GTA Online, we'll call it GTA Online 2, I guess, just for, it might just be called GTA Online, but we're going to call it, for argument's sake, we'll just call it GTA Online 2. GTA Online has had a resurgence, folks. A resurgence. That is insane. Right? That's what Bungie should have been doing. That's how it should have been handled. Because then you have something marketable you could have brought to the table. So if Destiny 2, the numbers start going off, okay, we're going to start sunsetting Destiny 2 after the next expansion, whatever. They're talking about this last year or whatever, right? All right, we got another expansion coming up. You guys got 1 year to get me a nice trailer for Destiny 3 before you start sunsetting Destiny 2. At the same time, you got Marathon. Marathon's not doing so hot. Don't worry. We're going to start putting out some feelers out there, and we're going to start putting out some little tidbits of information and insider information about Destiny 3. Get the buzz going. Instead, you became a buzz kill. Sony mishandled this entire Bungie thing because Bungie needs strict management. Because they're a bunch of whiny bitches too over there. Okay? I've had to listen to their shit for the last 15 years. Fuck them. Not the staff. You know what I'm talking about. The management and everything else. Okay? I've been listening to them crying since the Halo days. But anyways, enough of them. That's how they should have been handled. Strict and to the point. And say, if you want us to purchase you, this is what I'm expecting from you. Or you can piss off. Put a clause. Make sure you get your lawyers out there. Hey, get a clause in there that if they don't do what we say, they're out. They're out!
You're fired!
That's what I would do. When you're talking about billions of dollars, this is not a joke. This is not a game. This is not time to be nice. What did Patrick Swayze say in Roadhouse? I'm nice until I'm not nice. And when billions of dollars are at stake, it's time to not be nice. It ain't personal, Sonny. It's business. G-Mania comes in and drops another $10 super chat. Let's go, G-Mania! Thank you so much, G-Mania. Appreciate that very much, my friend. My goodness. Thank you for all the generosity this evening. And of course, all your support on the channel. And G-Mania says for 10 Canadian dollars, he says, that's why I hate digital games. They will put half-ass games out and say we'll fix it later. True story. When it was just disc games, they had no choice to put out complete games. Yes. What was the famous quote? Remember the famous quote? There's a famous quote about bad games, like it's like you can make a mediocre game or something, but a bad game is forever, something like that. Because in those days, remember when that quote was said, that was a Japanese quote, by the way. I think from Nintendo, someone who worked at Nintendo. I can't remember the damn quote. It's gonna drive me nuts. Emperor Hound's in the house. How you doing, buddy? And the thing is, in those days, those games came on a cartridge. So if you messed up that game, there ain't no updates. There ain't no fixes. There ain't no nothing. It was just that. So if your game was bad, it was bad forever. You know what I'm saying? Creed Blaster comes in, drops another €2. Let's go, Creed Blaster. Come on, Creed. And he says, thank you so much, Creed. And he says, too much toxic positivity in the game industry, Meg. 100%.
Why do you say this to me?
100%. 100%. Way too much toxic positivity in the game industry. Absolutely. That shit needs to be fixed. And we got Grumpy Old Fart coming in, dropping a $2 super chat. Thank you so much, Grumpy Old Fart. Appreciate you, brother. And congratulations on winning that copy of 007 First Light, brother. Couldn't have thought a better person to get it, man. It's absolutely amazing. Grumpy Old Fart says for $2, he says, I used to say thank the chef for me and I got a look. Yeah, no shit, dude. Trust me, we never got to thank the chef. Once in a while, we would get, what the hell is it called? How come I can't think of it? Not kudos to the chef. God damn it, there's a word for it. There's a very specific phrase. Why can't I think of it? I used to hear it throughout all the years. I can't think of the damn name. Shigeru Miyamoto said that. There you go. That was the line. Thank you, Magnum. Appreciate that, man. Infamous was such a good series. Yes. Yeah. No, Deceiver, I understand what you're saying. You're saying management is staff, though. No, I get all that. I get all that. Hey, the Dead Meat, how you doing, man? Nice to see you out in the chat there, brother. Aaron Kruger's in the house. What do you goes? Wasn't Bungie bought during Jim Ryan's administration? Yes. But now this current administration has to sit on it and sit on what happened to them. But that should have been handled differently, Aaron. Should have been handled differently. What's up, Voodoo Gaming? How you doing, man? Compliments to the chef. How could I not remember that? Jesus Christ. I'm getting old, folks. See what happens? We got Roscoe in the house saying the same thing. Compliments to the chef. Yes. We did not hear that often. I would put out, when I was running, and I'm talking I was calling board and doing the grill because they left me in charge of the most expensive food, right? And I used to have to plate the most expensive meals. People paid $60, $60, $100, whatever, for a steak. It better be a good goddamn steak and it better be cooked perfectly. So they left that all on me. So I did that. I would take care of all that stuff and I'd do the plating of the more intricate stuff and whatever. Other people in the other sections would do the pastas and would do the appetizers or salads, desserts, pizza, wood oven pizzas, whatever, right? And doing all that jazz. And at the same time, I'm calling board, doing all that. During a busy night, I could have 60 tables going at the same time with all their orders in front of me, 2 lines of it, 2 rows of those, on order, on pickup, do all that kind of shit, nonstop talking back and forth to all the different departments. Guys, pick up table 3. I need whatever. I need 2 minutes on table 7. While I'm doing all that shit, talking to the staff, talking to the front of house staff, the front of house manager, and the owner who kept sticking his face in the door. And I got a grill full of steaks and fish and all kinds, and ovens filled with fish and all kinds of things all going at the same time and whatever else. And I'm doing all these proteins and everything, plating up, talking, doing this and that. You were lucky to hear a compliment to the chef once a week. And I would put 1,000 steaks out a week. And I'm talking very expensive steak. Okay? Very expensive. Not, a $20 steak. $100 steaks. I put up 1,000 a week, prime rib, whatever the hell, right? Tenderloin, New York strip loin, ribeye, whatever. I would hear a compliment to the chef maybe once a week after maybe 1,000 steaks. And that doesn't include all the orders. We would go through 10,000, 15,000 customers a week in the busier places. And you'd still barely ever hear that, right? Yeah, I'll go to In-N-Out when I'm down there. LFL, when I'm in Cali, I'm going to go to In-N-Out. Yeah. Seamus, Wagyu steaks. No, Wagyu steaks are more expensive than that. There's a place in Toronto here that serves Wagyu steak. Like I'm talking like the, I can't remember the grade it is. It's like the top grade. It's $750 for a single steak of those Wagyu steaks in a restaurant. It's pretty crazy. What's up, Nick? How you doing, man? Yeah, you never heard about the hair in the food. And actually, you know what, Magnum? There was one story where someone did try to claim that shit, and it was something that I played it up. And I went out to the owner made me go out to the table, and she was at a table of like 8 people, and you could tell that the 7 other people were totally embarrassed because, generally speaking, the biggest pain in the asses in the restaurants are women. Have you ever seen the movie Waiting? It's absolutely like it says complaints by gender. Remember that in the movie Waiting? And it shows men, and it showed like 4, and it said women, and it had like 4,000 like checks on it. That's exactly what it's like. That's 100% a true story. And she's going on and she's being a real bitch about it, right? And so I stopped her halfway through her talk. I go, I invite you to find a hair on my body that's 16 inches long. And the table laughed because she was trying to get a free meal out of it, right? And then I looked at it and I said, oh, that's weird. Did you notice that it's 16 inches long and it's bright red? And I looked at the girl sitting next to her. I said, did you also notice the person sitting next to you has 16-inch long hair that's bright red? And I walked away and I said, you charge her full price for every goddamn thing. She doesn't walk out of here getting anything for free. So yeah, someone tried to do that. LePedro, how you going? I know, CDB, I have to tell the story again, man. Someone asked, I didn't know. HNS, how you doing? Yeah, nice sunburn. Dude, I am burnt to shit. I was at Canada's Wonderland all day at the amusement park with my son, and it was brutally hot out there. It was, which is crazy. 48 hours ago, it was 9 degrees, okay? Yeah, Dubmobile, anything for a free meal. Yeah, you know what? I was like, not a chance. And she knew she was busted. She knew she was busted. You could literally see the woman sitting next to her. Hey, Bounce Tuna, how you doing? You could literally see the woman next to her with the same hair, and that hair was in her pasta. And I go, are you kidding me? You think we're that stupid? And it stood out like a sore thumb. And I'm just like, no. So I walked away and I went to the owner and the manager. I go, she doesn't get a free anything. She pays full price for everything, and she can get the fuck out. And that's it. I went back to the kitchen, and that was the end of that. But anyways, let me refill my water. And we're going to talk about the big topic tonight, okay? Give me a second. I'm going to take a 2-second break here. Refill my water because I'm sunburnt to shit. Look at the sunburn, by the way. Look. Look at the line. You see the line? Here, check this arm. This arm's even worse. Yeah. That's what you call a proper burn, yeah? Yeah, it's pretty funny. So anyhow, give me 1 second. I'll be about a minute or so. I'm going to go refill my water, and we are going to talk about the new crazy story out there about Xbox Game Pass and its future. All right, we'll talk about that in just a moment when I get back. Right after these messages. ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Yes, I did put aloe vera on it, but my sunburns don't burn. Does that make sense? They don't hurt. Like, I get burnt, but but the thing is, like I was saying earlier, what happens to me is I go from, because I'm like the palest. I mean, you guys saw me last week, and of course you see me every other week. I'm super pale. Okay, as an Italian, it's almost embarrassing how white I am. I mean, it's ridiculous. I'm like as white as a sheet of paper. But when I go out in the sun, I go from white to red to brown within 72 hours. It's the most hilarious thing. Hey, Cerebral Paul's in the chat. Where you been, buddy? Nice to see you. Yeah, so I don't get any pain from this. So what ends up happening is this will turn brown by like tomorrow night or maybe Thursday morning. So it's all good. Yeah. You know. Anyways, I wanted to talk about one thing very briefly before. Creed, you sent another super chat? I didn't see it. Oh, there it is. And Creed comes in. Oh, my goodness. Sorry, Creed. I did not see that, brother. And he sends another €2. Let's go, Creed. Sorry, the chat kind of rolled on me when I took off for a second. Thank you so much, Creed. I appreciate that. Hey, LFL started downloading 007. And Creed says, for €2, thank you so much, Creed. He says, Jim Ryan, Bungie is a better buy than Activision. Oh, my God. Don't start that, Creed. Thank you so much for the $2, the €2 super chat. I appreciate you, man. That's awesome. Oh my God. Yeah, no, don't worry, Deceiver. I got it. I tan very well, JD Spaff. I do. Cook, we're going to talk about that very shortly. He asked in the chat, he goes, do you think Steam will kill the next Xbox? Everyone would just buy on Steam, same problems. We will talk about that very shortly. I just wanted to kind of touch on this very briefly. The state of play. What we're going to do here on the channel, folks, is that next Tuesday is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is going to be the Sony State of Play, and that is, of course, just a mere 48 hours from when I'm going to arrive in Los Angeles. So we will be live. I'm still home, so we're going to do that. So what we're going to do here next Tuesday, we're going to do a little bit different MAGCAST, okay? I'm from the north of Italy, Magnum, yes. My father's from Rome. My mother's from Friuli, which is in the far, far north. So my whole family, like especially my mother's side, they're all blonde hair, blue eyes. When I had hair, it was dirty blonde. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and very, very, very pale skin, right? So, yeah. So what we're going to do next Tuesday, folks, is 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time right here on the channel. We are going to do the live reaction and watch party for the Sony State of Play. PlayStation. There you go. So we're going to be doing that. And then, hey, Cody Ray, how you doing, man? We will debate that shortly, Cody. I don't think they're going to abandon it either. Will it change? Yes. But they will not abandon. Now, here's the thing. So at 5 p.m., we're going to do the live watch party. Now, this is going to be a long-ass watch party, okay, folks? This ain't going to be a short one. It's not going to be like, a 30-minute Nintendo Direct or like a whatever, a regular State of Play that's 30 minutes or 40 minutes. The word is this is going to be a 90-minute show, folks. So this is going to be an hour and a half. Yeah, Geppetto. Geppetto's like, he goes, I figured you were always bald. Yes, when I was born bald, and I guess at some point in my life I'll die bald. What's up, Street? How you doing, buddy? Yes, bets on possible game reveals. Yes, we're going to talk about that. So what we're going to do is 5 p.m., well, probably around 4:30, we're going to be here live half an hour before the show starts. We're going to do the watch party, and by the time we're all done that's going to be 2 hours right there. Okay, so we're already going to be at the 2-hour mark. What we're going to do is instead of doing MAGCAST later that night at 8:45, we are just going to carry on from that show, like the showcase. I'm going to turn it off. We're going to take. Maybe I'll just shift you guys all over to a different scene, and we'll just do this, and we will continue doing MAGCAST right after the Sony State of Play, so it's fresh in our minds, and we will just carry on from there. So probably around 4:30 p.m. Eastern, it'll start. The showcase will end around 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and from 6:30 and on, we will continue with our thoughts, our feelings, our reviews, what we liked, what we didn't like, And we're just going to carry on from there, and we're going to just continue MAGCAST on from there. So by the time 8:45 comes around, we'll probably be done. Okay, so just keep that in mind, folks. I am going to put out an announcement about that, and that's how we're going to do it. So we're going to do the live reaction, the live watch, and then we're going to go directly into MAGCAST without taking we'll take like a 2-second break, and we'll just carry right into MAGCAST right from the same stream and just carry on from there, and we'll just keep going. And then we'll just talk about that. It'll all exclusively be about that. And then what we'll do is the tail end of the show, when we do our community talk like we always do here on the channel, we will talk about our predictions, your predictions, not mine, well, maybe a little bit of mine, of what you think you will see at the Keighley Awards, at the Keighley Summer Games Fest on the Friday, and what you think Xbox is going to be showing on the Sunday. So Tuesday night is going to be a very busy night. Wednesday, I may drop a video in the morning or something like that in regards to what's coming up on the weekend, but after that, I have to go because I have to pack. And I have to head to the airport in the middle of the night between Wednesday and Thursday morning. I have to be there in the middle of the night because my flight is like right away. Like it's like one of the first flights out of the airport. So it's super, super early in the morning. I've got to be. Yeah, it's gonna be a great night, JD. Yeah. So now the Sony State of Play. I want you guys to put in the chat what you guys think you might see there because yes, we will still have Friday Night Live. We will do other streams where we'll be talking live. We can talk about that stuff. However, this is our last MAGCAST until the actual Sony State of Play. What do you think's going to be there? Now, I will tell you what I think is going to be there. I don't have any inside info on any of the stuff. No one has told me shit about the show, about the State of Play. Nothing. I haven't heard a damn word. However, I do have contacts at Insomniac, and they're the ones who told me about a year and a half ago about Venom being developed, which now more people have come forward saying, yes, the game is real. And I'm like, I know it's real because I talked to the people who actually worked on it, but whatever. It's fine that people didn't believe me. That's totally fine. I accept that. I'm not a Jason Schreier. I don't have that kind of reputation. However, that being the case, what I think we're going to see there is, obviously, we're going to see Wolverine. I think, like, again, these are all just speculations. These are just my thoughts. You guys put yours in the chat. Phantom Blade Zero, I think, will make a brief appearance there. I also think that we're going to be getting Forza Horizon 6 trailer. I think you're going to get an accolades trailer, you know, when they show like, reviews like 10 out of 10, 9 out of 10, 10 out of 10, best racer of all time, this and that. And then they're going to give a release date for the PS5 version of Forza Horizon 6. I think that that's something they're going to do. I also think that you're going to hear a little something about, I know there's been a lot of rumblings about Infamous. I think that Infamous may have an appearance there. It may not be shown, but it may be teased. I also think that Crab Pop Barbecue, he goes, you don't want a Schreier reputation. Now, fair enough as well. But, I mean, in all fairness to him, he does get a lot of shit right. Yeah. No, I don't want his reputation as a person. I know a lot of people don't like him. I think, you know what, JD Spaff, I think they'll do it, man. I think that they'll give an announcement date for that. Josh Crom in the chat saying God of War, yes. I think that God of War is going to make an appearance there. Now, I think there could be possibly two. Colin Prime, how you doing, buddy? We chit-chatted a little earlier today. I think we can get two announcements on God of War. I think that they're going to give a teaser for the Faye game. The Faye game, you know, the one about Kratos' wife, which I'm very much looking forward to. I really want to see her story. By the way, if anybody doesn't know who Faye is, being Kratos' wife in the game series, but she has an integral part in Norse mythology. So she's a huge figure in the... So before anybody says, oh, it's woke shit and this and that, listen, man, there's a difference between woke shit and the fact that Faye was actually a integral part of Norse mythology, and she was actually like a defender of the 9 realms for a very, very long time. Well, for centuries or whatever else, right? So that's going to be a very... I think they're going to tease that. I also think that we're going to see more about the God of War trilogy remake. Yeah, Faye. Yeah, Doublemobile. Yeah, you know what I mean. I think that you're going to see that God of War trilogy remake that they were talking about. They may show a little bit more on that. So that's going to be something. Let's see what the chat is saying. Emperor Hound is thinking a Spiral from what he heard. Yeah, maybe. KOTOR remake. Hey, Meat Puppet, how you doing, buddy? KOTOR remake, maybe. That kind of disappeared off the face of the earth for a while. Faye Dunaway. Hey, Muhammad, how's it going, man? So, Final Fantasy VII. Someone else actually mentioned that. Oh, it was Vince. Vince Virtua said in the chat. Final Fantasy VII Part 3. I think that will be a reveal as well. Now, the other thing is, we have to remember, not only is this thing 90 minutes long, which is basically a showcase. It's not a state of play, guys. This is not a state of play. This is a showcase, okay? This is an E3 style showcase. They also rented out movie theaters. They also invited people of the community. For example, Paris. You all know Paris, right? Paris was invited to an in-person event to go watch the thing. You're not inviting people out to go do that stuff if they're going to show Horizon Hunters Gathering. Okay? You ain't doing that. You're out there and you're going to be showing it. Yeah, 90 minutes, bro. It's going to be a huge showcase. So the fact that, like I said, they're renting out movie theaters. You've got prominent video game influencers out there in the world and figures. Like I said, like Paris is one of them. There are others. He's not the only one. There's all kinds of other people that have been invited out there for like these in-person viewing events. You're not doing that for Concord 2. You're not doing that for Fair Games. You're not doing that for 4-Loop. You're not doing that for Horizons Hunters Gathering. You have some major shit to show, and I think that they're going to do that. Now, the other thing is, Sony, as I was telling Colt, was this week? Yeah, I think it was this week. And I was saying, I feel like Sony was trying to get all their bad news out of the way first and say, oh, shit, okay, guys, we got to raise the price of the consoles. Everybody's going to hate us. We got to raise the price of PS Plus. People are going to fucking hate us. We're going to cancel this. Destiny's kind of Destiny's been announced to be finished. Marathon's not doing well. Let's get all that information out there now, and then we're going to blow everybody's dicks off with this showcase. And that's exactly what they do. They all do that. All the companies do that. Microsoft does the same shit. Except the last management, Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond, what they love to do was do the opposite. They would give good news and then immediately tell you some shitty news to fuck it all up. So they did the direct opposite. But I don't think they're gonna do that this time with Asha. She ain't gonna be doing that. So I don't think she's gonna be doing that. So yeah, anyways. That's what they were doing. Get all that bad news out of the way, and then they're going to start doing that. Now, the big one, as everybody is talking about right now, is GTA 6. By the way, sorry, there's one other thing. I'll get to the GTA 6 thing in just a moment. There's one other thing. I did hear something. Sorry, I did hear one thing, and it's pretty substantial. I think it's so far out, and I'm not allowed to talk about it just yet because it could get some people in a lot of trouble. Hey, Lotus is Spree's in the house. Let's go. How you doing, Lotus? Here's the thing. This thing is far out, and I was told very specifically not to talk about it. However, they are working on a game that, I'll just tell you this. It's a game that's not being made by an in-house Sony studio, but it's going to be a Sony exclusive, and all I'm going to tell you is that it's a very, very big IP. And what I mean by that is that it's something made by a third-party studio. It's a property of Disney, and that's all I'm going to say. And it's a very big IP, and it's going to be an exclusive to PlayStation for PlayStation 6. So I don't think we're even going to see anything about that. It's in the very early stages, but I was very specifically told not to talk about it. So I hinted at it, but I did not talk about it because he told me the title. And I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, is this for... And he goes, yeah, it's for real. And I'm like, holy crap, that's pretty serious. Now, this is the same guy, by the way, and I've said this a million times before, who's told me stuff 2 years in advance that have all happened. And, of course, everybody forgets. By the time it happens, because I say something, I get shit on for saying it. Oh, you're full of shit, Mag. And then 2 years later it happens, I go, hi, am I going to get any... I don't need flowers. Can I just get an apology? That's it. I don't need flowers. I don't need people throwing ticker tape parades. Just say, sorry, man, we didn't mean to tell you that we wanted you to get incurable herpes. And I'm like, well, it's fine. Just say sorry. Yes, CDB, it is a Sony paid game for exclusivity. Romeo, I will not confirm or deny what you just wrote in the chat. That's all I'm going to say. So, let's move on from there. Grumpy Old Fart, I will not confirm or deny what you just said in the chat there. Not that specific, but no. Magnum, you're saying it's 60 minutes? Even Colt heard that it was going to be well over 60 into almost 90 minutes. He heard the same thing. I didn't pull out of my ass. The only thing I pull... Never mind. I won't tell you. If you want to find out what I pull out of my ass, you have to sign up to my OnlyFans. There you go. Then you can find out all about it. That's right.
But the cream will rise to the top. Oh, yeah.
That's right, Macho Man. You tell him. Shh. Romeo, be quiet. I said I will not confirm nor deny that. So anyhow, GTA 6. Here's the thing. It was supposed to be last week. It was supposed to be today. Nougats, right? Now people are saying, oh, it's not going to start, marketing's not going to start till July. And I'm like, I don't think so. Again, this is just a guess. Okay, I have no information about this. But what do you guys think? Creed Blaster, I do not have a hairy ass. I literally have no hair in my whole body. Should I show you my legs? I have no hair in my whole body. That's another weird thing about being Northern Italian. I literally have not one hair on my body. It's weird. Like nothing. Stoned Rambo saying the Tomb Raider trilogy remastered. Free on Epic Game Store. Go, go, go. Go get that right now. Hal, we're going to figure that out. We're going to figure that out this week. Tomorrow is 007. And then Thursday and Friday, we will figure out what day you guys want to do a Forza stream, or maybe on the weekend. I can't do it on the weekend. I got a concert on the weekend. And so I'm going to be out of town for that. What do you guys think? Now tell me, say, Mag, you're completely out of line, or Mag, maybe, I believe you, or no. What do you guys think about this? Do you think they show something of GTA 6 at the Sony show? I'm just asking. I'm not saying I have any info. I have no info on that. Nothing whatsoever. The fact that they haven't shown anything yet, they have the marketing rights with Sony. Sony's putting on a huge production about this whole bloody showcase, state of play, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And now I'm starting to think to myself, do you think, Neil Gushwell, how you doing, man? Chopper Eric's in the house. Do you guys think there's a possibility that GTA 6 shows up at this thing? I mean, you're sending Paris over there. Paris, I know you're in the chat. Paris listens to the show. Cyber Gunter says no. Sam says no. But I'm got a yes, 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 yes. I got a maybe, a yes, yes, yes. Wow, there's a lot of yeses in there, folks. Oh my God, Cyber Gunter, for real? He says Resident Evil Requiem has a demo available now. Guys, if you haven't bought Resident Evil Requiem, go play. Okay, Cyber Gunter, please do me a favor. Put in the chat where it is, where the demo is. It's Xbox, PlayStation, Switch 2, PC. Let me know where it is. Let me know. I'm getting a lot of yeses, man. No, so Maverick, Xbox is allowed to market on social media, Twitter, Facebook, all that kind of stuff. They can do that on their own page, obviously, in their store front, right? On the Xbox storefront, anything like that. They can advertise there. But what marketing rights means is there's a difference, Maverick, between marketing rights and marketing. I know it sounds crazy, but like commercials, trailers, bundles, all that shit is Sony. So when you're going to see, and also TV commercials, trailers at the movie theater, YouTube trailers, YouTube commercials before videos, like if you don't have YouTube Premium, all that stuff will be, it'll all say this.
PlayStation.
That's what they're going to get. So that's the differentiating thing. Like for example, Maverick, when Xbox showed the the wish list thing on Twitter the other day and had like 35 or 37 million people, they're allowed to do all of that. Hey, Chi-Chi, what's going on? Hey!
No, gringue.
There you go. Chichi, that was for you, buddy. So yeah, Maverick, that's... Sorry, I had to go off on a tangent there for a second. Yeah, billboards, all that kind of shit. So like, if you tune into like, I don't know, one of my mag video, okay, like in 2 months from now, and they have GTA trailers or like commercials ahead of it, you know, pre-order now, whatever, it'll all be...
PlayStation.
Okay, so all the things that you'll see on, like I said, YouTube, the movie theater, TV, sports events, you're watching a ball game, they're going to do a GTA commercial, you know, brought to you by, you know, GTA 6, whatever. Those will all be marketed by Sony. That's how that operates. But, again, Xbox is allowed to promote on obviously all social medias, Facebook, Twitter, all that jazz. Blue Sky, assuming that there's people over there. Truth Social, I don't even know.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Yeah. I know, Chichi. It's been a long time. I put all kinds of festive music just for you. So anyways, yeah. But, like, Microsoft will be allowed to do all that. And they just did the other day, right? With Twitter, with a wish list here. And, like, you know, get that ball. They're 100% allowed to do that. But all the actual, like media, not social media, but actual like a media marketing is all Sony, and bundling of hardware and stuff like that. That's those are Sony rights. They secured those rights in 2024, which of course I talked about. So yeah. So there it is. Anyways, folks. So I'm seeing a lot of people saying that they think that there's something might be there. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be there. I'm just saying it's kind of suspicious that for weeks and weeks and weeks we keep saying, oh, where's this trailer? Where's this trailer? Where's this trailer? Where's this trailer? And then all of a sudden, you know, Sony's about to do this big thing right before the Games Fest and the Xbox showcase. I'm starting to think, shit, it might happen. Could be completely wrong. I have nobody confirming that for me, saying, yeah, it's going to be there. No one's saying that to me. And no one's saying shit over at Rockstar right now because, you know, anybody starts spilling information now,
You're fired.
not only are you going to get fired, you're going to get fucking, you're going to go to jail. What's up, Expert? How you doing, man? He goes, evening, fellow Torontonians. How you doing, buddy? Looking forward to joining the fort tonight. Yes, Expert, you got to get your ass in there, buddy. Hey, we got Mav in the house, ladies and gentlemen. We got Fun Speculation. Go check him out. You got to go check him out.
Rise to the top, oh yeah.
Yes. There you go, Fun Speculation. Sub Maggots, that's right. We got to Mav. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, this Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be on Mav's show and, of course, Fun Speculation. Mav, put in a link to your YouTube channel in the chat. Go ahead and do that. I'm always there to promote everybody else there. Expert, I was at Canada's Wonderland today, buddy, and I got burnt to shit. Look at my arms. Look at this. Wait. Look. Da-da-da! Look at this. Look at that farmer's tan, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, it was hilarious, man. Anyways, yes, Expert, you're right. Smart of Asha to get in front of that. Yeah. So, like, if you have the rights to do that, and if, like I said, Xbox doesn't have the media marketing rights, but you have social media marketing rights, and of course your own, like I said, your own web, your own web page, your own storefronts, Xbox storefronts, Windows storefronts. They're allowed to market like hell over there. They can do whatever they want there. You know what I'm saying? So they could do all that stuff. Anyways, back to what I was saying. This Thursday night, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Mav's channel, Fun Speculation. I'm going to be a guest on the show this Thursday night, and I won't be there alone, folks. There will be some special guests, which you'll just have to wait to find out who they could possibly be.
But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
That's right. There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Aero Nation, thank you very much, Aero Nation. The man is a beast as an administrator for not only this channel, but he's as a mod for this channel, but he's an administrator for my members only Discord. Aero Nation is on top of shit, and if you go look at there, ladies and gentlemen, fuck. I was supposed to say fuck. No, I wasn't going to say fuck speculation. I was trying to say fun speculation, but I said it too fast. Ladies and gentlemen, Fun Speculation's link to his YouTube channel is right there. Go sub to the man and go check him out, man. From now on, Mav's channel will be known henceforth as Fuck Speculation. It has been spoken.
You fucking words don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
It is unavoidable. It is your destiny.
That's right.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker!
There it is. Anyways, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on his channel this Thursday. I will be on, and there will be special guests kind of dropping in and out. Who's it going to be? I know who some of them are going to be, but I'm not going to tell you. You know why? Because you got to tune in, and it's going to be awesome. So I expect to look in that chat, and I expect to see some maggots out there, okay? I want to see maggots out there. I want to see what's going on. It'll be a lot of fun. Street, don't start that. Don't start that. Seamus, hey, Talos Ray's in the house as well. Seamus, did I say hi to you yet? I'm not even sure, but how you doing, Seamus? And we got, oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, he's here. I can't believe it, he's here. I've been waiting for 2 hours for this guy to show up, but he has finally arrived. Father Alex, the man of the cloth, yes, he's a real priest, ladies and gentlemen, has graced us with his presence. Father Alex, come down from the heavens above to spread forth the good word of the Lord and video games. To Father Alex. Father Alex is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody say hi to Father Alex. And if you have any sins to confess, do so behind closed doors. Don't put it in the chat, okay? Father Alex is here, and he says, a member for 8 months is a magnificent maggot. Thank you so much, Father Alex. And he says, 007 Early Access was only available on PS5, no PC. What the frig? What about Xbox, Father Alex? Was it on Xbox? Dead Time has said it worked on his Legion Go. Neil Gushwa in a little bit, yeah. As soon as we get into that, we're gonna tie up the show with a little something. So, anyways, we're gonna talk about. Thank you so much, Father Alex. Appreciate you, brother. No, not Banana Man, not Expert. No, Expert. No, Burke. It's not Banana Man. Banana Man is doing his own thing. I already threatened Banana Man when I was wearing my Bane mask the other day. You guys remember? I don't know if you guys saw that when I did my Lego Batman stream. I was wearing that Bane mask. Let me tell you something. I couldn't breathe in that friggin' thing. I thought I was gonna die. It was ridiculous, and I was sweating. And the funny thing is, it's not even a big mask. Like, it's not like a full mask. It's just like pieces of a mask with, of course, the mouthpiece, and all that kind of stuff. And I was sweating in that thing, and I was dying. And I'm playing Lego Batman. I'm like, guys, I can't wear this mask anymore. It was a funny mask, though. Hold on, I got it right here. Hold on. I'm going to put it on for a second. Seeing that you brought up Banana Man, I have to talk about it. Yes! Did somebody bring up Banana Man to me? Just remember something, Banana Man. For I am the keeper of the League of Shadows. I am going to pull off his pepperoni nipples. I am going to destroy his banana suit. I wasn't sure what was going to break first, Alex. Your mind or your banana body? That's right, Alex. I will battle you. Yes, I color my beard as well, but that's besides the point. I'm going to make fun of you coloring your beard. One day it's gray, and the other day it's black. It sounds like it's your destiny. Anyways, I'm wearing this mask, right? And I'm trying to play this fucking game, and I can't breathe, right? So I'm trying to talk to the chat, and I'm sitting there going, yes, oh, Batman, I see, yes. So I'm doing this whole Batman thing or whatever, and I'm, like, just drenched in sweat. And I'm like, am I going to die wearing this mask? I'm like, unlikely. But anyways, it's an awesome mask, but my God. It's hard to breathe with a giant crab on your face. Okay, folks? Ah. Oh, Jesus Christ. There we go. It looks strange on you. How can it look strange on me? I'm bald and I got muscles. Geppetto, I think Mag's sunburn got to his head. Oh my God. Yeah, I just bust Alex's balls. We don't really talk that much. I mean, once in a while we bump into each other on a show or something like that, but we don't really talk that much. K-Rock, how you doing, man? It's nice to see you, brother. I wanted you to keep it on. Dude, I can't breathe in that thing. Yeah, but I bust his balls as often as I can. But that's, I'm Italian. He's Greek. What? Like I'm not gonna make fun of him nonstop? That's how it is, man. Those are vendettas that go back for centuries. I have to continue carrying that on. Chavo, we're gonna definitely get into that in a minute. But first, I want to talk about one other thing. I know we're kind of getting a little off topic here, but we were talking about the Sony State of Play. We talked about GTA 6, all that kind of stuff. We saw what you guys speculated, what you think you might see. Oh, we got Dallas LeBeau.
That's right. Dallas LeBeau is in the chat.
What's up, Dallas? How you doing, man? You didn't miss shit. You just, hey, Noisy Mofo, how you doing, buddy? And 78 Inc. is in the house. Let's go. I was born in the dark. You merely adopted your banana suit. Yes, I always do that. When I put the thing on, I said I start. Now, the reason why that came up is because I was doing my my makeup stream because I couldn't do the Friday. I had to skip Friday Night Live because I actually had guests over at my house, which I forgot all about. And I forgot they were coming. And then I was like, oh, shit, I can't do Friday Night Live. So I put out an announcement. I go, guys, Friday Night Live is now going to be Saturday. Now, the reason why I was making fun of Alex is because I went on at the same time as Alex did, and I totally forgot that he was on live. I'm like, oh, shit. I'm like, I didn't want to step on his toes or nothing. But, I mean, he's got 115,000 subs. I'm not stepping on his toes. But either way, I just thought it was funny. So I put on the Bane mask, and I started making fun of him and shit. And I thought it was funny. We had a good time, you know. Mag wears that the mask for the misses, yeah. Okay, so anyways, we got to talk about this other thing here. It's a pretty important thing to talk about, and this will dive right into the community talk. We'll talk about it after. However, we've been hearing some stuff and things and stuff, as earlier pointed out in one of these super chats earlier tonight, which of course I'm going to pull up right now. Where the hell is it? Where the hell is it? Hold on. Oh, there it is. No, that's not that. Oh, there it is. It's Kung Fu Hot Dog. Sorry. Thank you, Kung Fu Hot Dog. Sorry. I said I was going to circle around and... yeah, Magnum, I had to do a makeup stream because I had to skip Friday Night Live. I was set to do the show, and then right before Friday Night Live was like a couple of hours before Friday Night Live, my wife's like, everybody's coming to the house, right? And I'm like, what? Strat, what's up, man? How you doing, man? So I forgot they were coming over, so I had to put out a post. I'm like, guys, I can't do Friday Night Live. I'm sorry. I'll do the makeup stream on Saturday. So I did the Lego Batman stream on Saturday, and then we did the Forza community thing on Sunday, which I never stream on Sunday, but I'm like, let's do it anyway. So I did that, but I generally don't do Sundays because Sundays I'm busy with family and stuff like that or whatever. So anyways, Kung Fu Hot Dog talked about how... there was some word out there. I don't know how like accurate it is, but they're saying that the coalition may opt out of Game Pass. Not going to happen this year. I can assure you that. They've already dropped Call of Duty, but they did so with a ton of time, right? So what I'm getting at here is that when Asha first talked about it, and she brought up the whole thing about, Call of Duty no longer being Game Pass, drop the price, whatever else. That came with a hell of a lot of, warning, okay? So I can't see them going into, let's say, the summer game or the Xbox showcase and then going into a separate showcase after for Gears of War and saying, oh, and by the way, it's not in Game Pass. Like, can you imagine that? Like, literally, there would be people throwing Molotov cocktails, at the Xbox Fan Fest. Like, you know what I mean? It would be a complete fiasco. Never going to happen. I can tell you that right now. That will never happen. Now, what could happen is that in the future, like, let's say their next game in 5 years from now, or maybe 3 years from now, they'll probably do it. Well, maybe like 2 years from now, they might do an expansion, kind of like they did with Hivebusters. I can absolutely see them saying, moving forward, they won't say it now, maybe a year from now, like, or whatever, saying, the big ticket games will no longer be day one in Game Pass. Now, this may be very unpopular for a lot of people, but I'm telling you, it's a possibility. He's Cuban? Alex is Cuban? I thought he was Greek. Well, that fucks everything up. I got to message Alex now. I got to find out. I'm like, dude, are you Cuban or Greek? I said, now I'm all thrown off. Because then I have to come up with a whole new set of jokes. I thought he was Greek. Ugh. Back to the drawing board, Mag. Anyhow. Hey, KLZ, how you doing, buddy? So here's the thing. I could see a future. Now, Colt and I were talking about it. I saw Gaz, he put up a funny picture of, like, Game Pass in the trunk of a car, and there was two gangsters shooting bullets into it, like kind of like, like the beginning of Goodfellas, and they were shooting the body in the trunk, and the faces were changed to Matt Booty and Asha, right? And they were shooting the body in the trunk, and it said Game Pass on it. Okay, I don't think Game Pass is going to go away. I'll just tell you guys that right now. It ain't going anywhere, but I think there will be some pretty heavy changes to it. Now, we talked about the exclusivity thing last week. We could talk about it in community talk a little bit later on in the show tonight. We want to talk about that. That's fine. We can do that. We'll get back to the exclusivity thing because it ties into this, right? It ties into this whole situation. I could absolutely see them changing the Game Pass formula. One thing I cannot see them doing is saying, well, we're gonna, if you want day one, whatever, day and date with all our big ticket, titles and all that shit, we're gonna have to offer a more expensive thing. They just went through that with Phil Spencer and Sarah Bond by raising it to $30, whatever, right? They've already been through that, so you can't go back to that. You can't go back to that. You cannot do that. You can't lower it $7, take out Call of Duty, and then jack it back up and say, by the way, we're putting the games back in, but you're going to have to pay that $30 again. It'd be like, we're just going in fucking circles. Right? So that's not going to happen. I'll tell you that right now. Asha's not stupid. That shit ain't going to happen. Okay? So you wipe that right from your mind. It's not going to happen. What I could see happening is keeping it at around the same price, maybe reducing it to $19.99. Maybe. I'm just saying maybe. I'm not saying this is a fact, and I'm not saying that this is correct. I may be 100% wrong here. But I could see them saying, but if you want your Halo, your Gears, your Forza, whatever, big ticket items, we're selling those games. If you want them in Game Pass, you get them a year later, like PlayStation Plus does. You see how PlayStation Plus does it? If you go to PlayStation Plus right now, almost every, up until Ghost of Yotei or whatever, but up to now, every first party title that had come out earlier this generation are all on PlayStation Plus now. So if you were to get a PlayStation Now, or even just a Portal, let's say a PlayStation Portal, you don't want to buy a PlayStation 5 or a Pro, you could buy a Portal for $1.99 or whatever it is now, $2.25. I think they raised it to $2.25. You could buy that for $2.25, and you could play almost all their first-party games that came out this generation. Horizon Forbidden West, and your Astrobots, and this and that, or whatever, right? You could buy Last of Us 1 and 2 remakes, and Ghost of Tsushima Director's Cut, all that shit, right? Days Gone. You could play all these games. Spider-Man 1, Spider-Man 2, Miles Morales. They're all there. Okay? So the thing is, I could see them adopting that and saying, not now. And maybe not the expansion. Well, you know what? I bet you an expansion they would. They say, no, expansion's not in Game Pass. You got to buy it $25 or whatever, $39.99. We're doing a big expansion like Hivebusters. I could see Xbox doing that, trying to promote the sales over Game Pass, because Game Pass numbers have gone down under 30 million since the last town hall meeting. I did hear about. I wasn't at the town hall meeting. Obviously, I don't work there. But the people who did told me that they did say the Game Pass numbers internally, and they went under 30 million. Since the price hike of when it went up to 30 million, their last internals were in the 20s, like 20-something million, right? Not low 20s, but like mid to high 20s. So it went under 30 million. So now the thing is, at that point, you're no longer, instead of going up, which of course I read, by the way, the ABK transcripts from the trial, I have them. I read them. Their projections at this point in time was supposed to be 60 to 65 million. Now they're under 30. So, that being the case, there are decisions that are going to get made. And I think that those big ticket items are going to be like, listen, you want them, you got to buy them. If you want them in Game Pass, you will get them. You're not being denied that, but you're going to wait. Not 90 days, not 6 months. Make them wait a year, just like Call of Duty. They did it with Call of Duty. So the thing is, they've already done it with one game right in front of your face. Why wouldn't they do it with other big ticket games? But this year, they're locked in. They're fucked. They can't change that, right? They can't change that. What are they going to do now? They're going to just reverse everything that they just... No, they can't. They're not going to do any of that. It's just like the Gears of War thing. Like everybody, you know, I don't know, some clown on Twitter was talking shit to me today. I didn't even answer the fucking guy. I answered someone else who I follow and follows me and listens to the show, and he's an awesome dude. He's a nice guy, and I answered him. I said, yes, Gears of War, because he tagged, or I think it was like some conversation with Tim Dog or whatever. He tagged me in it, and all I said was this. I wasn't even talking directly to Tim Dog. Tim Dog and I are friends. We've never had a problem with each other. And I said, no. I said, Gears of War is still coming to PlayStation. I said, but it may be delayed, and I already told you guys the reason why is because they were having some issues with the optimization of the Series S, something like that, and as a result, it delayed the PS5 version a little bit. So it wasn't like a Xbox is back reason why they delayed Gears of War. It was because of an optimization. They wanted to make sure the optimization for the Xbox Series consoles was the best it could be so that it could look the best, play the best, and be the best that they could get on that hardware. So they did that, and as a result, it pushed back the PlayStation 5 development. So it'll be coming out a little bit later down the road, very similar to Forza. However, that's not guaranteed. That's the latest I heard. Okay? So there's that. And that comes from Microsoft internal. So anyway, the point is this. They're going to want to sell these games, and they're going to have to promote it. And you know, Colt and I talked about this last night. If you look at the situation, look at Forza. When you get a game of top quality, like Forza Horizon 6, it's sold like a motherfucker. It sold 2.1 million copies on the Xbox with Game Pass. That doesn't include the early access, by the way. That's just the copies of the game plus the early access stuff. That doesn't include engagement on Game Pass. On Steam, it was estimated by Alinea there, whatever the hell they're called, that Steam actually sold more than Xbox. 2.8 million copies were sold on Steam. So therefore, when you have a banger like Forza Horizon 6, then there is justification to say we can sell this game and release it on Game Pass down the road. Because even Reese Elliott there, the market analyst for Alinea, said exactly the same thing. He said that the sales could have been significantly higher if Game Pass wasn't a factor for day one, right? And you don't think they look at that? He's the lead marketing analyst for Alinea. I know that may not mean a lot for a lot of people, but he's still a prominent figure in the gaming and business community. Therefore, he does know what he's talking about. And as it stands now, they were at 4.9. I'm sure it's over 5 now. But just the other day, it was 4.9 million sales of Forza Horizon 6 without Game Pass. That should have been 7 or 8 or 9 by then. Then you throw in PlayStation, another 4 or 5 mil off the rip right there because they sold. And don't think that that's out of the realm of possibility. Forza Horizon 5 sold 5 million copies, and that was a 5-year-old game. Now you're climbing into the double digits, 13, 14, 15 million copies. Maybe by the end of it, 20 million. If it's, you know what I mean? They can do it. And I think they might. I'm not saying they will. I think they might. But here's the challenge, folks. The challenge is this. How do you consistently make a Forza Horizon 6? That is the key to everything. We talked about it last night. Italian Gangster, when's the next Forza 6 community run? Sometime... Well, I can't do it... I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Because tomorrow's 007 day. It might be Friday, Italian Gangster, because I'm RPG's in the house. How you doing, man? It might be Friday because I'm leaving it up to you guys. You guys can vote. So here's the thing. How do you make a consistent number of Forza Horizon 6 style games. And I don't mean racing games. I mean style of games in terms of its grandeur. Right? Its Metacritic, its the general consensus, the social zeitgeist that comes with Forza Horizon. Forza specifically, but let's say Forza Horizon specifically, right? People everywhere want to play it. And that's something I was trying to, Colt and I were talking about last night, and that's what I was trying to get to, is that Xbox needs to make a consistent amount of games, not just this year. It has to be, 2026, they got to slam dunk this year, okay? They got this. Forza, Halo in the summer, remake of a remaster, but that's fine. It's still going to be a banger. Gears of War, Fable, Call of Duty, Modern Warfare 4. They got this year on lock, okay? And they're going to do incredibly well. And I think even without let's just say Game Pass didn't exist, they'd have a banger of a year. It's not this year they got to worry about. It's 2027. They have to make sure that those games are games that every last gamer wants to play. Even if they don't play it, or even if they don't buy it, or, not every game is for every gamer. We know that. But it has to still be in the conversation with everybody. And if you go look at social media right now and YouTube and every other whatever, of course people's talking about Lego Batman and 007, whatever else. But what are a lot of people talking about? Forza Horizon 6. What is all the positive buzz around Forza Horizon 6? People are, I have not seen a single person shit on this game yet. From any community, Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, PC guys, nobody. I have never seen anybody shit all over. I'm sure there is somebody out there, but that game is almost bulletproof. So the thing is, Xbox has to consistently, and the reason why they do it consistently is because they have been fucking up for many years. If you're not willing to believe that, well, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Then you're not paying attention. Their lack of consistency is what got them in this position. I said it last night. You can't win two ball games and then lose 10, and then win another 2 and lose another 8 and think you're ahead. No, you're 4-18. So in order to get back over to 500, so to speak, you need another 14 bangers in a row to get back to 18-18. And now you're on a level playing field. Sounds extreme? Sure. But that's how much you fucked up. 2022 and 2023, when you had nothing but Pentiment and whatever else. I don't want to get into all that bullshit. Halo delayed a whole year, then came out, died in the first 3 weeks. You know what I mean? Like they messed up so bad that it's going to take 10 times the effort that the other companies are going to have to do. When they fuck up, like if Sony fucks up, it's like a flea on an elephant's ass. They just go like this. They just brush it off and they keep going because it's Sony. They've shown that they can do 30 plus years of consistent quality. They don't have to. They have to worry. Obviously, they don't want to lose money. I get all that, but they can just flick a flea off of them like that and just still be the cock of the walk. Even with the Bungie losses and everything else and all the other bullshit going on over there, they were still up 12% in profit, even after all those losses. Imagine what if they didn't have those losses. They would have been in the stratosphere. And, of course, with them raising the hardware like a bunch of idiots, and then their hardware sales dropped 46% year over year, right, on the quarter. Stupid move. But either way, that's a whole other story. Nintendo, same thing. Nintendo fucked up an entire generation with the Wii U and still came out on top with the Switch and destroyed everybody. It was like a gnat on a rhinoceros's ass. They just went like this. Wii U, bye. And then literally just took over the world a year later. But because Microsoft has had that lack of consistent quality, they've had quality, just not consistent quality. They have to work 10 times harder to win back that social zeitgeist and that positivity. Asha has been doing a great job on a social level, right? The social media stuff, the reaching out to the Xbox community, fantastic work, right? Great work. I really enjoy what she's doing. I like what she's doing there. right? She's getting people to vote on stuff. You feel like you're involved in the community. Is it going to be Xbox or Xbox? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you know, the all the capitals, you know, all that stuff. Fixing the achievements, badges. We don't need no stinking badges. You know what I mean? Badges and all that kind of stuff, and the medals and everything else for the achievements, overhauls. You know what I mean? Positive, 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 positive. So, like, the front-facing part of the company, fantastic job. So you nail that down. No one can really talk shit about it. Has anybody, like, I mean, you could talk shit about it if you want, but I'm just saying a lot of that other stuff are positive things. You know, changing the logo. I know some people, like, creamed their pants over it.
Do not come. Do not come.
You know what I mean? But, like,
I'm gonna come.
some people, like, you know, creamed in their pants where they're like, oh, new intro. Ah! And I'm like, it's the same fucking thing. It's just a slight change in the sound, and, of course, the logo's different. That's awesome. But it worked, didn't it? People got excited. They liked it. Oh, that's fresh and new. That's great. I'm happy for all those things. Those are positive things. Now you got to focus on the software. This year, you got it unlocked. So therefore, when you start releasing stuff at 27, you got a whole year in advance from now until like, you know, the spring of 2027, where you have to make sure that those games are games that everybody wants to play. And even if they don't want to play it, they'll be talking about it in a positive way. Not everybody wanted to play God of War in 2018, but every fucking gamer on earth was talking about it. Good or ill, they were all talking about it. Jealousy or just like whatever. Or just happiness because they loved it. That's what they need to do. And it can't just be 2026 and then you just piss away 27. No, 27's got to be just as big of a banger year for Xbox as 26. And then 28 has to be just as big of a banger year as 27 and 26. And on and on and on. And then you can reform your the public opinion of, man, these guys got their shit together. Xbox really fucking turned that thing around. They're like, you wouldn't question their quality anymore because they have produced banger after banger after banger after banger after banger. That is her job, and that's going to be the toughest job, Matt Booty's too, of making sure that happens. You cannot release games that people played an hour and 45 minutes on Gamepass and then turned it off and never went back to it. I told you guys the story. Go check the achievements. It's sad. People on Gamepass were playing these games that people were talking about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes based on the achievements. And of course, you know, an AI program went in there and did all these estimates of like how long people were playing in those games. You can't do that. You can't have that. Because if that game grabs you by the balls and right away and you're like, holy shit, I can't stop playing this game. Some people do, but it's not enough. Right? Mr. Boomstick, my buddy. We were talking, you know, he's a huge fan of Avowed. The guy put in like, I don't know, 250 hours or some shit. Is a crazy amount of hours, but he loves that game. And there is a community of people who love that game, but is it everybody? No, it's not big enough. They got to think bigger. They got to think pop culture. They got to think, you know, like, why do you think Sony gets all these pop culture games, and even not just the games, even the marketing deals for pop culture IP? Hogwarts Legacy. Harry Potter is the Star Wars of Gen Z. Not Gen Z, excuse me, the millennials. Harry Potter is the Star Wars for millennials. It is the biggest IP on the planet right now. And it has been for decades, right? Sony swoops right in there and steals all the marketing deals. Not steals, they bought it. Marketing deals, they worked it all out. There was even like PlayStation only missions for Hogwarts Legacy. Hogwarts Legacy dominated on the PlayStation. Harry Potter's a huge IP. Star Wars is a huge IP. Marvel. I know that Xbox has Marvel's Blade coming out next year. I know somebody who played a build of it, by the way. So, like, you know what I mean? They got that coming out. Then you got to market the shit out of that. Make commercials with, what's his face there? With Wesley Snipes as Old Man Blade. Do something. Do something. You got to do something big with that, right? Sony's got Spider-Man. They own Spider-Man, right? Those are big names. Wolverine's a big name. Deadpool and Wolverine was the biggest superhero movie we've seen this since Endgame. I know the Spider-Man movies all did over $1 billion plus, right? They did all incredibly well. But Deadpool and Wolverine crossed $2 billion. That's a big title. Swooped right the fuck in there and took it. That's the kind of shit that they need to be doing. Now, I'm not saying they have to make Wolverine games. They have to make Harry Potter games. I'm just saying you have to grab that. You have to grab that pop culture that everybody talks about or something. You know what I mean? You can't make obscure stuff that people don't know and they won't touch. It doesn't work. It doesn't work anymore. You can make that stuff and you can continue to make that stuff. But you know what I mean? Always. Innovation, indies, double A's, whatever. You have to keep making that stuff because that's where the creativity comes from that turns a single A to a double A to a triple A studio. That's how those things work, right? So that's what they need to do. So that's why, rounding back out to this conversation before we close off this conversation, is that I really feel I can't tell you what he said about Blade. Yeah, Magnum, 100% right. When Phil said great games don't sell consoles, they absolutely do. They absolutely do sell consoles. That was an insane statement. That was probably the most insane statement I've ever heard in my entire life. When he said that, I was like, oh my God, dude, what are you saying? Fact check him. Fact check what? Pat Smith, how you doing? Hey, Christopher, how you doing, man? So anyways, the point is, I could see a future where they're going to take those big tentpole titles out of Game Pass day one, and you'll be forced to buy them, which is fine. As for exclusivity, I know we've talked about that in circles, over and over and over and over and over. But I mean, it's still still a hotly debated topic. I don't think there's anything to debate. You're just gonna have to wait and see how the sales go. But as you can already see already, you will not get exclusives. Oh, Deadpool Wolverine, $2 billion? I don't know. Dude, you could just go to the fucking internet. Deadpool Wolverine box office. Oh, fuck me. I was wrong. 1.4 billion. My bad. I thought it was 2 billion. Hold on a second. I think that was domestic. Why do they break it up like that? Why do you have to fuck around? Shit, I was wrong. I thought it was 2 billion. Yeah, Taylor Swift, I did talk about that. Hold on, let's see. 533 gross. Oh no, that was the budget. What about international? Why won't it show it? Oops. The only one that did what was Avatar and Star Wars Episode 7. Deadpool, Wolverine, box office total. It's just saying in the United States, $1.38 billion. Oh, total. Here we go. Nope, that's a video. We're not going to watch that. Holy shit. That movie opened. Get this, guys. That movie. Oh, no, Pat, you're right. 1.4 million. They made $438 million on the opening weekend. Holy crap. Oops, I read that wrong. It's $211 million domestic. $637 million in Europe, Middle East, Africa, whatever. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, you're right. Yeah, right. 1.4 billion. 1.4 billion. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is, well, it does matter. But I was wrong. But either way, the thing is, that's a monster IP. They swooped in and took it. Does it matter whether it's 1.4 billion or 2 billion? I was wrong. I'll admit that. I thought it was 2 billion. I really thought it was 2 billion for some reason. The only ones that did was Star Wars Episode 7 and Avatar. The point is they got it. They got that IP. They got the name. So now they got that name. So these are things. Now, anyway, back to the exclusivity thing. As for pure exclusivity, which I believe is Xbox and Windows PC, you're never going to get that. I don't think that's ever going to happen. Unless something changes in the near future, I don't see that happening as it stands right now because Steam just showed on the Forza Horizon 6 that they made a shit ton of money on Steam. So you could forget about it being off of Steam. So real definition of exclusivity ain't going to happen. And like I said, the real definition of exclusivity is Xbox consoles and Windows PC, period. That's exclusive. Steam is a fucking competitor. I don't know how many times I have to gotta say this. Like bash people's heads against the wall. Be like, they don't own Steam. Steam isn't Xbox. It's a third-party competitor that makes 30%. The same as PlayStation. It's literally no different. They have their own storefront that make 30% off your games exactly like PlayStation. When people say they don't want it on PlayStation, is because they just don't want it on PlayStation. But it's available everywhere else but PlayStation. That is not an exclusive. Sorry, that's not an exclusive. That is a warped version of exclusivity in your head because of whatever reason.
Ponies and ponies.
You know what I'm saying?
Ponies and ponies.
It just means you don't want it on PlayStation. That's all it means. So just admit it to yourself. If you hate PlayStation, that's fine. You can hate PlayStation all you want. But just admit it to yourself. Don't lie to anybody else and say, oh, well, no, that's exclusive. It's not fucking exclusive. It's available on 4 storefronts except for Sony. Then it's not exclusive. You'll never see that. Asha works on numbers and metrics and spreadsheets. And when she sees how much money they made on Steam, it ain't going nowhere. Now, I know what the question in everybody's mind is. How's that going to fare in the console space? Because you could say, well, it's console exclusive, right? You could say that. Absolutely. That's fair. We want it to be console exclusive. Okay, cool. But if those games this year sell a boatload on PlayStation, you could bet your ass that ain't going to change nothing either. Why would they? Asha's not the end all. You know that, right? She has 2 bosses, a board of directors, and a whole shitload of investors. You think they're going to let her say, no. We don't need that $500 million. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Those investors who don't care about gaming are going to say, what the fuck is going on? What are you talking about? They're going to go, Satya, what is she talking about? Or they're going to be on an investor call and they're going to be like, yeah, hi, you want us to lock out $500 million in profit because 18,000 people said they wanted it on Twitter? But they got to sell first. If they don't sell on PlayStation, then you've got an argument. Then she can bring that to the table and say, guys, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. It's not working out. But if they do sell, well, shit. Good luck. That's all I got to say. Hey, Jay Silva, how you doing? The Goose, I know. Shareholders, thank you, RPG. Yeah, you think they're going to... Hey, Joey Abs, how you doing, buddy? Goku's in the house, how you doing? Snow Dragon, how you doing, bud? I hope everything is well. Shit, no way, eh? Pat Smith, it was like the top 5 movies gross of all time. That's fucking nuts. So yeah, at the end of the day, like I said, I'm not trying to be negative or anything like that. I'm just trying to tell you the reality. The reality is there are bosses above them who do not care, are not invested in any of this stuff. I'm not even sure she's invested in it. She's running a business. She ain't a gamer, and I actually said that was a good thing. I said it was a good thing that she's not a gamer. Because I don't want a gamer in that position. I want someone who's there, who stands on business and will cut out all of the noise. How many people tag her on Twitter every single day? They don't respond. She's there working on business. I wanted a third-party person who's not involved in the gaming industry to be right in there and stick their face in there and be like, let's run a business. Hey, the Great Waz in the house. How you doing, buddy? Hey, Romeo, how are you? Thank you, Romeo. You're right. Now the thing is, hold on, Romeo. Hold on. I'm gonna approach this two ways. He says Asha and Satya would be insane to close the door on 90+ million user base with Sony. You can't. Here's the thing. You're right in one aspect. However, Romeo, if they do not back it up with sales, you can close the door on 90 million user base with Sony if they're not buying the games. If they show consistently, now people are saying, well, look at all the games that they didn't buy. Those games were not good. They were okay at best. How do I know? Because nobody played them. Look at the achievements. Get mad at me all you want. Crucify me all you want. Go look at the achievements with a straight face and tell me that people are playing those games. I used to be an achievement hunter, so I still check them. I have almost 400,000 achievement points. By the way, shout out to Boom, by the way, who got 1 million gamer score, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I just wanted to point that out. Mr. Boomstick XL is part of the 1 million club. I just go congratulate him, by the way. That's unbelievable. Anyways, I stopped collecting just under 400,000 achievement points. I just said, yeah, but I still check them. I'm not trying to be inflammatory. I'm not doing any fanboy bullshit. I'm not trying to make people mad. I'm not. Everybody's invited here. Xbox guys, PlayStation guys, Nintendo guys, PC guys, whoever the fuck wants to hang out here, come over. That's what we do here. However, there's a reality to business. Business and hopes and dreams are two different things entirely. So here's the thing, Romeo. In one aspect, you're right. It would be crazy for them to shut that door. But if PlayStation players do not back it up with sales, then they have a reason to shut the door, because then they could say, well, we're diluting the brand and people aren't buying the games, so fuck it. Let's just have the party here. And if you want to be part of that party, then you got to come over here to be part of that party. That's what I would do, but they have to wait and see. They have to wait and see how those sales are. Because if even with their flagship titles, if they don't sell well on the Sony platform, then they've got absolutely I think at that point they could have the green light to say, you know what? Shut it down. We're doing this for ourselves. Everything exclusive. Oh, exclusive. Console exclusive. You're still buying Steam. But then there's other cans of worms that we haven't even opened up yet, guys. Like, for example, like, this is crazy. Like, Steam is about to release a console. If your games are going to continue going on Steam, it's going to go on the Steam Machine console. So therefore, you're no longer a console exclusive. Yeah, Romeo. Yeah, no, we're agreeing on that part, brother. Yeah. He's saying obviously the sales would have to reflect the numbers that justified. Absolutely, yeah. Steam is about to release a console. Therefore, that argument you could throw out the window of console exclusivity. Because if it's available on Steam, it'll be available on the Steam Machine, which is a console. Therefore, you've lost console exclusivity. You might as well just throw the shit on PlayStation because it's already on another console that people will have in their living room. You know what I'm saying? Jay Silver saying Steam Machine is a living room PC. I guess so. I mean, it's a little kind of cute little box with a controller, and that's it. I mean, it's going to sit in the living room. But, I mean, it's still about... I mean, what is Helix, then? Helix is a PC for your living room. It's a PC, PC PC-Xbox hybrid, but it's still, Jay Slayer, how you doing? It's a PC. Well, then so is a Helix. Tell me a Helix is a console, and that's a PC. Isn't it the same thing? I mean, all consoles are PCs, essentially, in a way. Right? So, it's going to have... But the other thing is, at the end of the day, it's basically just two apps. It's going to be apps that are going to be available on a form-fitting, whatever the hell you want to call it, console. It's crazy. Anyway, the whole thing is nuts. It's still something that's going to be in the living room. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be something that's in the living room. I consider that, I'm going to consider that a console. How can we call that a PC, but you're not going to call a Helix a PC? That's insane. I know you can say hybrid, okay, but it's a PC with an Xbox app on it. It's still a PC. So is the Steam machine. Or you call them both consoles. Just because one has only one app on it and the other one has two, it's considered a hybrid? That doesn't make any sense. Colin Prime, he says consoles are gimped PCs, yeah. You know, the thing is, Magnum, you're not wrong, but at the same time, I don't think they're going to price it appropriately, but like, let's just say they did price it appropriately. That could be something that could... Magnum Helix... No, see, I'm going to disagree with you here. Only for one reason, because of price. Magnum says here, Helix is going to have mass appeal. Not for the price they plan on charging. Not for the price they put. That's not mass appeal. That'll appeal to a lot of people. A lot of people that maybe have like lower end PCs who want something better, and they'll just buy. You know what I mean? It's pre-built. It's there. It's powerful. I would buy a Helix if I were doing that. If I had like a lower end PC and be like, yeah, it's time to upgrade. You know, I'll just buy this thing. But mass appeal means the casual market. Casual market ain't spending $800, $900, $1,000 on a console. They're not doing that. So just from the price point of view, that's not a mass appeal item. Even internally, Microsoft has says they expect to sell 10 million or less Helixes. And the PC guys who have PCs, they're just going to continue playing their PCs. Like, why would they go buy this thing? They'd be like, I got Xbox and Steam right here. You know what I mean? That's yeah, Cerebral Paul. That's what I was trying to say. He says Helix may draw in low or mid PC guys. Yeah, absolutely. Maverick, I haven't heard anything about subsidizing the product. I haven't heard anything yet. Yeah. The price does need to be affordable, but what is their version of affordable? I don't think it's going to be $1,200 to $1,500. I don't think it's going to be that high. But what is their version of affordable? Affordable for whom? The Switch 2 is floundering in sales, especially up here in Canada. People can't afford them. People are not buying them. They're not even buying that. You have 40-something million people between the Xbox One and the PS4 still playing on the old consoles who clearly don't have the money to be able to buy the consoles that came out at launch at $500, or even 5 years into the generation at $500, even $600, didn't even want to pay that. Now those consoles are $700 to $900. It's insane. I don't know, man. Listen, we could talk about this going in circles forever because, first of all, we don't know the information, right? Let's be fair. We don't know the price. We don't know how much a Helix is going to cost. We don't know what they're doing with Game Pass. We don't know what they're doing with console exclusivity, if you want to call it that. We don't know how they're going to handle the Steam machine. We don't know how they're going to handle Steam on Helix. We don't know. Taylor Swift, it's affordable for the rich. Yeah, you know why, Magnum? Because they actually had the units available. It's the first time in Nintendo's history. They actually had more product than demand. And they were able to sell the product because the Nintendo Hardcore, which is 15 to 20% of the Nintendo base, purchased it day one. That's why it was the fastest selling console. Over the holidays, they had the poorest selling holidays. Why? Because it's too expensive. And their sales have not been where they wanted it to be. It's actually below expectation. There you go. Zap Mando saying electronics last a long time. Yes, they do. They certainly do. But doesn't mean people are going to just dish out that money up front. Like I said, you could take Canada here. Nintendo Switch 2 sales in Canada are abysmal. They're not good. And you know what? You can go to any store and you can find Nintendo Switch 2s piled up on the shelves. Do you know why? Because the Mario Kart World Bundle here in Canada, with just the one game in the console, is $800 in Canada. $800. It's not selling. I even asked the guys. The managers and stuff at the GameStop and the Best Buy. I'm like, how are these things going? And they're like, they're not selling at all. They're like, they've been sitting here for months. Is it because no one can afford them? No one, like, people look at the price and they literally just walk away. And I'm like, really? And he's like, yep. He goes, that's the thing. That's 2 guys told me that. One from the GameStop, he's a regional manager for GameStop, and the other one at Best Buy. And he says as soon as they see the price, they just walk away. They're like, nope. And that comes right from their mouths, Magnum. I see what you're saying in the chat. Hey, Pelopeptides, how you doing? He goes, yeah, they're just not selling. I know they're dummy boxes. They're not going to have the actual box in there. They keep them in the back or whatever else, and then you just, whatever. But it's still the point. I know it's supposed to make it look like there's an abundance of the product and all that jazz. But I asked them specifically, and they're like, because like I said, I know the regional manager for GameStop in my area. He runs multiple stores, and he says they're not selling. Crispy One, how you doing, man? RC Young, what's up, man? How's everything? For me, a lot of people. Now here's the thing. Steam is going to be a big seller for me. Because I'm looking at it in a way, like, first of all, Steam and price are going to be a very important factor for, whether I buy a Helix or not. I originally said I'll just buy a Steam machine and I'll keep the my series consoles. I have both series consoles, and I'm like, I'll keep both of them. But now I was like, no, I'll trade in both series consoles. I'll buy a Helix because then I'll have Xbox and Steam without having to buy a PC. I have a capable PC, but I use it exclusively for YouTube, as you guys know. And I'm like, I could do that. But then, when you think about it, I mean, I'm not 100% sure. Like, I even asked Colt that. I'm like, what do you think, dude? And he's like, you know what? He goes, I don't know anymore. And I'm like, do you think they're actually going to put Steam, the competitor, directly on their box? Where people can access the Steam store, which is the best store out of every... I'm not even a PC gamer, but I'm well aware that Steam is the best storefront out of all the storefronts. Better than Nintendo, Sony, Xbox, Epic... BattleNet, whatever, all these different launchers and stores and all that kind of shit. They're the best. So would you put your competitor on your box where people can actually access the store from there and just buy the games there? And I don't know, man. And then you got the Steam machine coming out as well, also competing against your Helix. And then you're going to put their same program, their same store launcher on your console. I don't know, man. I'm really starting to wonder. So anyways, at that point, I'm like, listen, when it comes to next gen and eventually my series consoles become obsolete or extinct, then I'm like, you know what, for maybe, like, let's say about $400 or $500 more than what I would pay for a Helix, I could just buy a PC and have my Xbox and Steam right there. But I would set it up in the living room. I wouldn't set it up at a desk because my desk is my battle station. I use that for YouTube, all that kind of shit. Vince Virtual, you're 100% right. He goes, things will be a bit confusing next gen. You're fucking right, it will. Hadouken! He says there's no way Steam will be on Helix. They would be fools to do that with the Steam machine out there. I'm presenting the same thing. I'm like, I want to know what you guys think. Do you guys think? Hey, AKL, how you doing, man? Do you guys think that they'll put Steam on the Helix and the Steam machine on the market? You got the Steam machine on the market plus Steam on the PC battling against Windows, and then you're going to put Steam on the Helix? Holy fuck, man. The more I think about it, I'm like, literally none of that makes sense. That's crazy. When you sit back and think about how your competition is eating away at you from all these different angles, are you going to give them access to your box? That's wild to me, man. That's wild to me if they really did that. I know, Crispy One, yeah, because Colt talked about that last night. He's like, Steam and PC, Xbox are already, they're meshed. Yeah, I get all that. Are already meshed together. I get that. I'll get to your super chats in just a minute, guys. We're just wrapping up this conversation. But we will continue this conversation because we're not really done with it. But, it's just, I don't know. I don't have an answer for you guys. I mean, we've been talking for hours here, but I don't have an answer because I don't know what the answer is. I don't know what it is. I don't know what to say. I'm at a loss, to be quite honest. I'm at a loss. I don't know where it's going to go. But when you think about what I just presented, I mean, does that make any sense to you guys? Not really quite sure. I'm not really quite sure, guys. All right, we're going to move on to community talk. And we're going to continue this conversation. We're not done here because the super chats and everything else. I'm just going to go grab a beer. I'll be right back. All right? Give me a second. Anyways, I'm glad we're having this conversation because this is a wild one. It's important. It's important conversation. Now, the thing is, when I go to LA next week, I'll get to the super chats in just a second, guys. When I go to LA next week, it's not like I can ask them because, like I said, I don't have the answers. What do you think? I'm going to walk up to Matt Booty and be like, hey, so what are you guys going to do about Steam? Like, he's not going to fucking tell me. Asha's not going to tell me nothing. We're going to shake hands, talk for a few minutes, take a few pictures. She'll say, I hate your show. And I'd be like, oh, okay, sorry about that. You know, but I got a theme song for you. You know what I'm saying? I got a theme song for it. Anyways, let's get to these super chats, and I want to know what you guys think about the situation. But first, let's crack ourselves a nice cold one, eh? Cheers, everybody. It was a very long day today. My God. 12 hours in the sun. Jesus. And we got G-Mania coming in with a $5 super chat. Let's go, G-Mania! There you go. And this goes back to the achievement conversation we had. Thank you so much, G-Mania. Appreciate you, brother, and all your support. And he says, I used to care about achievements until they got lazy and gave you achievements for watching credits. I just play the game. If I get them, I get them. All right, fair enough, brother. Fair enough. Thank you so much, G-Mania. Appreciate that, brother. Appreciate that, my friend. Oh, sorry. I saw something in the chat that I wanted to address. No. I already addressed that. That was from Magnum. That was from earlier. Let me go. We got, oh my God, I skipped over. We got Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat has not dropped one, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the second of the night of 5 Australian didgeridoos. And he says, thank you so much, Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat. Love your support, man. And love you, brother. You're awesome. And he says, Mac, what about the rumored possible Series X getting FSR 4.1, bringing it more like a PS5 Pro machine? Very good point. Very good point. Now, you guys know by now, okay, when it comes to tech, on the whole, I'm a bit of a fraud. I don't know all the stuff. I'm not like Colt Eastwood, who knows like all that shit. Like Colt knows all that, you know, he's like, well, the mesh threads and this and that. I'm like, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. I love him, but I have no idea. When he starts getting into the tech stuff, I'm like, dude, you're making me go cross-eyed. That would be something. Now, Grandpa Barbecue, you're right. Now, what that would do is that for people who cannot afford a Helix, of which would be a lot of people, then you have an affordable option that could last well into the next generation, right? So that would be a thing. Now, the other thing, I told you guys about this. This is very interesting. And Grandpa Barbecue, I'm gonna actually tie this into what you were saying. Beast Mode, have a good night, man. Thanks for stopping by. Z-Birdman, how you doing, buddy? Beast mode in the house. Did I say beast? Did I say hi to you yet? I'm not even sure I said hi to you yet. But we're saying hi now. Folks, we are now in the community game talk portion of the show. So, have at it. AKL, I should have that like queued up on my phone. So as soon as I say, they're like, Meg, here's Asha Sharma. Just wanted to meet you. I'm like, oh, how you doing? How you doing? And I just shake her head. She'll be like, what the hell was that? And I'm like, I don't know. Just feign ignorance. So here's the other thing. Okay, Crispy One, I will check you out, brother. What did you send me the friend request on Xbox or? Because that's my name across the board. Anybody wants to know, I am the Mag. It is for Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch 2, Steam, everything. Oh, Z Birdman, you're leaving? Zap Mando's in the house. Even then, the Series X will be held back by the Series S. Now, I'm glad you brought that up, Zap, because I'll tell you something. There's something I did here that they were experimenting with. I'm not saying it's going to come to fruition, but it's something they're experimenting with because R&D, you know how that works. They're always tooling around with something, right? There was something they were working on, and as of recently, so I would imagine it's still being worked on. What they're thinking of doing is turning, like, let's say a Series S, which is obviously the more popular of the two consoles because of the price, I would imagine, and accessibility, because Series X's were hard to find for a very long time. And they also, by the way, just for everybody's FYI, they stopped production of the Series X a while ago. Okay, so that was, they stopped production of those. So now the thing is, what they were trying to do is utilizing something funny enough, which they talked about in the Xbox One generation, utilizing the cloud and using the Series S specifically in this, something they were tooling around with, and use it as a receiver or a node or whatever for cloud accessibility, so that on the Series S, you would be able to play games at higher fidelity, better frame rates, the whole 9 yards, whatever. But most of the heavy lifting, if not all the heavy lifting, would be done through the cloud, and the Series S would literally just be an access point. That is an incredibly wise thing to do. Incredibly smart. Aero Nation, you're out. Have a good night, buddy. Yeah, Noisy Mofo, like a beacon, essentially. That's a pretty cool idea. So yeah, so that's something that now that could carry them well into the next generation, at least another 5 years from now, right? And now they usually support the consoles into the next generation at least 4 years in, right? That seems to be the norm. So yeah, that could be another affordable option because something that I talked about with Colt is that you would say, well, the Helix is like one option. And then you can have other options of accessibility into the ecosystem. For example, the series consoles. And then, of course, cloud, not only through those consoles, but also in your monitors and your smart TVs, all that kind of stuff and whatever, right? You could be able to access it through all those things. Like, for example, every time I turn on my monitor to play whatever I'm playing, whether I'm on Xbox or PlayStation, I turn on my gaming monitor, and there's like the home screen, right? And the home screen has all these advertisements is like for whatever. And they have all the Xbox stuff right there because the Xbox app is there on the main screen of the smart TV. And it says, play Forza Horizon 6 today. All you need is a controller. It's right there. So I can do that now. So why wouldn't you do that with the consoles? Be a smart move. Thank you, Dumbmobile. You're out. Have a great night, buddy. Thank you for stopping by, man. I appreciate the support, man. I can do that now. And it said right there, play Forza Horizon 6. All you need is a controller. You know what I mean? So why wouldn't you do that, like I said, with those consoles? And you make it more affordable as it goes down the line. If someone can't afford an $800 console or a $900 console or a $1,000 console, whatever the hell it ends up being, well, then you've got that option. And say, listen, the games are here, man. We got the games right here. We got, whatever. We got great deals, a great ecosystem, a lot of people out here, whatever. However you want to advertise it, you could do all of that stuff. And then from there, they got that accessibility. Or even if they wanted to use it as a supplementary console. Let's say you're, I don't know, let's say you're mainly a PlayStation guy. Okay, and let's say they do stay third party, but they decide to do delayed. Like, you know, if you want to play it on PlayStation, you got to play it whatever 6 months from now or whatever. But the game is so hot, everybody wants to play it now. Well, you don't even have to buy an Xbox. You don't have to buy a Series console. You don't have to buy a Helix. You could just turn on your monitor and you can get it right there. Play it right there. These are options. Those are options of accessibility. I think that's a smart idea. Kana in the chat is asking a very important question, and I agree with it. He says, why would they put Steam on Helix and then not release games on PlayStation? Isn't Steam more dangerous to the Windows storefront? Yes, it is. That's something that we were talking about. All right, have a good night, Grumpy Old Fart, man. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you guys being here tonight. He goes, I'm going to bed. Bye. Have a wonderful night, brother. Love you, man. And thank you for all the support, man. Zatmando, I am not familiar with Steam ARM? Steam ARM on Android. I am not. But Kana brought up something very important here. Steam... See, everybody's so focused on PlayStation. Fair enough, because for 25 years, who was the main competitor for Xbox? PlayStation, right? So it's ingrained in our minds that PlayStation has always been the enemy, so to speak, or the competition, or whatever the hell you want, right? But what people don't realize, the Phantom Menace, the true Phantom Menace...
It is unavoidable. It is your destiny. There is a great disturbance in the Force. I have felt it.
The real Phantom Menace is Steam. Always has been, always will be. I think that Microsoft is damn well aware that Steam is the issue, not Sony. Sony's doing their thing. Don't worry about what Sony's doing. Steam is the issue. Sarah Bond knew it. Sarah Bond knew it. She knew it, guys. You know why? Because in the fall of 2025, what did she say? I'll tell you what she said. Don't worry. She said, we need to make the Windows experience better and we're going to overhaul it. There's a reason for that. They weren't doing that for PlayStation. They're doing that because of Steam.
It's all part of the plan. It's all part of the plan.
You get it? So can I agree with you? Chris, how you doing, man? He says, hey, from California. Hope you enjoy your time out here, Meg. I plan on it, my friend. And he says, hoping for a good Xbox show. I think Xbox show is going to be excellent. The Xbox show is going to be very good. I can assure you this. Of people I've talked to over there in that camp, I got a lot of contacts over at Microsoft. Sony, not so much. I only have a few over there, but important ones, but not as many. But Xbox, I got people all over there, and Microsoft. There's two things that they're very excited about this year, and I can tell you guys this. Is that Ghost Fixer, how you doing, buddy? Sofa King, I'll get to your question in a minute. That's the most ridiculous question, but I'm going to answer it. Is this. Gears of War and Call of Duty this year are really, really going to be good. And the people not only working on them, but other people observing from other studios and stuff are like, dude, you have no idea how awesome and how hot these are going to be. Even the Call of Duty this year is going to be hot. X-Lance, how you doing, buddy? They're going to be hot. They're going to be big games. And not only just big games, they're going to be good. And like I said, this is not even people from within their own studios, because everybody making their own shit is going to think it's awesome, right? It's like, oh, man, this is the greatest game ever. Yeah, because you worked on it. These are from people that are not in those companies, and they're saying, like, this game's going to be fucking amazing. Just, I can't wait for you to see it or whatever else and all that kind of jazz. So, yeah, it's going to be something special. Like, even the guys outside of Activision are even saying, like, man, the new Call of Duty, holy shit, guys, you guys have no idea how good it is. It's like, yeah, that Black Ops 7 is going to be erased from everybody's memory very quickly. So, yeah. It's going to be a whole thing, man. Fable. Sorry, X-Lands, I'll answer that question in a minute. Sofa King, he says, would you rather have diarrhea for a week or constipation for a week? Diarrhea. If you have constipation for a week, that's going to be that could turn into a very serious situation. That could turn into, what is it called? Sepsis. A bad situation. Toxic shock, all that kind of stuff. It could be deadly. You could die from that. So yes, I would take diarrhea, Sofa King. Thank you for the fucking most ridiculous question I think I've answered on a gaming podcast. That was great. X-Lands, he says, do you have any faith in Fable? I have faith in it, but not as much as other people. And it's not because I have like any like, oh, you know, or I'm like actively trying to shit on the game. No, it's got nothing about that. It's not even about the fact that the dude walks like a girl or that the woman is ugly or no, it's not. It's got nothing to do with any of that stuff. It's not as trivial as that stuff. It just didn't look that impressive. I mean, just the way I watched it. I watched the trailer, and it did. Like, you know when you watch something, whether it's a movie, TV show, or a video game, whether it's a trailer or the actual game itself or the game trailers or whatever, right? And you're watching it, and you're just like, all right, that's pretty fucking awesome. I'm like, like you're really kind of like, wow. And by the end of it, you're like clapping like, that was awesome. Like, for example, at the Xbox showcase, you remember the Xbox partner show? There was that one game with like the robot. You guys know the one? What's up, C-Note? How you doing, man? You know the one with like the robot detective or whatever the fuck it was called? Y'all know what the game is called. There you go, KLZ. Yeah, Kyle Busch. He died of sepsis, I believe. Yeah, that's pretty fucking hardcore, man. 41 years old, man. And a really, really nice guy, man. Like, he was a real community guy. You know, he was really great with the fans and family, man, and the whole 9 yards, and a very nice person. Man, what a terrible person. Terrible thing to happen to a wonderful person. Unbelievable. Yo, Harry Ballsack, how you doing, man? Yes, I agree. Harry Ballsack says, I think Fable just had a bad showing. Wasn't done well enough. Absolutely. P.S. Vet's in the house, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. And we got Dead Meat coming in. Drop in. Hold on a second. I believe that's Swedish Krona, man. 20 Swedish Krona. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate that. Dead Meat. Let's go, Dead Meat. Get a little song for you, buddy. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, brother. And he says, physical games or digital? Well, I mean, I'm kind of by default, I'm digital because my Series S is digital. My PC is digital. My PS5 Pro is digital. The only thing that I got is physical here is my Switch 2 and my Series X. And, I mean, because of that, I really don't buy any games physical anymore. My son does. Like, my son still has, like, I think he's got, like, 5 or 6 physical games upstairs in his collection. But that's about it. Just about 5 or 6 games. I hope that answered your question. Yeah, I'm pretty much all digital at this point. Yeah, Harry Ballsack, I want to get back to that. Thank you very much, Dead Meat. Appreciate you, brother. Yeah, and this is that's exactly it. He goes, it just didn't have a good showing. Fable didn't have a good show. I didn't think, like, so I was watching it. Do you guys remember the damn game I was talking about? They showed it at the Xbox partner, whatever the fuck you want to call it, the partner showcase, whatever. And there was that game that was like, it was like a robot detective or some shit. Burke and Zap in the chat said exactly the same thing. They're like, how about those machines behind you? Yeah. I mean, technically that's physical. Just in case people don't think those are real. They're real. They're real cabinets. Yeah, I mean, those are physical, obviously. But I'm assuming he was talking about, you know, current games or whatever. Anyways, whatever that game was, that like that whatever that was, Android detective game or whatever I watched at the Xbox partner showcase. And I watched that game and I was like, what the I was like, yes! I'm like, whatever the hell that was, I'm like, this is awesome. And like, you get that vibe, right? Or you watch another trailer for a game and you're like, yo, let's go. This looks amazing. I'm like, I'm all in. Like, this is great. Lego Batman, let's go. Kiss from a rose on the grave, right? And I'm like watching that trailer, awesome. And then I watched the Fable one, and I'm just kind of like this. I'm like, yeah, I guess it was okay. I'm like, looks okay. I'm like, the NPCs look kind of funny when they don't look great, but I'm like, but everything else looks okay. It looks, combat looks pretty meh. Or whatever else, and I'm watching that. Anyway, by the time I was done, I was like, nah, man, this can't be it. I'm like, it's just me. I'm just being an asshole. I don't know what it is. And like, but the other games I saw there, they look great. Even Kiln looked fun with fucking Jack Black there, smashing like clay pots on the ground or whatever. And I'm just like, okay, whatever it is. Like, that was fun. But then I'm anyway, so what I did, and I said the same story in X&C last night. So I showed the same trailer to my wife because my wife is a huge Fable fan. She's put in hundreds of hours into Fable games, right? And I said, honey, new Fable trailer. She's like, oh, whoa, okay. So I put it on the TV. She goes, let me watch. So I let her watch it, and at the end, she goes, it kind of looks like Hogwarts Legacy, but not as good. Those are her exact words. And she's a huge Fable fan. That's a huge bitch. Not her. Sorry, it was a line from a movie. Anyways, she wasn't impressed. And she's a huge Fable head. Is that what you call him? Hey, Tony Centeno, how you doing, buddy? And he goes, Mag, I replaced Windows 11 on my gaming PC with... What the hell's Bezite? Sounds like a Greek dish. Would you like some Bezite? With pita bread. He goes, install SteamOS. Is my PC still an Xbox? No. The PC is a PC. The Xbox app is an Xbox. That's about it. Cody Ray, what's he saying? He goes, when it comes to digital, I go for Play Anywhere. And if that's fair. And if it's not available as Play Anywhere, then I buy it on Steam or GOG. Okay, all right, fair enough. LePedro's saying the combat mid for Fable. There we go. Timu Hogwarts goes crazy. Yeah, so like I said, I showed my wife, and my wife is a huge Harry Potter fan. She loved Hogwarts Legacy. She got 1,000 out of 1,000 achievements on Xbox. She got a platinum on the PlayStation for the same game. Can you imagine that? So she really, yeah, there you go. Deuce Bigelow, Joe Dunmore got it. That's a huge bitch. And she was not impressed. She's just like, well, it looks like Hogwarts, just not as good. That's exactly what she said, word for word. You could call her a pony, okay? Because she is a pony. She's a hardcore pony.
Ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies and ponies.
You know what I'm saying?
Ponies.
So, anyways, the point is, it didn't really impress me, so I want to show somebody else and be like, maybe I'm nuts. And she felt the same way. She goes, it didn't do anything. Oh, Linux. Thank you, Tony. Thank you. Appreciate that. That's not good. Witcher 3 combat wasn't very good. It was okay. I mean, I put in 300 hours into The Witcher 3, but like, and it was, I mean, I love the fucking stories and stuff. They were awesome. The DLCs in Witcher 3 are better than everything else. Cerebral Paul and Joe Dunmore in the same chat, ladies and gentlemen. What's Burke saying? He goes, I'm guessing Playground Games will bring Fable up to a AAA standards by the... Yes, I... See, that's the thing, Burke. You're right. Like, what I saw there, I was like, But, like, by the time they get them... Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. He goes, I just can't see them releasing anything but when he's talking about AAA standards by the time of release. I agree with that. They got the time to do it. They said autumn 2026. We're gonna get a release date at the Game Award, or sorry, at the Xbox Showcase in June. Next week in June. Jesus Christ, literally next week. Right? So we'll find out then. They're gonna give the release date then, for sure. That's gonna happen at the Xbox Showcase. And then you know what? From there, when they show it at the Xbox Showcase. I don't know, man. We're going to see. J-Dog, what's up? He says, keep it in the circus. Yeah. Will it be better than Halo Infinite? I hope so. I hope so. Hey, man, listen, man. At the end of the day, I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't know what the hell's going to go on with it. We're going to have to wait, and we're going to have to find out. But we're going to have to wait until, I guess, next Sunday. Not next Sunday. Sorry, the Sunday after. So, yeah. There's been a disturbing lack of ball and booty jokes since the new hires at Xbox. PS Vet Gaming. No, I have not done First Light yet. I was away today. I had to be a chaperone on my son's school trip, so I couldn't do any of that. And, yeah, as a result of that, I couldn't play the game today. So, yeah. But I will be playing it tomorrow. I will be playing it tomorrow at some point during the day. I'm not really sure when. I will be doing a 007 First Light stream tomorrow. So we will be doing that. I know, Zap, there's so many huge games this year. It's ridiculous. But anyways, we'll see how that all goes. Anybody have any questions for me? Anything else you want to discuss? Feel free, man. Now's the time, right? God, my back hurts. Jesus. Crazy Taxi. I know. They teased that. That was. Oh, well, there's a bunch of games that. What's it called? Crazy Taxi is. There's a bunch of Sega properties that are going to be coming out. Bunch of them. Because Sega's got all kinds of games coming out that they're going to be going back to those old IPs and all that stuff. So it's a whole thing. But yeah, it's wild. But anyways, I look forward to 007 tomorrow. I really want to see what this is going to be all about. Lego Batman, no. Cerebral Paul, no. Not even close, man. No Avengers movie leaks. The reason why AKL is because they're literally filming right now. CDB, you want me to bring you back a shirt from LA? Saying what? Oh, from the show. Well, I don't even know what kind of swag they're gonna have. No, I have not had animal. I've never been to an In-N-Out. LFL. I've never been to In-N-Out. He's asking if I had animal fries there. No, I've never even been there. I have not seen the Burrows. I heard about it, LePedro. Yeah. CDB in regards to like the what's it called? The swag that's going to be going out and all that stuff or whatever for like the Summer Games Fest, the Days of Play, as well as like the Xbox showcase plus the Gears of War showcase. Like I don't know what the hell's going on. Captain Jack, and he's asking about Splinter Cell. Splinter Cell is still being worked on by Ubisoft Toronto. That is literally 30 minutes from my house. So yeah, they're still coming. Spider-Man 3, not till next gen. Your next game after this one will be Venom, and then later, way down the line after Spider-Man 3, they're tooling around with Insomniac is tooling around with an X-Men game. I can tell you that. That's about it. Lego Batman took Cerebral Paul 24 play hours. Now, the thing is, I'm going to go for the 100%, because when I play a Lego game, I go 100%. So for me, I would imagine it's going to take me at least double. So I'm thinking closer to like 50 hours, Paul, like for me to get everything, because it's a pretty amazing open world. Magnum is saying, Mag, between 007, Batman, and Forza, that's so much gaming. How can I keep up? Yeah, well, I know that. Well, that's the other thing. The other thing, Magnum, like this Friday for Friday Night Live, besides tomorrow being 007 day, I'll be playing that. Friday Night Live, I'm gonna have to open it up to you guys and be like, guys, what do you want me to? What do you guys want to do? You want to do Lego Batman? Do you want to do 007? Continue 007, or do you want to do Forza again? Like it's gonna be, you know what I mean? Okay, so Paul is thinking about 100% will be about 50 hours. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So I have no problem putting that time in. My wife has already got about, I think she got about 12 or 15 hours into Lego Batman right now. She loves the game. She loves it. I know my kids are kind of pissed off because they were like, we got it. And it's only because we got it because I game share, right? And that game was gifted to the channel by Grumpy Old Fart, by the way. So yeah, there's that. And then so because we game share on PlayStation, she gets it for free. So she's playing it, and my kids are like kind of hanging around, looking in the room. They're like, "How come Mom gets it and we don't?" I'm like, Because it's $100. In Canada, it's $100, right, for a game. Yeah, I'm not kidding. It's $100. Cyber Gunter is asking when Wolverine will be available for pre-order. I would imagine right after the showcase. I bet you they'll do that. I bet you right after the showcase they'll like pre-order now, and you can get like a, I don't know, you can get like the Wolverine suit comics run number 67 or some shit like that. They'll probably do something like that. No, Nate Dogg, how you doing, buddy? He's a Maga's Playground going to show off the airplane game in June. I have no idea. I didn't even know they were working on a playground. Yo, Prince, how's it going, buddy? What's up? Well, Prince, you're in luck because tomorrow is 007, so we will be doing that tomorrow. Chava's asking anywhere from Far Cry. Nothing. They are working on another Far Cry, but not at the studio near me, so I don't know anything about what's going on over there. The one that near me, they are working on the Splinter Cell game. And they're working very diligently on it. Joe Dunmore saying, I heard the green in LA is good. I would hope so. I would hope so, Joe Dunmore. The Ubisoft Toronto is working on Splinter Cell. And no, it wasn't canceled. So don't worry about that. Yes, LFL, absolutely. Hogwarts Legacy is a must buy. That's a fantastic game. It's on sale digitally, then buy it. Even if you casually like Harry Potter, you will love this game. GMG has Lego Batman for 75 Canadian. That's pretty good because normally it's 90, right, plus tax. So it's $100. Neat Dog is like, you leaked it on with Rand a couple of years. Dude, you remembered that? I don't even remember that. That's crazy. But I did leak it. Yes, I did leak it then because I was told a couple of years ago that they were working on the Splinter Cell game, and I mentioned it, and then, yeah. Well, here we are, man. Here we are, and we're probably next year we're going to get it. I would imagine it will be next year sometime. No, Sofa King, I'm gonna vlog everything. And it's obviously not going to be live. I'm just going to film a bunch of stuff, and then I'm going to, put it together and then do that kind of stuff, yeah. I know Sam in the chat is saying, please don't mess up Splinter Cell. Yeah, I know. I agree with you, man. Spider Noir's tomorrow. What the fudge? Let's go. Anyways, I was bitching about my back because I went on these fucking rides today at Canada's Wonderland, right? And the normal rides were fine, right? Like the metal roller coasters and shit. Just kind of doing your thing or whatever, and smooth and all that stuff. And then I went on those goddamn the wooden roller coasters. The wooden roller coasters? Oh my god. It was like literally like the ending of Casino when like Joe Pesci
is a great
Joe Pesci gets the shit beaten out of him with all the baseball, the aluminum baseball bats, him and his brother, they get buried alive in like the cornfields. It was literally like that. Like that scene from Casino.
You're fucking warned. Don't ever go over my fucking head again. You motherfucker, you. So yeah, it was like that. So now like I'm sitting here doing the show and I'm just like, oh my god, everything hurts and I'm sunburnt. The Mindbuster, CDB, funny enough you say that. The Mindbuster is actually, the Great Canadian Mindbuster is currently closed. They already fixed half of the track. They're fixing the second half of the track because it was too bumpy. Can you imagine that shit? Because it was too bumpy, like people were getting like hurt on the ride. No, Top Gun, they pulled, hey, Satius, how you doing, man? They literally pulled down Top Gun today. It's gone. They had cranes up there, and they had dudes on those fucking things. Those things that like, the guys that do the telephone poles, they're like, they go up there, and they were literally like going up, like as I was walking into like through the parking lot of Wonderland, and you could see because Top Gun's right there. And they were like with cranes and shit, and these dudes on those like fucking pulley things, they were literally pulling off all the tracks, like chunks of the roller coaster tracks, and throwing them on the ground. And they're putting a whole new ride there. They already have a name for it. It's called like a Canadian Wilderness Trek or some shit like that. It's something wild. What's up, Gabriel? How you doing, man? Yeah, wooden roller coasters make you feel like it's going to fall apart when you ride them. Yeah, the only thing falling apart, LFL, is me. Like, my whole body hurts. Like, my neck, my back, my spine. Like, I'm just like,
I'm like the Emperor, like from Star Wars. I'm like all broken. I'm just like, is this your destiny?
It is unavoidable.
Like this. Look.
It is your destiny.
That's me. Busted. Yeah, Top Gun hurt me too, man. Cliffhanger's gone. Satius. They're changing a whole bunch of rides, man. Yeah, changing a whole bunch of rides over there. Siphon Filter. A bunch of people asked me about Siphon Filter. The last I heard is that it was on the list of things that they were revisiting old IP. Now, the funny thing is, isn't it funny that I did a video about that a year ago, and now all of a sudden we're starting to hear that Sony is diving into old IP. How about that? Nice, PS Vet. You got a Trek mountain bike? Nice. Good. Well, the funny thing is I actually don't bike in person, like out in the world. I actually have a elliptical bike. You know, like the not elliptical. What are they called? Recumbent bike. You know, the ones you sit down on. It's got like this computer screen in front of you, and you sit down and like you're pedaling like this. But you're not like upright, because I can't do it upright because my back is so fucked. Or not my back, but like my neck and stuff. So like I need to be sitting back on like a recumbent bike, and I just pedal like that. And trust me, man, I get a workout and a half on that thing. Oh, you haven't been to Wonderland in decades. Oh, it's awesome. I mean, it's a great place, but I mean, it's wild. Will I go to any theme parks in LA while I'm there? I may go to Santa Monica Pier. They got some cool. They got a bunch of cool rides there, and it'd be nice to go to Santa Monica Pier. I hear at night it's really nice, like with all the lights and shit like that. I think that'd be pretty cool. So maybe Colt and I probably might go there. It's only like 15 minutes from my hotel, so you know what I'm saying. Chris, I know you were in the chat somewhere earlier. You were talking to me about LA. If you're like, I was telling people, I'm like, anybody who's around there or whatever, and they're around that Xbox stuff, like, you know, I mean, you may not be able to you won't be able to get in the fan fest or anything, but like, if we're all hanging around and you're close by, just come by and say hi. We'll be hanging around somewhere. I plan on going on to the like Scum and Villainy Cantina, you know, the bar, the Star Wars bar that's like literally on Hollywood Boulevard. I'm going to be there for like 2 days on Hollywood Boulevard because Keeley's thing is at the Dolby Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. Scum and Villainy, the Star Wars Cantina, is right there. Obviously, I'm going to get drunk there. How can I not? And of course, I'm going to go to the first dude that's sitting at the bar, start poking his chest, and be like, "You better watch yourself. I have the death sentence on 12 systems." Yeah, Cedar Point. Yeah, I know you guys got Cedar Points there. Yeah, in Ohio. Yeah. My cousin goes to Cedar Point all the time in Ohio. He loves Ohio. And he also likes going to the Ohio State Fair every year. It's like the highlight of his year is going to the Ohio State Fair. Loves that shit. Yeah, that's right, Colin Prime. You're right. Kevin Smith used to do his podcast there. The what was it called? Fat Man Beyond. Yeah, Kevin Smith used to do Fat Man Beyond right there at the Scum and Villainy, and Scum and Villainy is literally like 3 doors down from where Keeley's Summer Games Fest showcase is going to be. So we're going to be right there. And then on the Sunday, I'm not allowed to say where yet. We're not allowed to say the location, but somewhere in the vicinity of Hollywood, Xbox will be doing its thing, right? The showcase, but I'm not allowed to say where. Cyber Gunter. Then you better come and meet us, dude. I mean, you're meeting us anyway, aren't you, Cyber? Yeah, you're gonna be there. Come out for dinner with us on the Thursday night, Cyber. I'll show you what it's like to be with a real man, and not in the way that you're literally thinking about. Harry Ballsack, don't tell me he said that. Did he actually say that? I didn't see him say that. Harry Ballsack in the chat say, I don't know whether I can confirm or deny this. He said, Paris said we shouldn't get too hyped over Xbox Summer Showcase. What? That's right, LFL. I have the death sentence in 12 systems. And then all of a sudden the guy's going to turn around with a lightsaber and then cut off Colt Eastwood's arm. And Colt's going to be like, with his one arm. Cerebral Paul, there will be a day, buddy. There will be a day. There will be a day. We will all see each other. I never heard Paris say any of those things. So I cannot say, oh yeah, he did say that. Like I never heard him say anything about that, about lowering expectations. I'd be pretty pissed. He did, eh? Harry Balsack said he said lower expectations. What the fuck? Now I'm gonna have to look that shit up. CDB will I kiss Colt on both with a kiss on. Well, in Italians you have to kiss on both cheeks. Probably not. I'm probably not gonna kiss him. Maybe if I'm drunk. Like no, I'm not. I mean, I won't be drunk when I meet him. But I mean, I'll be probably drunk later. Not probably. 100% be drunk later that night. I'll probably give him a kiss on the cheek. Yeah. When I'm all like drunk and shit, I'll be like, I'll put my arm around him and shit, and then I'm gonna jump on King David's back, because King David is like 3 times my size. I'm gonna jump on his back. He'll literally just reach back like a fucking grizzly bear and just like grab me and just throw me, like throw me like 30 yards away, and then I smash through a wall like Mortal Kombat and like. Just Oh my god. Ladies and gentlemen, in case you're wondering, we're already at Community Talk, so we're just talking about whatever the fuck we want. What's Chris from LA talking about there? I finally saw him show up again in the chat. There we go. Where's he at? He goes, Colt will do the shock face he got famous for. He better. He better. Fuzzy Tomato saying Xbox has so much stuff to market for this year. Yeah. He goes, they may not show us a ton of future stuff. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. Oh, he said manage, I believe, not lower. Okay, so Cerebral Paul is saying he said manage your expectations, I believe, not lower. Okay, fair enough. So we got 2 Chris's from LA. So why don't you 2 scumbags come and meet us, man? We'll have a couple of drinks somewhere. Siren's Curse is a badass ride. Oh, man, that sounds good. Magnum, he goes, are you worried Colt is going to be a big lame in real life? No. He doesn't drink or party or anything like that. We already know that. And he'll be doing his own thing. And we're still going to hang out. We're still gonna hang out. We're gonna go out to karaoke and shit. The only thing is that he won't be partying, but we're gonna be with a bunch of dudes who will party. So we'll be drinking and doing all that stuff. He'll just be hanging out with us. We're gonna do some karaoke, maybe go to Sunset Strip. I don't know what the fuck we're gonna do. We're gonna do something. I believe you will see. I believe you'll see Blade at the showcase. Fuzzy Tomato. No, I can't. I'm not allowed to. CDB, I will not be allowed to live stream the showcase because I'm literally going to be there. I'm going to be in there, like in a theater, like in a seat, so I won't be able to do that. So yeah, I can't do it. I won't be able to live stream. So the best I can do is at the end of these things, I could put together like a video the best I can. Like, I won't have any, like, editing. I won't have my PC there, so I won't be able to do, like, proper editing equipment and shit like that. So I'll just kind of have to put it together with, like, from my cell phone and just, like, upload some videos and shit. So I'll do that. And then, you know what I'll do is that after I do, like, those vlogs each day, like, I'll just kind of, send them out. And then what I'm going to do is, when I get back, I'm going to do a supercut. So what I'll do is, like, when I'm actually back, like, in here, Toronto, whatever, and I got some time when I get back from LA, what I'm going to do is I'm going to sit down with all the videos that I put up, and then I'm going to put them all together, add some music to it, and do, like, a supercut of all the vlog days that I did together. So it might be, like, a 1-hour video, and you can just watch them all together. So, like, it's going to be a whole thing. Paul, I've had a CT scans suck, dude, man. They suck, man. Especially that red shit they put in your bloodstream. Have you had one, Cerebral Paul? Have you had a CT scan? They fucking suck, man. And I've had MRIs. Like, I've had 2 MRIs, and, like, the MRIs is like going into a fucking coffin, and I'm, like, super claustrophobic. But what I do is I just close my eyes, and before they put me in, and I do not open my eyes the entire time I'm in there. So I just lie there completely still, and I just don't move a muscle, and I just lie there because I just want it to be done with, right? And the thing is, at the end of the day, is that the MRIs, for someone who's extremely claustrophobic like myself, I was okay with it. Yeah, Obsidian's going to be there, Nate Dogg. Maybe not at the showcase, but they're going to be at the Fan Fest, so I will see them there. Oh, Cyber Gunther, you got a ticket to the IGN live on Saturday. Dude, I'm going to be there. I'm going to be at the IGN party on Saturday. So if you're going to be at the IGN party, myself, Colt, everybody else, we're all going to be there. But anyways, the MRI, it was actually Easy Street. The CAT scan sucked because you have to drink all that shit beforehand, which is fine, like, because you have to do all that stuff so that it, it makes your bloodstream like glow or whatever the fuck. And then they inject this red dye. So this is what the lady says to me. So I'm lying there and I'm about to go into the big fucking donut, right? And then she says to me, she goes, so when I inject this red dye into you, you may have some different reactions. I'm like, okay, what kind of reactions? And then she says, well, you're going to get really flushed really fast. She goes, it's a little alarming. She goes, and you're going to feel like you're either going to barf instantly or you're going to piss your pants. I go, what the fuck? So I literally said this to the lady. I go, what the fuck kind of a side effect is that? I'm going to feel like I'm going to piss my pants? I'm like, what are you talking about? And then she goes, don't worry about it, whatever. So she injects the shit into me. Guess what side effect I got? Guess which side effect I got? Don't worry, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. All three. I got flushed, I barfed, and I almost pissed my pants. All at the same fucking time. So whatever that red shit they inject into you is fucking hell on earth. And when it goes into your bloodstream, it burns. It's like a fucking vampire getting like getting holy water like injected in their veins. I'm like, why is this hurt so much? CAT scans suck massive balls. Okay, so Paul, you've done it before, man. Yeah, you've had that red shit before. Yeah. Oh, dude, it's so bad. It's so bad. Maggie, you taking your neighbor with you? No. No one's coming with me. I am flying solo, sir. I'm flying solo. Cyber Gunter, you'll be there? Well, then I'll be there. We're all going to be there. We're going to be at the IGN party. It's going to be awesome. Wooden roller coasters, folks. Magnum is like, Mag, pissing your pants is like every Friday night to you. Yeah, that's why I gotta wear Depends now, folks. Oh, look at that. The beer's empty. Weird. Might have to go get another one. Hey, what's Chris talking? Hey, Chris, how you doing, man? He says, I've only been following this channel for a bit, but has anyone ever told you that you bear a resemblance to Paul Giamatti? Paul Giamatti, let's go! Thank you very much, Chris. Listen, Chris, let me tell you something, buddy. All I need is Paul Giamatti's money, okay? You give me Paul Giamatti's money, now we're talking turkey, buddy. Thanks for being here, Chris. Appreciate you, buddy. Appreciate you being here. All right, let me go get a beer. Another one. Sorry, I already had a beer. Let me have another beer. All right. I'm back. Just grab another dude. I will not be playing the soccer game. No, I don't have time for the World Cup. Yeah, I just don't have time. There's just so many games out there. It's going to be wild. Sofa King, I might do that, actually. He goes, are you going to get a selfie with one of those fentanyl zombies in LA? That would be really funny. I mean, I don't want to, make fun of other people's, misfortunes, but, the problem is, what I've been told is that the fentanyl zombies and, the homeless in LA are not to be toyed with. So, you can, get killed. Grandpa Barbecue Game Cat, have a wonderful night, brother. Thank you very much for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. LFL, do I like Mexican beers like Modelo? I do. I like Modelo. I like Corona. I like Sol. I do like those beers, yes. I just don't drink them often because, I tend to stay, especially when I'm doing streams and shit like that and, whatever, I tend to stick with, Michelob Ultra, super light. You know what I mean? I know you meant pissing, not missing, Magnum. See, I told you guys what my superpower was. My superpower is that I'm able to read the chat and actually interpret what you're saying and read it back with the actual interpretation. So there's that. Yeah. So guys, what do you guys want to talk about? Anything else you want to talk about? I got a beer here. We're going to talk. You want to talk some more games? We can talk some more games. You want to just talk some shit? We'll just talk some shit. 40-ounce malt liquor, Q Max. You're going wild, man. You're going wild, buddy. I'm surprised the cats haven't come down here yet because I kept the basement door open. My studio is in the basement. This is my room. This used to be, by the way, when I bought this house, this used to be a game room / bedroom kind of thing. Because there's 2 bedrooms in the basement, right? And this is one of the bedrooms. And I transformed it into this. I gutted the whole thing. I painted it blue because, I was trying to, mimic the arcade that I used to go to in the 80s called Wizard's Castle. And as a result of that, Wizard's Castle. What's up, Matt Cullen? How you doing, man? And I've been trying to do that. And then, of course, I started buying the cabinets. I got all kinds of lights. I got everything else. Oh, by the way, I gotta show you guys something really cool. Hold on. I'm going to go grab it right now. I'm not going to turn off the thing. I'm just going to go right behind me and grab it. This is really cool. My brother bought this for my birthday. My birthday was back in February, but it took a while to get here. So he bought it for me, and it lights up and everything. I just haven't set it up yet, but I'll show it to you guys right now. I think you guys will think this is really cool. I just don't know where to put it because I want it somewhere prominent where everybody can see it. You know what I'm saying? Now, the funny thing is, I've got another light on the wall there. It's actually a plaque. It's like a platinum plaque, which my wife got made for me. It's called the Mags Game Room. And you can't see it because it's actually behind the monitor here, so I can't turn the camera to show you that. But my brother got me this. What do you guys think about this? Look at that. What do you think of that? It's got the YouTube, where it is on this hand, the YouTube thing, and there it is. There's the Mag Show. You could do different colors and stuff like that. There's all these different colors. You could do it red or whatever else. What do you think of that? The Mag Show, folks. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? That's a courtesy of my brother. I just don't know where to put it. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out over time. But yeah, it's pretty wild. Magnum. He's like, you have that game room while your kids share a bedroom with bunk beds. Yeah, listen, they got their own bedrooms and everything else, okay? They're fine. But this room, this is I turned it, not only was this like a game room, I started it as a game room, and then I used to have a big TV back there, which I used to do gaming on, but then I changed it around, and then I put it all over here. And then also, as my wife said, or my wife bought me for Christmas, a beautiful desk, multi-layered desk, with all these different shelves, and there's all these things. It's like I got my PC there, and of course all my audio equipment. I got 3 giant monitors here, which obviously you can't see, cameras, studio lights, audio interfaces, everything else, and of course my keyboard and all that shit right here. And then I do all my gaming here now. So now, not only is it my game room, it's also, of course, my studio for YouTube and all that stuff, right? Yeah. Pretty wild. QMax, I would love to have that YouTube plaque one day, man. To get that 100,000 subs would be just absolutely amazing, man. Yeah, Italian Gangster. He goes, Mag, fave game of this year and fave all-time console. All right, good question. I'll answer both of those. Yeah, Expert, you're not wrong. Maybe above the Miss Pac-Man, where like you could see it above my stupid head, and then you'll still be able to see it prominently. But I might change the color to red because then it'll, you know what I mean? Like, because if it's blue on blue, you won't be able to see it as well. But I figure like blue on red, you'll be able to see it as well. That'd be pretty wild. Good idea, Burke. I like that idea. To answer Italia Gangster's question, favorite game of this year? So far, it's a toss-up between Resident Evil Requiem, but it's being edged out slightly by Pragmata. I love Pragmata. I just love the game. I mean, I love Resident Evil. It's my favorite series of all time, and I adored that game. I literally ran through the game 8 times. Including, by the way, here on this channel, I did a full speed run of the game in less than 2 hours. It's 1 hour, 45 minutes. I did a full speed run of the game. And, yeah, I did that. So, but Magnum, what do you mean it's a little self-indulgent? It's supposed to advertise my channel. CDB says, you'll get it, Mag, one day at a time. Yes. Yeah, I know, brother. It's hard. It's hard, but but I'm working really hard at it. LFL's also thinking above the Miss Pac-Man. All right, cool. That might be a thing. All right, well, I'll look at it and I'll see how it looks like on the camera so people can actually see it. It'd be wild. Yeah, so Pragmata seems to be like edging out everything for me, Italia Gangster. So I'm looking at that. And then now best console of all time, it's a tie for first place for multiple reasons. The PlayStation 1 and the Xbox 360. My 2 favorite consoles of all time. Here you go for the PlayStation.
PlayStation.
For the Xbox, there you go. They were both monumental shifts in home entertainment for me when it came to gaming. And that's why those consoles meant so much to me and had such a huge impact on my life were those 2 consoles. So it was just absolutely unbelievable consoles. The PlayStation 1 changed everything for home entertainment for me. Yeah, I had consoles before that, but they didn't have the same impact that the PlayStation 1 and the Xbox 360 had on me, man. It was pretty fucking amazing. Pretty incredible. Magnum's actually got a question. Instead of busting my balls, Magnum actually has a question. He says, Mag, I have a question. What game that's not necessarily bad do you think was the most overrated? Yours would be Metal Gear Solid 5. I liked Metal Gear Solid 5. The final boss really sucked ass. My God, overrated, but not a bad game. Like where people blew smoke up its ass so much, you're just like, guys, this is a little bit ridiculous. I don't know, man. Let me sit on that one, Magnum. Let me sit on that. Because then something will pop in my head. I'll be like, this! Or whatever. I'll think of it. I'll think of it. I'll think of a game. I'll think of a game. Sofa King, you got the platinum on Pragmata. I literally need 1 trophy for the platinum. And that's the lunatic run. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's too fucking hard for me, man. It's too hard for me. Burke says, the 3DO changed everything for me, especially my wallet. Yeah, no kidding, right? No kidding. Will I re-up Game Pass? No. No. Because once I'm done running through Forza Horizon 6, the next time I will re-up it is for Gears of War, which is like 3 months later. Halo I'm buying outright, but I'm buying it on PlayStation because my wife wants to play it. So there you go. Hey, Explorer, how you doing, man? Nice to see you in the chat, buddy. He goes, how far have you gone in Crimson Desert? I'm on chapter 6 or 7, something like that. And no, I stopped working on it because I just got absolutely inundated with just a shitload of AAA games, and they just like took all my time away. And I just never went back to Crimson Desert. It's not like I uninstalled it or anything. It's still sitting there. I just haven't gone back to it because I've got so many bloody games on the go right now. Will I buy Forza 6? No. By the time my Game Pass subscription craps out, so to speak, I will have put in as much time as I want to in that game. Like, I will beat the living shit out of that game before I go, before that. Before the subscription is up. So I'll get it all in there in one shot, and then that's it. And then I'll go back to it when Gears, because as it stands right now, like, my wife wants Gears because she's a huge Gears fan, but she's only PlayStation now, so I will buy it for the PlayStation. But it's as it stands, it's not coming out on PlayStation right away. So therefore, as it's not coming out on PlayStation right away, then I'll be playing it on Xbox with the Xbox community, whatever else. And then when it comes out in PS5 later on, I will buy it there so that she can have it too. Because, like I said, she's a huge Gears of War fan. She's played all of them, loves them all. P. Draggy in the chat. What's up, P? And he says, Dr. Mag Doolittle, eh? Yeah. You saw that with that fucking goose today? That son of a bitch wouldn't leave me alone. He just kept following me around. So every time I turn around, this fucking goose is right there. I'm like, dude, get out of here, man. I don't have anything for you. And he just looked at me and just go, wah, wah. And I'm like, dude, I get it. You want French fries. I don't have French fries. I have nothing. I'm just sitting here trying to get out of the sun because I already got sunburnt today. I don't need any more of your horse shit. And he kept following me around. Anonymous in the house. Metal Gear Solid 5, the best mechanics and controls-wise, but they let Kojima off the leash and the game suffered for it. Agreed. You got to rein that dude in a little bit. SJM in the house. What's up? Wish you could play Metal Gear Solid 5 as quiet. Yeah. That'd be cool. Someone else asked me a question that was pretty interesting. What else is it? Where was it? Ah, there it is. It's LFL. What year do you think the PS6 and Helix will come out? PlayStation 6 for sure will come out 2027, regardless of what they said. Helix may not make 2027. Or it might. 50-50 on 2027. The reason why I say PlayStation 6 will make 27 is because they already made a deal with the chipsets and all the other stuff, whatever. Once that's done, you have to go into production. Okay? You have to go into production because at that point, you will be penalized way more than you would of losing money on sales of consoles for not releasing it. The penalty for not producing the console would actually cost more. Colin Moriarty talked about it as well. He knows more about the PlayStation. He's got more people at PlayStation than I do, and he knows how the thing works. He said the same thing. And he says, no, it's still coming out 27. He says because if they don't, then they will pay penalties to AMD for the chipsets and all that shit, whatever they have to do. And as a result of that, it's going to cost them a fortune in penalties. It's actually cost them way more to not release it than they would be to release it at a higher price. Assuming that it even came at a higher price, because it's still going to subsidize it quite a bit. But, yeah. But Helix, I've got no confirmation of 27. The only thing I did hear is that PlayStation is still coming 27. I hope that helps. QMax says, Mag, the new Batman game is such a love letter to Batman and media with the references and gameplay to Arkham. It's definitely a must-play. Yes, 100%. I said it is a must-buy. Batman is a must-buy game. Lego Batman is a must-buy game. It's not even like a maybe, wait for a sale. No, fuck off. If you have the money, buy it now. It is worth every penny. It's worth every penny. It's that good. It's that good. I think my chat froze. Like all of a sudden, like everything just kind of. Hold on, let me refresh the chat. There we go. Chat is back and rolling. So yeah, sometimes that happens, guys. Sometimes what happens is the chat just stops moving. And then I'm just like, what happened? Oh, PS5 Pro discontinue it? Oh my god. Dude, it's going to be like 6 years. At least 6 years. I mean, I won't have it for 6 years. Like, what I'm going to do is when the PS6 comes out, I'm trading in the PS5 Pro. Or if I can't trade it in, I can get a better deal of selling it on Facebook Marketplace. I could still get $500 for that. Easily $500 for that. Canadian. And I mean, and that helps buying the PS6. So essentially, I'm subsidizing the console myself, right? So even if the console comes in at, let's say, I don't know, 1,000 Canadian, right? Or 1,100 Canadian, right? That's around the price that I pay you, like with tax and everything for the PS5 Pro. Well, you can knock $500 off the price, and I'm paying $600 Canadian for it, which is about $400 American, because I'm trading in a PS5 Pro for it. So when if I decide to get the Helix, because I'm waiting to see if Steam is on there. Because if Steam is not on there, I'll just sell my Series consoles on Facebook Marketplace. I could probably get $500 for the 2 consoles. Easily. I could sell the Series X and the Series S for $500 easily. Maybe even more. Maybe even $600. Right? So I could take that $600 plus maybe, let's say, $1,000 that I put aside for a Helix. $1,600. If I get the Helix, that'll easily cover it. Or if I don't get the Helix, $1,600, I could put that towards a PC and just say, fuck it, I'm just going to do a PC because, if Steam is not available on there, well, I can get the PC that has Xbox and Steam on there, and I'll set it up in the living room like a regular console, and that's all there is to it. So that would be a good idea. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't hold on to hardware. I don't have any kind of emotional attachment to hardware. When new hardware comes out, the old one is out the fucking door. See you later. The only time I did not do that is when I bought the PS5 Pro. I had a PS5 digital from like the original launch back in 2020. I gave that to my daughter because my daughter wanted a PS5. I gave her that one. So she's got the PS5 digital in her room and I have the Pro. When the PS6 comes out, I will trade in the Pro, easily get 500 Canadian for it, and that immediately knocks half the price off. I mean, I'm paying 50% at that point. It's a no-brainer. You know what I'm saying? 1,500, how you doing, man? Xbox should lower the price of the Series X to $399 and the Series S to $249. Yeah, they could do that. Now, here's the thing, though. 1,500. Is it 1,500 or i500? I'm not even sure. It looks like 1,500 from here. Looks like i500, actually, the more I'm looking at it. The thing is, they don't have any more Series X's other than the ones that they haven't sold or the ones that came from a different country. Now, I told you guys this before. For anybody new here who doesn't know about what I was talking about, what they did is that to get consoles back in the hand, like back here in North America, for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 and for GTA 6, what they did is that they took stock from other countries from overseas that did not sell and places that no longer sell Xboxes, but they had surplus of Xbox consoles there. They shipped them back, and what they did is they retrofitted the power source so that they works for North America and put them back in the box and are selling them like that. So instead of having to make more, because they stopped production of the Series X. The Series X has stopped production about 18 months ago. So you can forget about that. No more Series X's are coming. Whatever Series X's they have out in the wild somewhere, that's all there is. They stopped making Series X's. It's been confirmed. Even Colt said so. If you want to look at like the authoritarian when it comes to Xbox stuff, even he knows the Series X has stopped production over a year and a half ago. So therefore, at that point, what they did, like I said, is they retrofitted the power source to work in North America and then just literally just put them back in the boxes. Which is very smart, because if they stop selling them in the United Arab Emirates and Turkey and like all these other countries that they were there, they just shipped them all back. They took them all back. And like I said, did the retrofit of the power source, and now they're here. And so in the fall, when those games come out, there will be an abundance of Xbox hardware out in the wild for people to purchase. A very smart thing. Very smart business decision. I'm all over that one. QMax, apparently there's word about backwards compatibility coming out for the PS6, but I don't know. I heard something about it, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, see, I'm just going to call you i500. I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. I have to wait and see what the Helix is actually going to offer. That's the key to all this. That's the key to all this thing, because like I said, the more I think about it, I'm not 100% sure that they're going to have Steam on that thing anymore. I told you guys earlier in the day. You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure anymore. They've got the Steam machine as a competitor. Steam is a competitor with Windows. Now you're going to put your competitor on your Xbox console? Are you fucking nuts? It's almost like you're handing them a monopoly. It doesn't make any sense. So the more I think about it, even when I presented that on XNC, even Colt was like, you know what, man? He goes, I'm not sure Steam's going to be there either. So if Steam's not going to be there, then I have no reason to buy it, because I have 2 consoles right here that have access to my Xbox ecosystem. Why the fuck would I buy another one Okay, I get it. It's more powerful. But the thing is, instead of that, what I would do is take the $1,000 I put aside for that, trade in those consoles, get another $500-600 for that. I got $1,600 in hand. I could use that to buy a pre-made, powerful pre-built PC. I could just put in the living room. Done. And I got Xbox and Steam on there. No problems, no fuss, no muss. And do you think Xbox gives a shit? No. Because I'm still in their storefront. I'll still be in their storefront. They don't care. They're going to love that. It is i500. Okay, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, there's just no more. No, there will be more coming, but they're not making anymore. No, they're not making anymore. They stopped production of the Series X. The Series X has stopped production in 2024. Late 2024. So whatever Series X's are still out there in the different countries that are they're literally bringing them all back to North America. That's it. That's it. Series S's will, they continue to make those because they're cheap. But the Series X's that weren't selling, there was no point in doing that. So, I mean, it makes sense, right? I mean, you think about it, it makes sense. You see, Burke, you're not wrong there either. See, it's a conundrum, isn't it? He says, just from what you said about purchasing a PC, if the Helix doesn't have Steam, tells me that Microsoft needs to have it on Helix. Yes, because they also know it's a selling point. So that's crazy to me. I don't know. Like, wow, like you see what I'm saying? Like, every time we get into this conversation, I don't know what to think anymore. I'm at a total loss. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what to think anymore. I'm at a total loss. So now I'm getting to the point where, yes, we could speculate. We have conversation. We have a good time doing it. We're all like yip-yapping or whatever and just talking. See, Jay Slayer, that's the other thing. He goes, you'll be buying on Steam, not the Xbox PC app. Yeah, because Steam, as I said before, Steam has the superior storefront over everybody. No one can touch Steam. Not even PlayStation, not even Nintendo, not even Xbox, nobody, not even Epic, nobody. Steam is the best storefront, period. Their sales are unmatched. Their UI is unmatched. They're amazing. They're amazing at everything they do. There you go. i500 nailed it. Having Steam or not having Steam is an issue, literally a double-edged sword. Yep, there it is. That's it. That's all I was trying to say. The last 4 hours we've been talking, that's all I've been trying to say. You know. I don't know, man. Like I said, we have to wait for them to tell us. But I can tell you this, folks. I can tell you this. You ain't hearing shit until 2027. So if you think you're going to hear something at the Summer Games Fest or whatever, the Xbox Showcase, you're not. If you think you're going to hear anything about the 25th anniversary, you're not. They may show it. They may show it at the 25th anniversary. Be like, here's the form factor. All they have to do is 3D print one of them. It's not like they have to actually make a working one. They could literally 3D print one and put some fake LED lights inside so it lights up. That's it. And show you what it looks like. That's it. With not even producing a single one of them. They could just make one up. I could do that in 10 minutes. I know a guy with a 3D printer. I could just create one and then just put a little light strip of LED lights with a battery in it and just throw it inside and have it lit up. Done. Right? So you could just do that for like the 25th anniversary and be like, by the way, this is our future, and then show the box. But as for the specifics, as for the specs of the unit, God, no, you ain't hearing about none of that shit until the summer of 2027. None of that. You ain't hearing about none of that until the summer of 2027. You know it. Like, not the details. You're not going to see the details. And then when it comes to pre-orders, you're not going to get that. Like, you'll get the pre-orders after the summer of 2027. They won't even tell you what that is until it's like, 90 days out. And then they'll be like, here's the price. This is what it can do. Whatever else. And that's all there is to it. Sony did the same shit. Everybody does the same shit. 90 days from launch, they'll do like the specifics, the price, pre-orders, and it'll go live, and then that's all there is to it. Done. Or they might give a date where they'd be like, oh, pre-order date is on this day, so you can go line up outside of a GameStop or whatever the fuck, right? Or be in front of your computer. Right? But you ain't getting that outside of a 90-day window. So all this conversation that we're having right now is basically just us having fun. We're just having fun. Because you're not gonna find out until at least a year plus from now, maybe even 15 months from now. That's when you'll hear about it. Yeah, Steam is QMax is saying, who's that one guy who was saying that Steam was going to PlayStation 6? Yeah, I saw that. I remember seeing that. No, that's never gonna. That's obviously never gonna happen. Considering that Sony literally just pulled all their games off of Steam. I mean, sorry, not the games that are there. Future games are. That's it. See, Colin Prime. See, I would agree with you, but here's the thing. If you think it's going to be expensive, which it will be, then start saving now. Put $100 a month away. Even $50 a month just to help lessen the blow. Do something. Start putting the money away now so that when it does come out, you're paying half price or whatever. Maybe you have the whole thing paid off. You see Colin Prime in the chat saying, he goes, if it's expensive, they should give a year notice for the price. They'll never do that. You know why they'll never do that? Because if it's expensive, they don't want people shit-talking it for an entire year before it comes out. That's bad PR. You know, I'll tell you, gangster, I've been really struggling with doing a new cooking show because I was delayed for a little bit because I was waiting for that hardware to arrive, the new wireless mics that I showed you guys earlier in the show. I was waiting for these to arrive for a long time. It took like 6 weeks to finally get the damn things. So when I finally got them, I kind of got like a bit of like a not a writer's, but it was kind of like a writer's block version of cooking. I'm like, I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to get one off before pause. I'm trying to get a cooking show off the ground before I get to LA. That would be nice. I'm just kind of like a little bit lost right now. So I'm extremely busy all the way up until I leave for LA. So I'm really trying to find time to do this properly so I can really get it off the ground and deal with it. So I don't know. We'll see that. Yeah, Colin Prime, he says, that's how I saved $3,000 to build my PC. I saved every month and then combined it with my tax return. Okay, so I know I've told this story before, but I'll tell it again. I did this at last generation for the Xbox One and the PS4. So what I did is when I was working in the kitchens and whatever else, I used to get kitchen tips, right? Not a lot. It was like $10 a day, maybe $10 a day, $12 a day. It wasn't like a big thing. But it was not my salary. It was just cash, right? But we wouldn't get it every day. We would get it at the end of the week. So what would happen is we get all this cash. It'd be a big stack of cash that we'd have up in the office, and then it was divvied up. And then I would get like an extra like $40, sometimes $50 a week, sometimes $60 a week if it was a good week. I get $60 in cash. So what I did is every time I got that cash tip out from the front of house servers and shit like that, and from the busboys and the bartenders, whatever else, they'd always chip in a little something, right? And it would always go back to the kitchen. And we wouldn't get a lot, but like I said, it might be like $10 a day. It wasn't like a major thing. Meanwhile, they took home $500 in fucking tips, and I get $10. You know, yeah, I got my salary too, but my salary was nowhere near what the fuck they were making. But anyway, it didn't matter. The point is every time I got that cash at the end of the week, I would get that like handful, even if it was $60. I'd walk into my house, I'd hand it to my wife. My wife literally had an envelope that said Next Gen Console Fund. And I would just hand her that cash kitchen tip. I would never keep it for anything else because I was already living my life and doing fine or whatever else with my salary. This was just bonus money that literally was not part of my budget, not part of what I spent, not part of what I did or anything else. It was just extra cash that I would get from the front of house. So what I did at that point is she put in that envelope. By the time the Xbox One and the I was about to say the Series X, when the Xbox One and the PS4 came out, I had a wad like this. Pause. Okay?
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
I had a wad of cash like this, of 20s, 10s, 5s, whatever the hell. I was able to buy both consoles and like 7, no, not 7, it was 6 games actually, it was 6 games. I even remember the games. I bought 2 consoles and 6 games, and it never cost me a single dime out of my salary. Not a single dime out of my salary. What you could do, like I said, even if you don't have a lot, okay? What you could do is put away $50. Start it now. You got 15, 16, 17 months, whenever the hell these things decide to come out. You got lots of time. You put $50 a month away. That's $800 by the time the thing comes out. Then you trade in like your hardware. You got the whole thing paid for, and you didn't have to do anything above and beyond. You know what I'm saying? That's how you do it. Nate Dogg, you want a little of that?
Ma, the meatloaf! Fuck! Ma, the meatloaf! Fuck!
There you go. You got a little meatloaf for you, buddy. You asked for it. Dude, LFL, start saving today. Start saving today. Never, not today. Tomorrow. When you wake up after the show is said and done, whatever else, you go to bed happy, going, oh, Mag is such an asshole, but he has a great show. Okay, when you're done all that and you hit the like button before you leave, what you do is you wake up tomorrow morning, you put $50 away. And you do that every month. From now, you count May as May. Even if June is only 3 days from now or a couple days from now, whatever the hell it is. Okay? Then you do it again in June. $50 in June. $50 in July. $50 in August. And you do that until next year. And guess what? Whatever console you want, you've already got it paid for. Done. Done. It's not that complicated. But make sure you don't spend it. Don't get stupid. You see that money lying around. So if you have it in cash, you'd be like, oh, man, I can go do this. No, you're not going to do anything. You're going to leave it in there, and you're going to buy a next-gen console with it. All right? That's what you're going to do. Mag, who would win in a cook-off? You or Sam the cooking guy? I don't even know who the fuck Sam the cooking guy is, but I can guarantee you this. He's going to lose. You underestimate my power.
There is a great disturbance in the Force. I have felt it.
Mohammed, it says, this week will be my first time traveling to the United States. Well, excellent. For the state of play and holiday. Very nice. Very nice. Well, enjoy yourself. Where are you staying? What state are you going to be in? You going to be in L.A.? You going to be in New York? You going to be in one of the major cities or whatever? Hey, Ryder, what's going on, buddy? He goes, well, good morning here. I'm going to work. Oh, God damn it, Ryder. Don't be saying things like that, man. You're breaking my heart. How many models of Helix are we getting? And is it possible the first party handheld could be revived? Not quite yet. You're going to get third-party OEMs when it comes to handhelds, as they're already doing now, but like that's if a company chooses to do so. As for Helixes, their internal projection, by the way, that internal projection was said a long time ago, which I reported. However, it was reiterated at the town hall that was 6 weeks ago that they're still saying that their target is around 10 million or less. And that's not a bad thing. It's just that it's going to be a very expensive, curated product for a very specific crowd. You know what I'm saying? It's not supposed to be for some, like, you know what I mean? It's not supposed to be a 100 million selling console or whatever, 100 million unit selling console. You know what I mean? That's what it is. Hey, Dark Knight. I wish I had. I don't have any sound bites of Batman, which is fucking ridiculous because Batman rocks. I should do that. I should have that. But he goes, what is your favorite line of all time from a movie or video game? Oh, dude. Dude, there's so many great lines. I mean, I spout off like 100 lines a night, like when I'm doing the show. Like I'll just start like saying random shit from movies and stuff like that. That's what I kind of do. Explore. Have I said hi to you yet? Looks like your name it looks like your name was a little. No, I said hi to you earlier. Never mind. And I I would have to say this. A line that I really enjoy, I could say this. A line that I really enjoy is from Blade. Some motherfucker's always trying to ice skate uphill. That's always fun. That's a fun line. I got a bunch of quotes on me. It's what we do in life that defines us. That's actually from Batman Begins. I have that tattooed right here. I got another line right here from Star Trek 3, The Search for Spock, right there. It's when Kirk is stealing the Enterprise to go save Spock from the planet Genesis in The Search for Spock. And the Admiral is like, Kirk, if you do this, you're going to ruin your career. You're no longer going to be an Admiral. Don't be foolish. And then Kirk said this line because it's actually a line from Shakespeare of may fortune favor the foolish. And that's the tattoo I got on me right here. May fortune favor the foolish. It's a Shakespeare line. But, you know, Bill Shatner said it, so, you know, it's fucking awesome because Bill Shatner is Bill Shatner. And right over there is my picture of me meeting Bill Shatner. Of course you can't see, but it's up on the wall, framed on the wall of me there with William Shatner. The captain, my captain. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. LFL, what kind of, how do you watch movies at home? 70-inch TV at home. I got one 70-inch TV, two 65-inch TVs, and then a bunch of smaller ones. Like, basically every room in the house has a TV. Like, TVs have gotten so much more affordable that they're just, like, even my workout room, like, I have a workout room that I've been building since the pandemic. I'm not fucking rich, okay? I do things, like, well ahead of time. That's why I was saying save your money for, like, a console now. That's what I've been doing. I've been building that gym. I turned another spare bedroom into a gym in the basement. And it's a full-size gym in there now. I got like I got like gym equipment, the recumbent bike. I got bench presses. I got free weights. I've got like chin-up bars. I got all kinds of cool shit in there. I got lights that have fans on them, so they blow like they blow cool air on you while you're working out. I got a TV installed in the wall and all kinds of cool shit. You know how long that took me to do? 6 years. So it's not like I did that overnight. It took me 6 years to build up that room. So anyways, I got like a 40-something inch TV in that room as well and whatever else and, you know, all that kind of stuff. No, I never upgraded any of the storage on my consoles. I never needed to explore because what I do is when I finish a game to completion and get like a platinum trophy or I get 1,000 achievement points, once I've done all that, I just get rid of it. I just erase it off the hard drive and it just goes into my backlog and that's all that. Will is asking in the chat, he goes, Mag, talk about your chef job. What kind of food do you cook at what kind of restaurant? I specialize in Mediterranean food, Italian mainly, but I could do everything. I mean, I could do bar and grill. I could do steakhouse. I could do every kind of seafood you could possibly imagine. I could do five-star, 5-diamond restaurant. I could do Michelin style food. I could do all that stuff, man. Fine dining, super fine dining, white glove service. I could do that. I could do bar and grill shit. I can get the smoker out back and throw a whole pig inside and just stand out there and drink beer all day and just stare at it and then, pull apart a whole pig by hand. But just me, a knife, and like I could dismantle an entire roast pig and, you know what I mean? I could do all kinds of cool shit, man. So I could do everything you could possibly imagine. Everything you could possibly imagine. The only thing that I struggle with is sushi. I can't do sushi. It's not really my thing, and I'm not really trained to be a sushi chef. I can cook Japanese cuisine, which I've done on my channel, but I cannot do I'm not a sushi chef, and I'm not trained for that. So, yeah, it's pretty wild. But, yeah, I could do all that shit, man. I could do wild stuff. I've won awards. I've been on TV multiple times, of course, with my real name. Not the Mag. But that was a long time ago and did all that kind of stuff. But as for a career, I'm no longer interested in being a chef anymore. I've done it for 3 decades. I'm fucking done, man. I'm done. goat beer sounds delicious. LFL sounds awesome. Yeah, cooking is an incredibly important skill to have. I don't even know what kind of grill I have. They're all whatever I got outside. I don't even know what kind of a barbecue I have. I don't know. My wife bought it a bunch of years ago, and I just put it together. Yeah, okay, I live in the bridle path. Get the fuck out of here. What, next to Drake with his like $130 million mansion? I don't think so, bro. I know the bridle path well, but no, I don't fucking live there. That's literally where Drake lives. Yeah, he's got a $130 million mansion there. Yeah, I do not live in the fucking bridle path, not even remotely anywhere near that. No, God, no. I live in a normal neighborhood surrounded by blue collar, working class people, man. That's where I always felt comfortable. I rub elbows with billionaires and millionaires all the time and stuff like that. I told you guys, I know that I know I'm dear friends with actually one of the 3 founding members of Bitcoin. I mean, he's a billionaire. I hang out with him. I get to drive his $7 million cars, but I don't live that life. That's not my life. I'm friends with those people. I'm friends with executives. I'm friends with CEOs. I know all those kind of guys. I hang out with them. I've had lunch with those people, dinner with those people. I used to cook for those people. You know what I mean? Like, I've done all those. I used to host those people. They come to my house, whatever else. But I'm through and through, even though I can rub elbows with the billionaires of the world, and I do, I am a blue-collar worker through and through, and I always have been, and I always will be, and I'm a blue-collar man. And so is my wife. My wife is a blue-collar woman too, man. Hard-working, down and dirty. You know what I mean? Finish the night, go home, crack beers, hang out, and just whatever. Just very simple folk, man. I don't need all that bullshit. I have fun with some of that stuff, but I have fun with the stuff that I'm not, I'm not part of that life. I'm not part of that world. I am part of that world, but just because out of association, but like, it's not where I wanted to be. And of course, my corporate job before, obviously, I knew a ton of executives and CEOs and investors and, all that kind of shit and all these big wigs, whatever. But I was never comfortable in that world. And they knew it. They knew it too. They knew it. Like, it was never really my thing. Like, for example, even when I was like corporate, like in the culinary world and stuff like that, working for multi-billion-dollar corporations and all that shit. You know what? I would just walk away from those guys and I would just go right back in the kitchen and I'd just be like, I'd rather be here, in the kitchen, dirty, with grime and grease all over me and just fucking hanging out with everybody back there and just, you know what I'm saying? Just like hanging with like normal, regular people is the only place I really felt comfortable with. And like, I wouldn't want to do that. And a lot of times I used to get shit for it. They're like, oh, you should be in the office. I'm like, fuck that, man. I'd rather be on the floor. Like, throw on a chef jacket and get all, get down and dirty with everybody else and just be there and just be in the trenches. I was never interested in the office stuff. And then eventually when I left, I just said, fuck it, I'm never going back. AKL, they're too young to be taught to cook yet. Basic shit like microwave and like toaster, but other than that, no. I can't, Link, what's going on? Confidence level for a Splinter Cell remake reveal this year. You know what? Good point. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. There is now I know the guys working on it. They're at Ubisoft Toronto. It's just down the street, not down the street, but like it's about 20 minutes away from here. And I do know the guys who work there. Not all of them, but some of them. And they're working very diligently on the game. Now, the thing is, Link, now that you brought it up, there might be a possibility. It would not. There's a possibility it could show up at the Keeley's Summer Games Fest. And with all the bad press that like Ubisoft has been going through right now, not with like Black Flag. Huge success, right? Great showcase that they did Tons of pre-orders. They've already made millions and millions of dollars off the pre-orders and all that shit. So they're doing great with that one. But there's a lot of bad press coming out of Ubisoft with their poor management. They've overstretched themselves over way too many studios all over the world and all that shit, losing money here and there. So like they could use a real win in the PR category outside of Assassin's Creed Black Flag. That being the case, I think that it would behoove them to have a teaser trailer for Splinter Cell at the Summer Games Fest this summer. If they don't, that is a big missed opportunity. So, Link, I would say that my confidence level is at about 70% that they do show something. Now, I know the thing fucking exists. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm not crazy. I've seen it with my own eyes. I know the thing exists, and I know that they're still working on it. They released a statement, actually, about 2 months ago saying, we are working on Splinter Cell Remake at Ubisoft Toronto. So they've openly said it. Rumbazos! Rumbazos! Hey, and we got another one for you, Rumbazos.
No, gringue.
There you go. He says, top of the morning, Mag. He goes, just wake up to 8 voice drunk messages from my ex-girlfriend. The world is beautiful again. Fantastic. Do yourself a favor, brother. Take advantage of that situation. But you didn't get that advice from me, okay? You did not get that advice from me. Yeah, that's right. Ubisoft lost like $1 billion in European markets this last year. Yeah, I-500, you're right. So they've had a lot of bad press over the last little while. They could use another win outside of Black Flag, which was a huge win. And like I said, they got millions of dollars in pre-orders already for the game. Plus, the limited edition already sold out. The special edition already sold out. Like, they're rocking and rolling with that shit. What better way to get a 1-2 punch than to get that to get Splinter Cell and announce it at the Summer Games Fest? Unbelievable. Yes, I own a Switch too, Will. As a matter of fact, I do. What do I play on it? I ended up getting one once I got fed up with Xbox's BS. I'm playing, well, I got the Legacy Edition of Resident Evil on there, so I got Resident Evil Requiem, Village, and Resident Evil 7 Biohazard. I got the 3-pack. My kids downloaded a couple of games on there. I got Donkey Kong Bonanza. I've got Mario Kart. What's it called? Mario Kart World? Mario Kart World. Whatever the fuck came bundled with it, I got that one. Mario Odyssey. Mario Odyssey's on there as well. And there's a couple of actually third-party games that I'm thinking about buying on there. Like, I would really consider, like, for example, like, I'm going to be flying out to LA next week. I'm going to be stuck on that plane for like 5.5 hours. I'm thinking to myself, well, I could play the Resident Evil games that I bought. Or there's a part of me that really wants to buy the Lego Batman game for that. Like, how dope would that be? Like, the Lego Batman Legacy of the Dark Knight on the Switch too. So yes, I do own a Switch too. And by the way, if you want to add me as a friend, I am the Mag, all one word, all capitals. That is my gamer tag for Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo Switch too. So you want to add me away, man. I'm right there. Burke is saying, Mag, I can relate. I manage a high-end car club near Toronto. You do you? At the end of the day, I'd rather hang out with down-to-earth people. Fucking right. I agree with that. High-end car club near Toronto, eh, Burke? It wouldn't be the Most Sport Raceway, would it? Let me know. Let me know if it's the Most Sport Raceway. Because I actually know the guy who owns the place. And that's a high-end car club near Toronto. So I'd be very curious to see if that's what it is, Burke. Because I know the guy who owns it. Anyway, let me know. I'm very excited. Rompazzo says, my friend works at the Ubisoft in France, and she said they're still working on Beyond Good. Yes, that's a crazy fucking thing. Apparently, they're still working on that game. It's been like 15 years. Like, what the hell are you doing? It's a race for the finish of who's going to take the longest, GTA 6 or Beyond Good and Evil 2. It's wild. It's totally true. SJM in the chat saying, wish they went through with it. Looking forward to playing it. What? Oh, have you heard a game? Sorry, I missed the first part of that. He goes, have you heard of a game that was in the making called Mudang Two Hearts? The studio ended up canceling it. No, I've never heard of that game, my friend. You know those guys, Burke? I never heard of that game, SJM. I've never heard of that. But they canceled it, so I guess we'll never find out. Burke, you know those guys? Yeah, I know the owner of that place. He actually used to be a customer at my restaurant. You know how he got the money for that place, by the way? Fun fact. He got the money for that place, for the Mo Sport, and buying all those exotic sports cars that you could actually rent and just race on the track. His father, get this, his father was the CEO, excuse me, his father was the CEO of RBC. Can you imagine that? The Royal Bank of Canada. He was the CEO of that, and then he left that job, retired, got a huge, like, multi-seven-figure salary just to retire, and then from there he became the CEO of Sprint. Like, the fuck, man. Anyways, his son got all this money and he opened up Mo Sport, bought a bunch of exotic cars. So you can go to this place. It's a really cool track. You can go to this place and you can get into like a fucking Lamborghini, Huracan or whatever, and you can race it on the track. It's fucking crazy. So you could just rent a Lamborghini Huracan. You can't go anywhere with it. It's just there. You just pay for your time. You can go with the Lamborghini. You can just race it around the tracks and shit. It's wild. And then my Bitcoin friend owns a whole fleet of cars, obviously. And then he takes those fleet of cars over to those tracks and then just fucking unleashes them. He's also a 20% owner of Aston Martin. So like he's got the one time that I did see his garage, he had 16 Aston Martins. Like every single Aston Martin you can imagine, including, by the way, the 007 Aston Martin that Sean Connery drove in Dr. No. So that's pretty cool. He has the original one that he drove in the movie, like from the movie set. He has the actual Aston Martin that he drove in that movie. And he has a bunch of other ones. But yeah, he takes those ones over and he goes to the Mo Sport track and then he races them up there. It's fucking wild. I-500, Duke Nukem. I was about to say Noof Nukem. Duke Nukem Forever did take 12 years. Yeah. Yeah, Ubisoft's going to take the crown for that one. Yeah, it pays to be rich, man. It really does, man. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise, man. It's fucking bullshit. Because they're like, oh, money doesn't buy you happiness. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. It absolutely solves every fucking problem that you have in the world. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Because 99.9% of all of our problems in this world are money related. And trust me, when you have that money, which I don't, but I see the guys who do, they have none of those problems. They stress about the stupidest shit. Money does solve all of your problems. Well, 99.9%. Anyways, I'm going to go grab another beer, and then that's it. After that, that's it. I promise. Because we're already at 4.5 hours. I do have to unlock the front door because my wife should be home from work very soon. So I'm going to go unlock the front door. You guys have any other questions you got or any other stuff you want to talk about? Put it in the chat. I'll be back in about a minute. I'm going to grab myself another beer and go unlock the front door so my wife can get in. The child lock. I'm not talking about the regular lock. The child lock. I'll do all that, and then we'll just keep talking, okay? And then we'll have one more beer, and then we'll call it a night. Yes, Rompal says, I will be streaming 007 tomorrow, as a matter of fact. Oh, she's calling me right now. She's at the door. Okay, I'll be right back. You know what's crazy? You know what I was just thinking about? When I do these shows, it comes to a point where we get to this community talk or whatever. I just kind of feel like, you know, instead of going to the pub or whatever else, or going to the bar, or like, you know, hanging out at a friend's house sometimes or whatever, because, you know, everybody's busy these days. Everybody's got something going on. I just feel like hanging out with you guys is basically the same as just going out to the bar and just hanging out. Like after we're done a show. Like I do my show, you know, we do the topics, we go through them, have the whole conversation and all that jazz. And then it gets to that point where I'm just like, you know what? Let's just hang out and talk, man. You know what I mean? So it kind of feels like to me, like what we're doing right now, it just feels like we're just, instead of going out, this is kind of like me going out. You know what I'm saying? Because not everybody's, you know. And you only got to buy your own drinks. Well, I usually do. You're my boy, Blue.
Ma, the meatloaf! Fuck!
There you go. See, I have two Will Ferrell things. I got that one and I got this one.
What an idiot! Oh, what a loser!
It's the only two. Those are the only two Will Ferrell things I got on my soundboard. But either way, good enough. At least we're cheap dates, yeah. Have some cones and a drink. That was what I'm talking about, Talos. That's exactly it. Like, it just feels like at this point I'm just like, no, CDB, I'm not doing Guinness tonight, man. I'm not. It's just, I just don't feel like Guinness tonight, man. I was going to do Guinness tonight because I have a Guinness sitting over there, like in the fridge, and I'm just like, oh, I kind of. Like I'm looking at it. I got a Guinness over there. I got a couple of pints of Heineken over there. However, I've decided to bypass all that. I was going to keep it light and easy because I was in the fucking sun all day. I don't need to be like overly dehydrated, so I went with the very simple Michelob Ultra super light beer just because I wanted to keep it light and simple. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but in real life, you could fist fight your mates at the end of the night. Yeah, that sounds exactly what an Australia would do. Holy shit, Iron Storm is back in the house, ladies and gentlemen. 3-hour power nap. Let's go. Iron Storm's here. Let's wake him up. Let's wake him up. Let's wake him up. Get up. You don't need coffee. I'm just going to make some noise. Let's do this. Iron Storm, that's great. CDB, I'm calling you, Meg. Oh, is he calling me? Let me see. He's not calling me. You don't have my number. Oi! Explorer, what does he say? He goes, Meg, we can't add you on Switch without a friend code. Oh, fuck, is that a real thing? Or else I'd add you like normal with your username, like on Xbox or PlayStation. Oh, I thought that's how it worked. I thought that was just for like the Switch 1. I figured for the Switch 2, they just kind of like, you know, smartened up, I guess. No, of course I'll add people. Absolutely. What, Josh Duckwall? Let's go, Josh Duckwall in the house. How you doing, man? Joe Dunmore, you make it a TO, then you have to look me up. Just hit me up. You got all my DMs and shit. You can hit me up anytime. I can't, CDB, I can't do it. I just cracked this beer right here, man. I'm good. I'm not going wild tonight because, like I said, I got sunburnt to shit. I need to stay hydrated. You know what alcohol does? It dehydrates you, right? I don't need to be all fucked up tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to be fucked up tomorrow anyway because whenever I do these long-ass MAGGCasts, I mean, you know, it takes a lot out of me. And I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, so I got to be like, you know, up and at 'em. I mean, I may not do it like I'm not doing it like first thing in the morning, but I'm going to do it sometime during the day. I would imagine at some point. Either way, I'll figure that all out. I don't think I'm going to do it at night. I just like you know, because usually Wednesdays I take off, but because I was away today, because you know, my son had the school trip and I had to be a chaperone on there and all that stuff, you know, so. Oh my God, Josh Duckwell, I swear to God, I thought you said doing good, just finished playing 007. And I'm like, I thought you meant you finished 007. I'm like, dude, fuck off. How did you finish it in the first day? Should have stopped by, but couldn't put the game down. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, look what he said. He played for 14 hours today. Dude. Magnum, sunscreen. Yeah, I totally forgot. I was about to. I was gonna make some smart ass comment like sunscreen is for the weak. No, I just fucking forgot it. My son, on the other hand, put the sunscreen on before we left the house, right? And I asked him. I go, "You got sunscreen for your, for your much younger skin?" And he goes, "I already put it on before we left the house," and he's totally fine. And of course, when I got out there, you know what I mean? Once I got out there, I was just like, oh, I'll just buy sunscreen in one of the stores. And then I'm watching like 6 kids because I'm chaperoning 6 different like kids. And I just forgot all about it and just got burnt to shit. As you can clearly tell. Like, look at this. I mean, it doesn't look as bad, but when I pull the shirt up, look at this. It's like a clear fucking line you can see like as clear as day. But anyway, it don't hurt. So it doesn't really matter. He goes, what you said about hanging out in the chat here is true. I only follow because you are not like those fake streamers. Keep it real, baby. You fucking around. I'll never be fake. I'll always keep it real. Always. I'm not here out there shilling for your cash and be like, you must subscribe. You must hit. Like, how many times have you heard me say hit the like button during the chat, during the stream? Never. I don't give a fuck. If you do it, do it. If you don't do it, then don't do it. I'm not going to sit here and just like beg you guys to fucking hit the like button or give me a fucking super chat or anything like that. Nah, man. You either do it or you don't. It's entirely up to you. I just leave it like that. Even just being here is good enough. That's all that matters to me, man. You be here. You want to talk games. You want to talk shit. You want to talk about whatever you want to talk about. You want to, and you know what? I keep it as real as possible. And and you see, the problem with that. People eventually over time, you'll get more people. Like, you'll find the right people. That's, that's the way I look at it. You find the right people when you just keep telling the truth, as much of the truth as you could possibly tell or whatever. And the thing is, I don't say things to hurt people's feelings or get into fanboy nonsense or, I shit talk Xbox or I shit talk PlayStation or, you know what I mean? Or I make fun of Nintendo, like whatever. It's just like, I just tell like it is. That's it. That's all I do. I just tell like it is, good or bad. And that's the problem. A lot of people can't handle the bad. They always want to hear the good, which is fine. That's fair. You want to hear the positive stuff. But when I say like, listen, man, this ain't working. Or if I say like, PlayStation really fucked up with Bungie and like the live service thing or this and that, they really, shit the bed on that. Or I could say, you know what? Xbox games for the last 10 years have been mediocre at best. I could say all those things, and they could hurt people's feelings, and that's totally fine. But that's the fucking reality. So I just tell like it is. And I always will, man. I always will. I don't give a fuck. Code Veronica is any hearsay on the Code Veronica remake. Code Veronica is coming next year. Link, it is coming next year, so be excited. There's also... You're also getting the next remake after that, Link, is going to be Resident Evil 0. That's the one that took place in the train. You remember that one? The one in the train? So you're going to get that. So you're going to get Code Veronica. Then you're going to get the Resident Evil 0 remake. And then there's a rumor that after that, well, first of all, then they're going to be working on Resident Evil 10, which they're already working on now. But I'm saying that'll be the next release after that. And then the word is that they're going to remake the original all over again, which is kind of wild because they already remade the original twice. You know what I mean? Joe Dunmore, you're playing Forza Horizon right now. Yeah, thanks. CDB goes, I just hit the like button. Motherfucker, you should have hit the like button like 3 hours ago. Will says, Mag, what do you think about the famous chef Marco Pierre Dwight? He is fucking incredible. I don't like all the food he does. He kind of overdoes it with a lot of stuff. But Marco Pierre White is an amazing human being, and the guy does incredible stuff. He's a little bit fucking wacky, but, if you're going to be like a genius at something, everybody's got to be a little wacky. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, he's pretty wacky. There you go. Will said he hates it when people push it on you. Yeah, I don't push it on people. You either do it or you don't. Hey, oh my God, we got a reunion here. We got Talos Ray and Joe Dunmore in the chat. Yeah, that's we're talking old school. CDB is like, I'm drunk, Mag. I forgot to hit the like button. Well, fucking hit it now. Iron Storm is saying, oh, Iron Storm, what do you got for me? He goes, Code Veronica is rumored for Summer Games Fest, and another game they have in development at Capcom is a remake of DMC. And yes, there is a possibility of that. Iron Storm, I will tell you this, and this is all I'm going to say. I have a date with Capcom on Saturday, June 6th in LA. I have a reserved spot to go talk to them. I will be meeting with Capcom with under NDA. So I will find something out when I'm in LA on the 6th. But I can't talk about anything beyond that. Of course, because I'm under NDA. See, Josh Duckball says, Mag banned me the last time I didn't hit the like button. That's right. Yeah! What? Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Link coming flying in. Has become a magnificent maggot. Let's go. All right. Thank you so much, Link. Thank you for joining the channel. Welcome to the Magnificent Maggots. And, of course, remember, as is customary here on the channel.
Welcome to hell, motherfucker! Welcome to hell, Link. You are welcome here anytime. Everybody say hi to the new maggot out there. And, ladies and gentlemen, not to be outdone by Link, we have Will come flying in. And Will has become a magnificent maggot as well. He's a channel member. Thank you so much, guys, for joining the channel. And thank you so much. And for Will, as well, as is customary. Welcome to hell, motherfucker! That's right, Will. Welcome to hell. Hit the like, maggots. Thank you guys so much. There you go. I said it for you. Will and Link have now joined the channel. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Welcome to hell. That's what we do over here. Yes, and you're stuck here for life. You ain't going nowhere. That's it. You're here for life. Now, if anybody would be so kind in the chat, because I can't do it right now, but if anybody in the chat could put the link for the members-only Discord, get it in there so we can get Link and Will to go hook up with the hundreds of Maggot channel members that are out there right now who are just absolutely amazing people. We have, I mean, everybody's amazing, but like we have 24-hour-a-day parties going on in that whole members Discord. It's wild. You can show up there at 4:35 a.m. and there's a fucking jam going on over there. There's a party, there's music, there's lights, there's dancing. People are talking, they're putting up pics of their rigs, of their gaming setups. Everybody's talking, everybody becomes friends, and a lot of people become close friends in there. It's absolutely amazing to actually watch how like all these friendships and stuff have like grown over the last year and a bit that now yous can't leave. Exactly, Joe Dunmore. You got it. Now yous can't leave. And how many people, like, over the last year and a bit that I started this channel have become really, really close friends. And it's pretty awesome to see, man. And I'm just so happy that happened. So anyways, if anybody could put that link in the chat for the members-only Discord, put it in there, and then the new channel members can join. And we've got Nug, the Elk Lord, comes in. He says, sup, man? How you doing, man? Yeah, even Asha's in there, man. Even Asha's in there. There you go, Asha. Let's go, Asha. By the way, fun fact, Asha has listened to the show. No, I didn't see your Take-Two news when you dropped in the chat at the start of the show. I mean, I saw you in the start of the show, but I didn't see what you said. I'm curious to see what the Take-Two news is. Drop it in the chat, Iron Storm. We could talk about it. I want to hear about it. Well, I want to hear about it, then we'll talk about it. You know what I'm saying? You got something about Take-Two I want to know. The only thing I know about Take-Two is that their stock dropped, which pisses me right off because I lost money. But that, stock market, you know how it goes. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. It's like never mind. I won't even say it. I was going to say something pretty nasty. Yeah, Iron Storm, you can't leave me hanging here, okay? I know the chat's moving kind of slow with this. No, she doesn't listen to me consistently. She listens to XNC, though, with me and Colt. She's there. So do a lot of other people. Like, I know Aaron Greenberg listens to us. Phil Spencer listens to us. Asha Sharma has listened to us a couple times. Matt Booty listens to us. I don't know if Gandalf listens to us.
I'm not really sure about Gandalf. I don't know if he listens to us. I mean, I'm going to talk to him when I'm out there, but like I'm going to find out if he listens to the show. And if he doesn't listen to the show, then we're going to have a problem. But we'll talk about it. We'll figure it out. We'll see what's going on. What do you mean, Magnum? What are you talking about? Mag, you need to update your Streamlabs thing. What Streamlabs thing? I have Streamlabs like the Pro Prime, whatever the hell it is. I pay the subscription for this thing. What do I got to update? Thank you so much, Link. Appreciate you, man. That's awesome. Because felt illegal subbing to Colt without also joining the magnificent half of the duo. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it, man. Take-Two Interactive, thank you. Take-Two Interactive will release 6 remakes and remasters by 2029. What the fuck are you... Dude, are you serious? That's a lot. Now, I did hear... Okay, actually, Ironstorm, now that you're saying that. Remasters, yes. I did hear about Red Dead Redemption 2 getting a current gen, and even like, newer PC update, that kind of thing. I did hear about Max Payne 3, but Max Payne 3 is not going to be until a while because we still got Max Payne 1 and 2 remakes happening over at Remedy. So that's still happening. But Max Payne 3, I did hear it might be something down the road. Grand Theft Auto 4 was another remaster I heard about. I mean, that would be great. That would be great. Explorer, one of my favorite games in the Switch too. Mario Mario Odyssey's great, even though that's a Switch 1 game, but I'm playing the Switch 2 version of it. It's excellent. I didn't really get into Donkey Kong. I didn't think it was that good, to be quite honest. Mostly third-party stuff. Like I've got what's it called? Split Fiction's on there. I got Split Fiction on there, and of course I got Resident Evil Requiem on it. Resident Evil Requiem on the Switch 2 is amazing. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. Mag, have you and Colt talked about the hacking situation with PlayStation? Yes, we did talk about that. Yeah, we did talk about that. They got a better handle on the situation now, but the thing that happened to Colin Moriarty was personal, seems like. It was somebody at PlayStation, apparently, like an actual employee at PlayStation went after him. And that was crazy. That person's not only going to get fired, that person's also going to probably go to jail. Yeah! Fire! Yeah, so we did talk about that last night. Now, I didn't realize that there was somebody from PlayStation. Colt told me that. And so when he told me about that, I was like, oh shit, I had no idea. Bully and Manhunt would be great. You think Manhunt would still be a thing these days? Because like it's so like politically incorrect that like they'd still be cool doing that. Yeah, I know, man. Max Payne 1 and 2, I can't wait for that. Like, they better be fucking awesome because I loved Max Payne 1 and 2. Like, loved it. But I'm also a huge fan of, like, film noir. I love film noir. Speaking of which, by the way, Spider Noir comes out tomorrow. Super fucking jazzed for that. Like, 1930s Spider-Man film noir of the old style black and white Hollywood starring Nicolas Cage as Spider-Man. Are you absolutely kidding me? That is the best of not both worlds. That's the best of every world on the planet. Give me all of that. And yes, I'm watching it in black and white. I will not be watching that in color. Fuck no. Black and white. Yeah, Manhunt was banned in Australia. Yeah. Yeah, I know. What's out in an hour? Oh my god, Spider Noir. Yeah, well, I mean, I won't be watching it at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it's 2 a.m. Yeah, I know. And I will not be watching it at like 3 in the morning. I will be going to bed. So yeah, I won't be doing any of that jazz. Yeah. Oh no, dude, Talos, it's gonna be fucking fire. Are you kidding me? Those trailers looked absolutely amazing. And of course, Nicolas Cage gave the best Nicolas Cage line of all time. They're like, "What happened to you last night?" When like he shows up in the office and he's all like cut up and bruised and he's like sitting there and he goes, "I went to the bar, I got in a fight, and then I got wasted." And the way Nicolas Cage said that, I went to the bar and I got wasted. And I'm just like, oh, dude, come on. That's so good. That's so good. You'd like to see, Link is saying you'd like to see Sam Lake's take on a Max Payne 3. Not the same game, but a proper Remedy vision. Yeah, that'd be cool. It never happened, though, because Rockstar owns it now. However, Remedy still has the rights to part 1 and 2, so there is that. But Rockstar has the IP going forward, which makes no fucking sense because they haven't made a game in, like, what, a decade and a half? Or however long it's been? Maverick, that's hilarious that you put Magnum PI in the chat. I know exactly what you're talking about, because speaking of black and white Mag, did you ever finish Magnum PI? I think you meant Mouse PI, but I would take Magnum PI as well, because Magnum PI is dope as hell. No, I did not finish it. My wife, on the other hand, finished it. My son finished it. My daughter finished it. But I got sidetracked by all those other games. So it's in the backlog, and it will get done. Itchy, how you doing, buddy? He says, hey, all sorry for showing up late. It's all good, dude. And he goes, I had to get some sleep earlier and prep for night shift hours this week. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, dude, you missed 5 hours of nonsense tonight. Anonymous, there you go. Thank you. It was the tail end of the 360. Okay, so it was 2 generations ago. So Rockstar has rights to the IP moving forward and then decides not to make another game for 14 fucking years. Like, what are these, like, you know what I'm saying? You get the IP. Max Payne 3 was pretty cool. I mean, it wasn't film noir anymore. It wasn't like a, like an old, like, sort of gumshoe 1930s detective kind of vibe to it. It was a more modern take on Max Payne. It was very colorful. It was in, like, a sunny locale. I think it was in Mexico. I think it took place in. You know what I mean? Like, it was pretty wild. And then all of a sudden they just like, yeah, we're just gonna not fucking make anything for 14 years in the same genre. Like, what is that? Kevin Levine says hello. Yeah, exactly, dude. Nate Dogg, you're absolutely right. Oh, this is what Streamlab Link says. This is what Magnum's talking about. He goes, you can't tip this streamer right now. The page owner needs to update their settings to receive tips. Oh, you're talking about for Streamlabs tips. I got you. I see what you're saying, Magnum. Yes, I haven't set that up. I never bothered doing that, but I will do that, where you can actually tip on the Streamlabs side, and that's an interesting thing. So what a lot of streamers do, thank you for reminding me, Magnum, I will work on that this week. So what you can do is that you can actually set up Streamlabs, like, tips or whatever, and the streamer gets 100% of the tips as opposed to giving a portion of it to YouTube. It actually goes 100% to the creator. Nate Dogg, the word is that L.A. Noire may get a sequel in the future. Strauss Zelnick did talk about revisiting the L.A. Noire franchise. So that might be a thing, dude. That might be a thing, bro. Link is asking about if they're going to get James passed away or get a new voice actor. I don't know, dude. I don't know what they're going to do. I mean, I would imagine if they have, like, the voice work already there, like, you could just digitally remaster the voice, right? Oh, dude, Romeo, I'd kill for an L.A. Noire sequel as well. I love that fucking game. I loved the hell out of the game. But like I said, I'm a huge fan of, like, film noir. Right? I love the Maltese Falcon. I love the Shadow. I love the Third Man. Like, all those things from, like, the 30s, the 40s. Orson Welles as the Third Man. What the hell's the guy's name? Damn it. Harry Lime. I love Harry Lime. What else did I like from that era? The Shadow was a big one. I love the Shadow. The Shadow knows. You remember that one? What evil lurks in the hearts of men? The Shadow knows. I remember they made the 90s movie with what's it, Alec Baldwin. That movie was great, man. The Big Sleep. Yeah, let's go, Maverick. The 1990s Alec Baldwin Shadow movie, even with its like kind of like goofy 90s special effects, it was a great fucking movie. But I love film noir. And so when LA Noire came out with the smoky jazz and the vibe and the feel, the Black Dahlia, you know, like the serial killer that was in Hollywood during the 30s it was, and I'm just like, oh my God, just give me more of that. Even if you remaster the game properly, like a real remaster where it like really plays and looks good, I'll go right back in there and get 100% on that thing, man. Yeah, new Mafia's incoming as well. Yeah, that's right. There is a new Mafia incoming. That's right, Storm. I did hear about that. How many hours do I game a week? Probably about 20 hours a week. That's the max I can get in. That's the max I can get in, because you got to keep in mind, not only am I dealing with like my family, you know, my kids, all that stuff, while my wife works out of town a lot, and so like I'm dealing with all that shit. Plus I'm on YouTube a lot. I do all the videos, I do live streams, I do the gaming live streams I'm counting as part of that. So I do about 20 hours, maybe on occasion 25 hours a week of gaming. That's the most I can get in, man. RT Reviews is in the house. Let's go. Nate Dogg is saying the remaster is great. Well, maybe I'll have to check it out. I might have to check it out. Can anybody else corroborate that? Put me in the chat, man. You know what? Warren Beatty's Dick Tracy would be considered noir, and that was a great fucking movie too. They both came out around the same time, didn't they? Nate Dogg, see, the problem with that is that Sammy the Bull is still alive. So they'll never do it. Gotti's dead, but Sammy the Bull is still alive, so they can never make a game based on him because, you know, he's going to want a cut of that. By the way, just so you guys know, Sammy the Bull Gravano is actually the big-time mafia guy who used to work for the Gotti, the crime family and the Gambinos and shit like that. He is actually a prominent YouTuber now. It's wild. The guy's got like 2 million or 3 million subs on YouTube, and he's making a fortune off of YouTube after all the crazy shit that he's done. And he's right there on YouTube doing fucking podcasts like me. It's totally insane. Link is saying, I'm thinking about grabbing Mouse PI and 007. Do you have a top pick for the next live action Bond? In terms of an actor? No. I mean, the obvious choice is Henry Cavill. I mean, Henry Cavill is fucking James Bond. I mean, the guy looks like him, for God's sake. I mean, he's an imposing figure. He's a big dude. He's good looking. He's got the bravado. He's got the suave. He could definitely do action. We know that. The guy's built like a brick shithouse. He'd be a great Bond. I also kind of like the idea, and I know some people got pissed off at it or whatever, but I'm like, I like the idea of Idris Elba being James Bond as well. I think that'd be a really fucking cool take too, man. Like, Idris Elba is a very fucking cool guy, man. He's suave. He's a great actor. He's got great screen presence. He's got great personality. I think he'd make a great Bond too, man. You know? And I also think that on top of that, which I think they should revisit, I think they should do Old Man Bond with Pierce Brosnan. Pierce Brosnan is awesome in, what the hell's that show? Mobland. Which, by the way, they fired fucking, what's his face, eh? Tom Hardy. Did you guys hear about that shit? Idris Elba would be a fucking great Bond. I'd be down with all of that. I would go with those two actors. I would go with Idris Elba, and I would go with obviously Henry Cavill. And I would also, I like the idea of having an old Bond coming out of retirement and have Pierce Brosnan come back as old Bond. Like, wouldn't that be cool? Like, old man Bond coming back? I think that'd be fucking great. I'd be down with that. You know the problem, RT Reviews, the only problem with Nathan Fillion doing the actual Uncharted movie, he was too old. At that point, he was too old. Like, he's like, you know what I mean? Like, there was a limit to what I could see. But the thing is, if you go with Old Man Bond doesn't have to be, you know, shooting machine guns while he's on a pair of downhill skis. And you know what I mean? Like, he doesn't have to do that shit. He could do other stuff. But Uncharted is Uncharted. You needed somebody with... Now, I'm not saying Tom Holland was the choice. I think that Tom Holland was a stupid choice for Nathan Drake. But I think that Nathan Fillion was too old to do that role. I know Highlander's coming. Henry Cavill is doing Highlander. I'm really excited for that, man. Yeah, but you know what the thing is, Magnum? Idris Elba, I don't think anybody would bitch about. I don't think it would be like, oh, it's a race swap, fucking, you know, woke bullshit. No one would say that about Idris Elba because he's a great fucking actor. And he could pull that shit off. And like I said, he is a suave motherfucker, that guy. And he's British. Perfect. Like perfect. You know what I mean? Perfect. But anyways, those are my two choices for Bond. And then Pierce Brosnan as Old Man Bond as an outlier. Okay, I'm not saying that would be like the thing. I'm just saying that's like an outside bet. You know? That's the way I'd look at it. Yeah, Highlander's going to be great. Henry Cavill, listen, man, when he gets behind something, you got to remember, Henry Cavill's a nerd, okay? He may not look like a nerd. I mean, I don't know what the hell a nerd looks like, but like, I mean, I'm just saying, like, he doesn't look like a stereotypical, like, dude he looks like, you know, he looks like the quarterback of like, you know, the all-star football team in like Texas. Like, he does not look like the kind of guy that builds his own PCs and like he paints fucking little Warhammer like figurines. Like, that doesn't seem like the kind of thing he would do. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. It's totally crazy. Hey, Seth Monsters, you're back in the house. Nice to see you, buddy. Logan's Run would be fucking awesome. You know, anyway, so Henry Cavill is like a hardcore nerd, right? And and that's why when he does something that like, you know, like he takes on like a nerdy project like Warhammer, which by the way got fucked up because they wouldn't respect the source material and he told them to go fuck themselves, which is awesome. And then you've got Highlander. You know he's not going to fuck that up. He's going to actually respect the source material. You know what I mean? I'm going to LA to see the nerds up front. Yeah, I will. But like if you saw me in person, you would never think that I was like you would see me, you'd be like, there's no way that this guy's like as nerdy as I am. Like hardcore into like gaming and like all this kind of shit and whatever else. And no one would ever think that when you see me. You just say, oh, this is a bald guy with tattoos and hanging out and whatever and just doing his thing and drinking beer and smoking and all this kind of shit and whatever. And you would never think that, you know, hanging out with bikers and like, you know, trashy girls and shit like that or whatever and doing what I do. And it just like, you would never think that. But like, that's exactly what I am. Because it's all about what's in here, not like the external. I mean, you know, it is what it is. Will saying, I feel bad for Phil Spencer. I feel like Asha is getting a lot more free range and is doing things that Phil probably wanted to do anyways if he could have. I'm going to agree and disagree with that, Will, and I'll tell you why. Hear me out. Phil had a lot of pushback because Phil was someone from the industry and he wanted... I do feel bad for him in a way that he was fighting for a lot of stuff that he couldn't get, right? Like, for example, I think he butted heads with Satya a lot, and that eventually got him out the door because it got to a point where he's just like, listen, man, if I just can't do what I'm trying to do here, Desert Cruiser, thank you for being here, man. Marathon stream, yeah. And he said, if I can't do what I really want to do here, you know what? It's probably best that I step back and just like whatever, retire. Happened to me. Same shit happened to me. Like, eventually got to a point where I'm like, you know what? I'm so fucking tired of fighting with you people that I'm just like, I'd rather just back off and let somebody else take the fucking bullshit, and I'll just take a lesser role. And then I ended up not taking a lesser role. I ended up taking the lessest of roles. I fucking left. You know what I'm saying? I was out. But like, yeah, Phil was pushing back on Satya a lot, and he never got what he wanted. And as a result of it, it all ended up. He ended up on the outs and outs. However, with the tenure that he had with Microsoft, I mean, several decades of work there, right? 37 years or 30 something years, however long he was there for. They were like, listen, man, you've been here like your whole life since you were an intern. Like, he was there since he was a fucking intern, right? And so therefore at that point, it's like, they're like, listen, man, we'll give you a nice goodbye. You get a golden parachute. You're going to get 7-figure fucking, you're going to get, whatever, $20 million fucking payout plus your salary. You're going to walk away a multimillionaire. You're going to be happy for the rest of your life. You can do whatever the hell you want. But, we'll sunset you out of the company. So they did it amicably. You know what I'm saying? And that's exactly what they did. So essentially it was like a quitting/firing at the same time. You know what I mean? And so that ended up, that's what happened with Phil. Now, Asha does not have the free range that you think she does. She still has 2 bosses plus a board of directors plus investors to answer to. So therefore, her job is actually even harder than it thinks. And that's why she's going after the little victories right now. She's building up little victories, little jabs, right? Like changing the Xbox logo. Satya Nadella is not going to fucking fight her on that. The board of directors don't give a fuck. The investors don't give a shit about stuff like that. They don't care about achievement badges. They don't care about, new sound when you start up the Xbox. They don't care about that stuff. And that's why she's doing that stuff. But when it's going to come to what actually matters, like exclusivity, Game Pass, multi-platform strategies, all that shit, she does not have the power you think she does. Just telling you the truth. She has a lot of people to answer to and a lot of people to be accountable with. And as a result of that, the realities of what are actually going to happen in the business most likely won't meet what a lot of people want it to be. No, she never had a blank check. That was a false statement, Nate Dogg. That was a false statement. That was someone actually did say that, oh, she was given a blank check. She was not. That was actually misquoted and corrected and corroborated by multiple people saying that, no, that statement was 100% not true and never happened. She did not have a blank check. She never will. She has accountability to many other departments. That's how it is with a corporation. Same with me. Like, I was in charge, okay? I was an executive director of an entire division, the largest division of the corporation I was working at. Could I make decisions? Yes. Could I make executive decisions? Yes. However, all those decisions had to fit within the business model that was presented to me. So therefore, at the end of the day, I didn't have free range. I didn't have a choice, and I certainly didn't get to do whatever I wanted to do to run the business. It still had to fit within the parameters of the business model. And that is what's happening. They're not buying Sega. Nate Dogg, what happened with Sega is Sarah Bond went to Japan to make a deal, a third-party deal with Sega, but Sega will not be in Game Pass, but they will have marketing rights and promotional rights with Sega. That's it. No Game Pass and nothing beyond that, and certainly not buying them. So there's that. I wouldn't bother i500. Don't bother. Oh, no, sorry. I thought you were talking about you were going to buy like a Seagate, like a... Fuck, never mind. I misread your fucking statement. He goes, how much is Seagate even worth? I don't even know. RT Reviews, that blank check did not go to Phil. That blank check came from Satya and Amy Hood because they wanted Activision not for Xbox. They wanted Activision as part of a publishing arm. That's what that was all about. It was never about Xbox. They literally... I can't say that. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. When it came to... Yeah, no, sorry. I get you. Sega's... sorry, I got you, i500. And Sega's worth quite a bit. But they'll never be able to buy them. The FTC will never allow Microsoft to acquire... Xbox to acquire anything ever again. Because they lied. They literally lied during the fucking... They changed the name to Microsoft Gaming so that the FTC wouldn't recognize that Microsoft Gaming was a part of Xbox Gaming. And then as soon as they fucking got Activision, they changed it back to Xbox Gaming like a year later. They also said that they weren't going to change the prices of Gamepass. They did that. There was a bunch of stuff that they did. The FTC has a long memory. They're like elephants. They will never forget that. Xbox will never be able to acquire anything large ever again. I'm telling you that right now. FTC will never fucking allow it. Fool of a toque. That's right, Pistol Pete. Your favorite pony is here. Oh, your favorite pony is here. All right, Pistol Pete, just for you, buddy.
Ponies and 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 ponies.
There you go. Yes, i500. That's why they changed it to Microsoft Gaming, because of the FTC trial. They changed it to Microsoft Gaming to throw them off the scent that it was going to be going to Xbox. So that it sounded like it was a different part of a different division, so it wouldn't be considered a monopoly, which never would have been a monopoly anyway. But they were worried that it was going to become too much more over into the other side. Microsoft lawyers would say otherwise. Yeah, well, they're full of shit too. And then what happened? They did exactly what they said they weren't going to do. They raised the price of Game Pass twice after they said they wouldn't during the FTC trials. And then they changed the name to Microsoft Gaming during the trial so that it would come across as Microsoft Gaming, not Xbox Gaming, because they were investigating Xbox having too much of acquisition power. And then as soon as that was done, they changed it back to Xbox. It's not a take, Magnum. It's a fucking fact, brother. It's a fucking fact. You can ask anybody else who is in the know. Ask Colt about it. Same thing. He'll know. Ask Paris. Ask Rand. Ask any of the guys who know about what happened. That's exactly what they did. They did it on purpose. And they know they did it on purpose. Anyway, they'll never get it. They'll never get a large acquisition ever again. FTC will not forget that. It doesn't matter that Lena Khan is gone. They won't forget that. They're going to look at that in a different way. They're going to look at that and they're going to be like, yeah, we saw what you did last time. Fuck you. You'll be able to buy like a studio here, a studio there. That's fine. But something big? Never again. I assure you that. Plus, Microsoft doesn't want to buy anything big ever again. Their investors don't want them to buy anything big ever again. Because what people don't realize, they're like, oh, it's going to bring in more money. No, it's not going to bring in more money. It's going to cost so much more in overhead that it's literally just sags on the company because of the cost of running that. It's insane. People don't realize how much Activision costs them on a monthly basis. When they came out with their bullshit stats saying, by the way, our profit went up 48%. Fuck off. You never calculated how much it cost to run Activision. They're running at a loss when they took them on. Like, it's so fucking... Like, it was so blatantly obvious what they did. It was ridiculous how people didn't see it. Mind you, I don't expect everybody to be looking at something at a corporate level, but I was, and I looked at it and I go, is everybody for fucking... Am I the only asshole who's seeing what they're doing? And then eventually, after the fact, people started seeing what they did. They started seeing what they did, and they're like, oh my God, we see what they did now. And they regret it. And that's why Satya's plan from the beginning was never to bolster Xbox. It was to build a publishing arm. It was literally to build a publishing arm. That was the point of the purchase. It had nothing to do with make Xbox great again or any. No, they wanted to build a publishing arm for an extra avenue of income. That's all it was. But Phil Spencer, on the other hand, for all his mishandlings, he was looking at it as leverage to build the Xbox platform. I will defend him on that until the end, because that was his goal. But he realizes it was like what he was fighting against was like punching a tidal wave with your fist. It was never going to happen. And that eventually ousted him from the company. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what it eventually ousted him out of the company because they could never see eye to eye and they could never get it done. Well, the cat's down here. He's coming to check it out. He's coming to see what's going on. What's going on, buddy? Come here, baby. The cat's walking around. He's here. He finally came down after like 5 hours. Here he is. Where is he? Where is he? Come here, buddy. Hi, buddy. Oh, look at the cat. Ladies and gentlemen, it takes 5 hours and 18 minutes, and you finally get to see the cat. Look, there he is. There you go, Gizmo. You guys want to see what a Sphinx cat looks like? There he is. Hi, buddy. There's my baby. Here, you want everybody to see your little bald butt? Here you go, buddy. Go. Everybody can see your wrinkly little butt. Look at that. It looks like an elephant's nose. Look. All right, there you go, buddy. All right, buddy. Anyhow. Oh, Bobby Kotick didn't give a fuck. All that guy looked at was dollar signs in his eyes. As soon as he saw that they were going to buy it, especially at an increased price, stock at an increased stock price, and it was going to make it. No, don't forget he was a majority stockholder. That guy was literally set to make hundreds of millions of dollars plus his retirement package. That snake, that fucking rat, knew that he was going to walk away with all that shit. And don't forget how scumbaggy they were when Activision was running before Xbox took them over with all the sexual harassment claims and all the other shit that they tried to push under the rug. And Kotick knew what was going on and didn't give a fuck. All he cared about with his $600 or $700 million he could walk away with, and that rat motherfucker could just go off into the sunset, and you'll never hear from that piece of shit ever again, because that's what these guys do. That was pretty harsh of me to say that, but that's a reality. That's a reality. That's a reality of the situation. Because if they gave a shit, they would have dealt with it, and there would have been accountability. All they did was when Microsoft took over, they sent an email out. I read the email, by the way. I read the email that Microsoft sent out. We will not tolerate sexual harassment and this and that, whatever. That's all they did. But at the end of it all, they never addressed it properly. Some people got a bag out of it. But on the whole, it wasn't addressed the way it should have been addressed, and Kotick didn't give a fuck. Because what's he doing now? What's he doing now? He probably bought a private island somewhere, surrounded by a bunch of topless women serving him fucking Mai Tais. Does he give a shit anymore about what was going on? Yeah, he was a king. Yeah, Nate Dogg, he was the king of all slime balls. Yeah, exactly that. Iron Storm is feeling that he might get a 360 era vibe for the showcase. All right, fair enough. Funny you say that, Iron Storm. I'm actually getting that vibe from the PlayStation showcase as well. I feel like this PlayStation showcase, I'm not calling it a state of play because it's going to be 60 to 90 minutes or whatever it is. Not a moose. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah. What was I getting at? I'm starting to feel the vibe that PlayStation showcase, and I'm calling it a showcase, like I said, not a state of play. State of play is like 30 minutes. This is a fucking showcase. I'm starting to feel that, you remember the infamous PS4 showcase from 2016 where they showed Last of Us 2, God of War, Spider-Man, and they just blew the doors off like the gaming industry that year? That's what I'm kind of vibing from that PlayStation thing. If they don't do that, biggest fucking miss in the history of gaming. If they don't do that, they literally rented out movie theaters. They literally invited influencers, video game influencers from all over the world to go join them for a live event. They're showing it on YouTube, obviously, and it's going to be like almost 90 minutes long. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm getting that PS4 2016 vibe from that one. Now, the Xbox Showcase is going to be 90 minutes. I think it's going to be around 60 minutes, Rambo. That's my guess. I think it's going to be 60 minutes. And then don't forget, the reason why I'm saying it's going to only be 60 minutes is because right after that, they're doing a completely separate Gears of War showcase. That would actually make it about 90 minutes from there, because I think the Gears of War showcase is going to be about 30 minutes, and then from there, that's about 90 minutes. So I guess in a way, in a roundabout way, Rambo, I would say that it is 90 minutes. But anyways, next Tuesday, like I said, right here on this channel, we will not be here at 3 o'clock in the morning. We will be here at 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Okay? 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Half an hour before the Sony showcase happens. We're going to watch the showcase from 5 till whatever it is, 6:30, whenever it decides to end. And directly after that, with no interruption, we will go directly into MAGGCAST, and we will have a full, fresh, out of the theater breakdown, so to speak, of the Sony State of Play. We're going to do all that shit. So we're going to break that all down, say what we thought about it, discuss it, analyze it, speculate about, what some of the teases meant and this and that or whatever. So it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. So we're going to be doing all that shit. So we will be doing that next Thursday. So MAGGCAST will not be 8:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It will be at 4:30 that day because of the Sony showcase. And then we'll go we'll do half an hour of a warm-up into the showcase, watch the showcase together. After that, we'll turn it off. We'll go into this studio and we'll just talk for the next couple of hours and really break it all down. So it's going to be another 4 or 5 hour show that night, but it will be exactly that. Like, we'll do all that stuff. So it'll be pretty cool. State of liver. I think you guys are downplaying it a little too much, man. I see what you guys are saying in the chat. I know you guys are having fun with it. It's fine. Have some fun with it. It's funny. But I'm telling you right now, man, I think it's going to be a big, 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 big show. And it's a great way to walk into the Summer Games Fest and the Xbox Showcase, because you know what it is? In a very roundabout, broken way, we're getting E3 back. So we should all be really excited for that. You got PlayStation launching it. You got Keighley on Friday. You got Xbox on Sunday. That's great. This is what we want. I want my E3 back. And in a roundabout way, we're getting it. That's awesome. Even though I lied to you guys and said that was my last beer, it's not my last beer. So we're going to grab another beer. I'll be right back. My cat is busting my balls. He comes in here. Everyone wants to hear you purring. Yeah, listen. You hear him purring? There you go. That's him purring. Because he's trying to get my attention because he wants me to give him a treat. Listen, buddy, you can have a treat after the show, okay? You can have a treat after the show. MBG don't got cats like this. Okay? I know he's got cats. Does he have Egyptian sphinxes? I don't think so. I don't think so. What do you think about that, Gizmo? Stop showing your butt to everybody on TV. Come on. He's super happy. Okay, dude, you got to get off my shoulder, man. I can't have you sit on my shoulder while I'm doing this, while I'm talking to people. Come on, I love you. I love you. I love you. You're a good boy. Mwah. Go play. Go. Fucking cat. I got the platinum on Saros. It was awesome. DJ Marshman's in the house. How you doing, man? Yes, yes, in the house. If State of Play and Xbox Showcase will be outstanding, what is left to Jeff's summer show? Yeah, good point. Good point. Good point. Do not underestimate what Keeley's got planned. I think Keeley's got something really special planned as well. I think it's going to be a great show. Now, I'm going to be right there. I'm going to be right in the front. I'm going to be at the Dolby Theater. I'm going to be watching it live. Can't wait to see it. By the way, I see some people talking about Saros in the chat. Saros is a fantastic game. Yeah, Dr. Evil. I basically am Dr. Evil at this point, yeah. Saros was a fantastic game. The story was fucking nonsensical and ridiculous. I gave it a 1 out of 10. The story, I gave a 1 out of 10. The gameplay of Saros itself, the running, the jumping, the dodging, the shooting, the... avoiding all the, all the colored orbs and all the shit that they shoot at you, whatever. Fucking outstanding. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. But the story took me right out of it. However, doesn't matter. I got the platinum on it. Very proud of that. Cyber Gunter, that's disgraceful. What are you saying? Hogwarts Legacy 2 and Resident Evil Remake would be fucking great at the Keeleys, yeah. I mean, it would also be nice to see if we can get that Splinter Cell remake that I know is basically almost done at this point. It's just being well, it's more than being polished, but it's well on its way. I know DJ Marshman, I agree. The Faye game is going to be fucking great. Don't let a lot of people are like, I don't want to play as a woman, goddess of war, making fun of all this shit. I'm like, listen, man. If you know anything about, Freya and the history of the character, okay, you would know that she was a prominent figure in Norse mythology, actually one of the most powerful next to Odin in Norse mythology. And, Joe Dunmore, hold on a second. So that game is going to be fucking great. I'll tell you that right now. Joe Dunmore, it is nothing like Returnal. And and you know what the thing is? If those sales numbers reflect what Alinea was talking about there in terms of like, it only sold like 300,000 copies, whatever. I think a lot of people felt the same way, Joe Dunmore. They're saying I didn't like Returnal, so I'll skip Saros. Saros is not Returnal. It is not Returnal. It is a whole different game. Yeah, okay, obviously there are a ton of similarities, clearly. But it does not it's not the same thing. It is a different kind of game. And it's fucking great. I hated, and I know a lot of people a lot of people who love Returnal are gonna hate that I say this. I loved Saros. I did not like Returnal at all. I couldn't stand that fucking game. I couldn't figure it out. It's not that I couldn't stand. Well, I couldn't stand it because I sucked at it. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't figure the game out. Yeah, Romeo, it's gonna be a great game, man. Listen, do not underestimate Sony Santa Monica. Magnum, the female protagonist thing, I think that they're actually just trying to market it to me directly. They're just marketing it to me directly. That would be cool. I-500 goes, that'd be cool to do a prequel with where you get to play as Thor. That'd be pretty cool. I'd be down with that too, man. You know what would be good? They should do that as like a little like a side piece, you know what I'm saying? Like a Miles Morales or an Uncharted Lost Legacy or whatever the hell it was. You know what I mean? Like one of those games, like a smaller experience, but you get to do it as Thor. I'd be down with that. Oh, Rambo, Sorrow's story was garbage. Sorrow's story was garbage, and Returnal I did not like. But Sorrow's the game, I loved it. Like, I got the platinum on it, which means obviously I loved it. I put in almost 50 hours into it, and I love the game. To me, I think the biggest missed opportunity was fucking, what's it called? Uncharted. Now, I know they did Lost Legacy, and then they did Legacy of Thieves. They did like the remasters or the remakes or whatever of like a remaster of Uncharted 4 and Lost Legacy, where they put that in a little package. And I bought all those. I platinumed all those over and over. I think I got like 6 platinums on the Uncharted series, because it's Uncharted 1, 2, and 3, and then I did I got more than that. I think I got like probably like 8 platinums on those games, because I got the platinums on Uncharted 1, 2, and 3 on the PS3. Then when they did like the Nathan Drake collection, I got the 3 platinums again on that. So that's 6 platinums. And then I got the platinum on Uncharted 4. And then I got the platinum on Uncharted 4 remaster. That's 8. Lost Legacy, 9. Lost Legacy original, 10. So I got 10 friggin' platinums on that series. But Uncharted 5, I already have a story. I wrote it out in my noodle. But I got the entire story down. Okay, I got the entire story down. If anybody remembers the end of... oh my god, dude, Stellar Blade 2, don't even start, man. I'm so fucking excited. Stellar Blade 1 was the game of 2024, hands down. Nothing could come close to it. Nothing! Stellar Blade was the game of 2024. I could not get enough of that game. I put in 100 and something hours in that game, and I got the platinum on that one as well. That was a bitch. But I got the platinum on that game, and I loved every second of it. I cannot wait for Stellar Blade 2. However, let's get back to Nathan Drake and Uncharted. I have a story already, like, sort of mapped out. So at the end of Uncharted 4, spoiler alert from, 10 years ago, at the end of the game... they're retired, right? Nathan Drake and what's-her-face, they're retired. They have a daughter. The daughter's a teenager, and they're living in a beach house on the beach and just, totally retired with a dog running around and shit, and they're just having a whatever. And they're just doing their thing. And then the daughter goes into... there's a cabinet that Nathan Drake has in his office, and he's like, never go in this cabinet ever, or whatever the fuck, right? And he has a key that he has locked away that that opens that cabinet. Well, of course, the daughter of Nathan Drake, being a pain in the ass, just like Nathan Drake is, she goes and finds that key. If you guys remember the ending scene of this the game, she finds the key and she unlocks the door when they're not in there, because Nathan Drake and his wife, whatever the fuck her name is, I always forget her name, and the dog, they're all playing on the beach and shit. And she sneaks into his office and she finds the key and she unlocks the door, being very, resourceful, as Nathan Drake would be, and his wife. And she opens the cabinet, and inside the cabinet are all the artifacts of all the Uncharted games. Right? And all the Uncharted game, like all the artifacts are in there, and she's looking at them, and there's pictures of him and Sully and all these things that happened to him in his whole life or whatever. And then she's just like, what the fuck is all this shit? And she's looking at all this stuff with wide-eyed wonder, oh my god, what the hell did my dad and my mom do? Mostly my dad and whatever. And then right when that happens, the camera spins around, and there's Nathan Drake and what's-her-face staring at her with their arms crossed, pissed off. They're like, I told you never to open that cabinet, or whatever the hell he says, right? And so that, whatever, it ends up being that's kind of how it ends. So my thing is, here's my story. You ready for this? This is the story that I mapped out. It's going to take place about 10 years later. So now she's in her like early to mid 20s. Okay? She never forgot what she saw in that cabin. It's been haunting her for a decade. But what she found in there was one artifact that wasn't from those games. It was from another adventure that he never completed. So she goes back in there. She breaks back into his cabinet and she goes back to that artifact of an adventure that he never completed. And she decides. Welcome to hell, motherfucker! We got Duke, who's now joined the channel so much. Thank you so much, Duke. You've now joined the channel. Excellent to see that. And of course, Duke, you got your name and lights there, buddy, and you get this. Welcome to hell, motherfucker! Thank you for joining the channel, man. I appreciate that. Thank you for the subscription. I really appreciate that, man. On the march to 4,000 subscribers, ladies and gentlemen, in the first year. That is an amazing feat. Within just over a year, 4,000 subs. I can't ask for anything more. Well, I will ask for much more. 100,000 subs. That's what we're going to work on next. Okay, so here we go. Back to the story. Okay, this is what we're going to do. So now she gets that artifact of the uncompleted journey that Nathan Drake never finished the adventure of, and then disappears. She takes off to go finish what her father started on some lost expedition, right? But then she gets in trouble. Okay, she gets herself in trouble because she's not prepared. She ain't no Nathan Drake. She might be very good. She might be very qualified. She can climb. She can jump. She can do this. She can do that. But she ain't no Nathan Drake. So she gets caught. Okay? And then he catches wind that his daughter went off on an adventure to kind of prove to her dad that she can finish what her dad never... Oh, sorry. She could... finish what her father started with this lost expedition. But now she's in trouble. So now Nathan, old man Nathan, middle-aged Nathan, the Mag, the middle-aged game guy known as Nathan Drake, is going to have to come out of retirement in his 50s, a little bit of gray in his beard and whatever else. And a middle-aged Nathan Drake is going to have to come out of retirement and load his guns and put on his backpack and put on the double leather straps that he's got in the front, and he's going to have to go back out there of something that he said he would never do again, and he's going to go back out there and go and rescue his daughter, and then with his daughter finish the adventure of that one adventure that he never got to finish and close the loop. There's my idea for Uncharted 5. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? I eagerly await. No Kane Desert Cruiser. He's going to be just like me. A little bit of gray in his beard. A little bit older. A lot wiser. But he's going to have to come out of retirement begrudgingly, but he's going to have to do it to save his daughter. And whilst saving his daughter, he's going to complete the loop and finish the unfinished adventure from his youth. I think that's a fucking winning formula, folks. I think that is a winning formula. Do all of that. I think that'd be great. You haven't played the games, RT? Dude, stop what you're doing. Download that shit right now. Go play the Nathan Drake collection and then play Legacy of Thieves. That's all 5 games. You'll be totally set. Now, I call it 5 games because Uncharted Lost Legacy is kind of like the Miles Morales of the series. So, you know what I mean? Anyway, I thought that was a good idea. But anyways, RT Reviews. Go play the Uncharted collection. You will not regret it. It is fucking awesome. Now, there also is rumors, by the way, that they're going to be doing an Uncharted 1 remake. That's been in the rumor mill for like a year and a half, 2 years now. So maybe they'll show that. That might be a thing at the showcase. It's possible because it's been talked about for so long. Uncharted 1 remake. like ground up remake, I think that would be amazing. Yeah, right. 4 main and 1 spin-off Desert Cruiser. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. Like the Lost Legacy is basically like the Miles Morales of the Uncharted universe, so to speak, right? Magnum, I am not a raging alcoholic. I haven't had a drink in 4 days. So, I mean, technically, if I was a raging alcoholic, I would have been drinking yesterday, the day before, then the day before. But I did not. Now, I got a concert this Saturday. So, what's it, Tuesday today? So, I got Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday day. I will not be drinking. I will be drinking at the concert, obviously. But that's like another 4 days from now. So, you know. And then from there, I'm not touching a drop until I get to LA. Anyways, I don't know what you guys think about that, but I thought that was a great idea. It almost makes the now, it's funny. Taylor Swift, he goes, Maggie should play a Sully. Yeah, that'd be funny. That also brings me up to my other idea of The Last of Us 3. I had another idea about Last of Us 3. My other idea for Last of Us 3 is this. Abby, big-armed Abby, is whatever, doing her thing, other end of the world. Her and Ellie are, you know, worlds apart, but they left amicably at the end. Well, not amicably. They left all totally fucked up at the end of Last of Us 2 with that brutal ending scene of that game. But Taylor Swift, I'm going to go see the Guess Who. As in, like, you know, American Woman and whatever else. The Guess Who, they're having their farewell tour, and they're just fucking awesome. Anyhow, Last of Us 3. Here's my thought. Same kind of idea, but sort of a little bit different. Okay, I know it sounds sort of like redundant, but you know we're gonna go with this one. So Abby gets herself, you know, she's doing her own thing. Ellie's doing her own thing. Her wife and baby left her. She's now alone. You know, the ending of Last of Us 2 has her walking away from the cottage by herself with her backpack and her fucking gun and whatever else, and she's just on her own, right? So anyways, on and on and on. She gets word that Abby is in trouble. Yeah, no sugar tonight in my coffee. No sugar tonight in my tea. That's right, man. Oh, I can't fucking wait. And I saw them. I saw like a video of them playing like a couple of weeks ago. Dude, fucking spot on. Burton Cummings has not lost his voice at all. QMax, I'm gonna be a dad. That was from the TV show, and the TV show was fucking garbage. The game did not do that. The game was so much better. Anyhow, Abby gets herself into trouble. And Ellie has hit a crossroads now where she's like, you know, we tried to kill each other, but we decided to give each other mercy. But Abby needs my help. So what's going to happen is Ellie is going to go help Abby. And they're going to team up together to defeat this new giant evil, whatever the hell it is, new faction, new whatever the fuck, and it's going to be something that's so crazy that it's just going to be like the two of them together are going to have to, you know, come together and become a team in order to battle this new evil that is just so overwhelming that they can't afford to be enemies. But here's the kicker. We get Joel back. And this is how you get Joel back. You know how the other games have like interspersed like flashbacks and kind of shit like that or whatever? While this new story is progressing forward, Joel's origin story after his daughter dies, you're going to be able to play all of that as well. So, you know how The Last of Us 2 was like half the game was Ellie, half the game was Abby? This game will be half the game will be Ellie and Abby working together, and the other half of the game is going to be the like literally weeks after Joel's daughter dies, and you get to play as him as a younger Joel, building his way up as being like the number one smuggler in the fucking factions or whatever, and you're going to be doing that. So you get to play as Joel, for younger Joel, for half of the game, leading up to the point where the game ends, where Joel meets young girl Ellie. What do you guys think? I think that's fucking fantastic. Okay? So you get to play as Ellie and Abby doing the future stuff, fighting this gigantic evil, whatever the hell it is. And then the other half of the game will be like 20 hours. You're going to get to play as Joel, younger Joel, after his daughter dies. And then it's him rising up the ranks as becoming the best smuggler in the business, and all the fucking shit he had to deal with, and the zombies and the monsters and the other factions and the other people and whatever else, and other people in power that he had to kill in order to become the best smuggler and all that kind of shit. So you get to play all of that. So you get the best of both worlds. Dude, I think it's fucking a great idea. But God forbid they ever fucking hire me to come up with these ideas. You think Neil Druckmann will ever fucking call me? No, he'll come up with something fucking stupid and be like, yeah, we're doing this. Fuck you, man. Call me. I got the story right here. You got the voice actors are all around. You could do it. Everybody would love to play a 40-hour game of 20 hours of Ellie and Abby and 20 hours of younger Joel. Fuck off. That's great. Magnum, you're fucking banned from this channel. Magnum's like, don't like it. Dude, it's awesome. I don't know. Magnum's always got, whatever I say, he's got to say the direct opposite. That's how Magnum rolls. That's what he does. I'm just used to it now. Whatever I say, he's like, I don't like it. I could literally be Superman, and a kid falls off the edge of Niagara Falls, and he's about to fall to his death. And I swoop in, and I save that kid. I go flying in. I grab it. I pull it up. Pull up the kid. Save the world. Magnum would be right there at the hot dog stand with a soda in his hand like this going, it was all right, I guess. That's what he would do. Okay, that's what Magnum would do. I would literally be Superman with the big S. Well, it's not an S. It's a symbol of hope. We all know that. Okay? With my cape on and my outfit. And I save the kid. And Magnum would be standing by the hot dog stand with his Diet Coke and his hot dog with relish on it and mustard. And he would like look at me and be like, yeah, I guess it was all right. Magnum, I'm just busting your... What? You bust my balls, I can't bust your balls? That's what I do. That's what we do. I bust your balls, you bust my balls. That is the relationship you and I have, okay? That's what we do. You'd rather play Kiln. You guys are too much, man. Anyhow. Well, anyways, that's enough story time for this evening, folks. I thought that was fun. We're approaching the 6-hour mark, which is utterly ridiculous. I honestly thought I was going to last like 2 hours tonight because I was like, I'm so sunburned. I'm so fucked up from like today. I'm just like, there's no way I could do this. And I'm like, we did it anyway. 6 hours. Why not? Because why not? You guys are awesome to hang out with. And that's what we do here. But anyways, I think on that note, folks, with my cool Last of Us 3 story and my Uncharted 5 story, we're going to kind of leave it at that. QMax is heading out the door as well. Well, folks, I think that was awesome. Let's round it up. Everybody, thank you guys so much for joining me tonight. And everybody, you know, should I say it? Hit the like button and all that stuff? Do all that stuff. That'd be awesome. That'd be amazing. The chat kept you going, Mag. Yes, they did. They certainly did. You guys always keep me going. That's what you guys do. And it was totally awesome. I enjoyed every second of it. And I always enjoy every second of it. I love it. But anyways, keep an eye out tomorrow, folks. I will be doing a 007 stream at some point tomorrow. Okay, I just don't know when. I'll figure out a time. I'll figure out whatever. I will post it and say, hey guys, I'm doing the stream at this time or whatever, and we'll do all that. And we will do all that jazz. Lost Boy goes at work and this is still going. Yeah, we're still going. Thanks, Mag. Have a good one. You too, Lost Boy. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys all for being here. And everybody else, you know, the contributions, the super chats, the membership chats, the gifted members, even just showing up here and talking, hitting the like button, just even a view, anything helps out. Am I going to beg you guys? No! But I'm just saying thank you for all you do for me, because I can't do this without you. And this has been absolutely amazing. Anyways, it won't be very long, folks. I'll be back on here tomorrow, and we will be playing 007 from the beginning, and we will be doing all that. So let's have some fun tomorrow. So anyways, everyone have yourself a wonderful evening. Have a great night. Have a great morning for a lot of you. We'll talk to you all soon. Stay magnificent, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Bye now.